60 miles per hour moving east right now. And again, this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground that is currently has moved over places like Kenton, Tennessee. So that's well to the west. But all right, let me go on and track this for you. And I'm going to adjust the speed here because, again, 60 miles per hour. Most of the storms have been moving at about 45 miles per hour over the Dyersburg area and Dyer area right now, I should say, in Tennessee. And we just take this out. This warning goes to 11:15 for Gibson, Obion, and Weakley counties, and then it goes for parts of Henry County until I believe 11:45, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 11:45. So you're seeing Gibson, Obion, and Weakley here in what we call the polygon because it is at this time still pretty far away. But we do anticipate if this were to hold together. And again, this is a confirmed tornado that's been on the ground, and there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere for this to hold together. This would move into places like Paris, Tennessee at 11:44. It is racing to the east and northeast at this time at 60 miles per hour. So this is a storm that, again, has a confirmed tornado with it. And let me see if I can get a little more information on it as well with one of our radar sites out towards West Tennessee. So we're going to look at some of the storm relative velocity here, and I'm going to switch over to one of the different radar sites, and we'll give you an idea where this rotation is at this time. Kind of a junkier look, if you will, right in here, but so as you get towards Dresden, Tennessee, and over towards Weakley County, which of course is right next to where Henry County is, the areas of rotation, this would be right in here. Let me circle this for you. This is the area that we are keeping an eye on right in there where it definitely would have a little bit of rotation on our radar signatures. Here's the bigger picture, too, as we take a look at things that are happening right now with our tornado warning. And again, with this warning that goes until 11:45, a tornado warning. It is a confirmed tornado on the ground. If you are tuning in for Stephen Colbert right now, or we're watching Stephen Colbert, maybe got up and came back, knows we're on, it is because we have a tornado warning that has been issued till 11:45 for Henry County, and this storm is racing, and I mean racing, to the east at 60 miles per hour. So this is a quick-moving storm. It is nighttime. What I want you to do, though, is to go on, turn the TV all the way up for our friends that are in parts of Henry County. It's not there yet. It's probably quiet. It may not even be raining outside your house. In fact, let me go on and measure this and just kind of give you an idea how far out we're talking about. We'll go from Paris to where that rotation may be. I mean, you're still a good 20 to 30 miles out from where the rotation is. But go on and turn your TV volume all the way up. Head to your safe place. What's your safe place? The lowest floor of your home. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. And what you want to do is if you don't have a room like that, go to a bathroom. Go to the bathtub specifically, where you can also, in that case, just take a blanket, maybe a helmet, and we can ride through this together, okay? Take your mobile device with you as well. Keep it charged, too, right now. If you have a charger near you, definitely keep it charged. But Henry County, we're watching. It's currently over Weakley County. Here's the rotation. Finally getting some better returns here on Power of 5 radars. And I wanted to step on screen here and show you a little bit what's happening. So here is western Henry County, Weakley County right now. Here's the rotation right along Highway 45 east here between Martin and Sharon. And it's going east at 60 miles per hour. So it will eventually put this right on path to impact parts of Highway 641, the Pure Year area down towards Paris. That is what we are watching for. So we're going to put a new storm track on this where the rotation is so that you can get an idea of when this will impact you. We're giving you a lot of leeway here, ample time right now so that you have time to get to your safe space, okay? We want folks heading to their safe space now. I'm taking this off to the east. We'll take this out 40 minutes or so. And we're talking about Dresden at 11:12. This is when the tornado will impact you. Fancy at 11:14. If you hear me saying the name of your city, you need to be taking action now. Lowest floor of your home, as many walls between the outside, between you and the outside as possible. a bathroom. If you do not have a bathroom that has interior walls, just get in the bathtub, cover yourself with something like a blanket. And if you've got a helmet, even a bike helmet, that's a great thing to have around, all right? Put some shoes on too. Grab shoes if you don't have those already, because heaven forbid tornadoes do strike. You want to make sure you've got something to protect your feet too for walking around, because you can get a lot of broken glass. And I'm saying this, I know it sounds very scary to say it this way, but this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Weakley County. It is headed towards Henry County. It will be in Cottage Grove at 11:24. It will be in Jones Mill at 11:27. In Paris, this will impact northern parts of Paris at 11:33. Again, a confirmed tornado at this time for our friends in Henry County. Again, this tornado indeed on the ground right now. So kind of taking a look at the bigger picture here across the News Channel 5 viewing area. The majority of us are quiet. You may be in Nashville thinking, Henry, why are you on? Why are you talking about this right now? Well, it's because we have not radar indicated, but a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground that will be impacting Henry County. And we want to make sure everybody has ample time to head to their safe place before this tornado does indeed arrive. Again, it's currently over Weakley County, and it is racing towards Henry County, where the tornado warning will go until 11:45. We have got a tornado watch in effect for all of the News Channel 5 viewing area. That goes now until 5 o'clock in the morning, because we are waiting for a line of severe storms to really ramp up and push through. We've got some scattered activity right now. We've got line number 1 that's starting to converge just west of us. It will continue to get together. A second line along the cold front that will eventually somewhat collide with all of this. And then we'll be talking about the potential for straight line winds early in the morning as this front slides through. But by the afternoon, this is all out of here. All said and done, things will be a lot calmer and a lot quieter across Middle Tennessee as well. So let's go on and look at radar, and we'll loop it. I'm going to switch this to loop over the last hour, and we're going to get in for a closer check right now of where this is. And you can see that this storm has a lot of lightning with it as well. Let me adjust one thing on here too at this time with the looping that's going on right now. All right, there we go. Just one second. There we go. So what we're looking at with this is the lightning continues to intensify, is energy with the storm starting to ramp up too. And that is something that we need to be mindful of, that there's a lot of energy. Normally we think, okay, after the sun goes down, you will lose that severe energy, but that is just not the case with this. So let me go on and just show you some of the lightning strikes that are happening with this at this time. A lot of lightning with this particular storm. We've seen strikes, over 100 strikes. In some spots, I know we've got about 150 to 200 strikes. Bottom line, it is a pretty intense storm for the nighttime hours. A lot of energy there. That southerly wind that continues across the area certainly is not helping matters when it comes to the severe potential that we have got across the area tonight. Let me actually show you some of these wind gusts that we've got going on right now. We've got a lot of energy out there. You can certainly feel how saturated the air is. The winds have been picking up from the south with gusts over 30 miles per hour and even over 40 miles per hour for some. And that's going to continue as we go through the rest of much of the night. And then as we take a look again with Power of 5 radars and what we continue to monitor with this storm, this is just really the beginning throughout a good portion of the News Channel 5 viewing area right now. So our tornado warning, I'm going to just kind of set this up and zoom this in. The rotation itself is currently over the Dresden area right now. Get this to load back right now, and we'll show you exactly where that rotation is. And we're going to put another storm track on this too. This is some very intense rotation right here. It would be working right along Highway 54 right now. And again, pretty quick to the east, that movement. Going at about 60 miles per hour. So for folks that hear me say the name of your town, again, this is the rotation. This is where our tornado is where we've got this red and the green circulating around. You've got the red that are going towards the radar site, and the green, or the green that is going towards the radar site, the red that is coming away from it. So the rotation's right in here, a little bit of tight rotation right in here. We're looking at Jewel around 11:16, so that's 3 minutes from now. We'll see this in Ore Springs at 11:18. Our current time is 11:13 for this tornado warning in Henry County. Cottage Grove at 11:24, Osage 11:27, 11:30 in Whitlock. Still keeping it in that 11:30 window for our friends in Paris. Connorsville at 11:35, Sunnyside at 11:37. Very well-defined rotation in this, and this is not just the only way we have confirmed this tornado warning. This tornado that is still in Weakley County but headed towards Henry County has been confirmed on the ground, has done damage to communities, parts of Gibson, Obion counties, and in Weakley County. And this is why we are on now, to give our friends in Henry County ample time to head to their safe place. Maybe you have loved ones there, friends there. You know that maybe they've gone to sleep. Pick up the phone, give them a call, tell them it's time to head to their safe place right now. You can stay on the phone with them, tell them to turn the TV on, turn the volume all the way up, and we'll keep talking as we get you through this storm. If they've got that News Channel 5 app on the phone, they can live stream coverage as we continue to monitor our tornado warning right here that is currently impacting Weakley County, but headed into northern parts of Henry County as we continue to work our way through the next little bit. This warning goes until 11:45 tonight, our tornado warning that we have. And again, it is for a confirmed tornado that has been on the ground, and we've even had reports of some decent sized hail with it, up to about an inch. So that's some quarter size hail that we have been monitoring with it. So let me go on and change this to Power of 5 mode and back to just the radar view here. And what we're going to do, we're going to kind of zoom in and zoom over and just take a look. Paris, you may be thinking, well, maybe I hear a little thunder in the distance, but it's not raining right now. Well, it will be shortly as this starts to race into the area. For Henry County, that is why we are on the air right now. The rotation is still just west of the county, but that does not mean take your time and wait things out. That means let's get our stuff, let's head to our safe space and make sure that we are prepared for this storm. We are seeing reports now of debris still associated with the rotation of this being lofted pretty high in the atmosphere. And potentially we'll see this impacting Stewart County as well. Would not be surprised if this holds together for Stewart County to be added to this warning. Let me switch something real quick. I want to take a look at we're going to take a look at one thing real quick. And while I'm getting this to load, I know that we have also got from the same system, not this same cell, but it's all part of the same system. There were reports out of Edwardsville, Illinois, which is just east of St. Louis, that an Amazon warehouse collapsed. A reporter from CBS affiliate KMOV in the St. Louis area said about a third of the warehouse was damaged or torn down from potentially that tornado or straight line winds, but given what we were seeing up there, this is likely a tornado, and sadly reports that people are trapped inside. And there are more reports out of St. Louis of a tornado that touched down. An emergency manager in the area confirmed a tornado that was on the ground. At least 3 people were taken to the hospital due to injuries with that, but it's not clear just how severe those injuries are or how hurt they were. Of course, we're working to get more information for you, and we'll continue to update you on News Channel 5, newschannel5.com, and of course, News Channel 5 this morning. So let's switch it back now to Power of 5, and let me get you to where, there we go. I was trying to get our storm relative velocity to load back on right now and really take a look at things right in here. Another thing I do want to check out while we are right in here is going to be some of our hail signatures potentially with this, and we've seen some decent hail reports with this over the last little bit, and I'm going to go on and label this for you, okay? We've got hail reports about half an inch to an inch, so of course, you know, you're talking about in many spots marble size hail up to quarter size hail with a lot of this, and that would certainly be something that would make sense with what we have been monitoring with the reports that we have seen so far with that rotation. I'm really concerned, though, as it's now just south of Palmersville. I know this isn't your typical view where you're seeing all the rain and everything on radar, but this is really giving us a clear picture right now of where the rotation is. So it's still in Weakley County between Fancy and Jewell, south of Palmersville, headed east, and eventually will cross over into Henry County around Cottage Grove. Doing a little street level mapping for you on this: Roberts Road, Jones Bend Road, Olive Road. You all would be in the path of this rotation. Again, this is moving east and it's racing east. It's 60 miles per hour. So you're talking about Cottage Grove in less than 10 minutes. 11:25. It is time to head to your safe place. Talking about New Boston at 11:27. 10 minutes. Osage, 11:28. This is something we really need to make sure that we are not just thinking, oh, well, okay, they're on. I'm sure it's not confirmed. No, this has been confirmed on the ground. This has done damage this evening. This has actually produced, unfortunately, even some debris this evening in some locations. And just trying to take a look at one of our debris trackers right in here. And let me turn something on right now that will give us kind of a better idea of where there could potentially be debris. And as this loads right now, where you got this little green speck right in here, that is likely some debris that has been lofted up. So that is what we really need to be mindful of. Let me circle this for you, give you a better understanding of exactly where I'm talking about. Right in here, that is potentially some debris that is being lofted up from this tornado. This is something that, again, it is not just radar indicated. We have had reports from trained individuals that this is indeed on the ground. So expanding that view back out, a lot of lightning with this. Tornado warning till 11:45 for Henry County for a confirmed tornado on the ground. The rotation itself is currently over Weakley County, but is set to cross over into Henry County in the next little bit. Nashville, we're quiet here at home, but a few hours later, it's going to be a different story. Up in Kentucky, things are quieting down just a smidge. We do still have some warnings that are just outside of the News Channel 5 viewing area, but the warning that we are monitoring right now is for what is a confirmed tornado for Henry and Weakley counties at this time. That we need to continue to monitor closely as we look at that rotation associated with this storm. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning with it, but this is textbook right here. This is a perfect indication where there is rotation. And this would be something right now that even if it were on the ground with all the rain that we were seeing, it is likely what we would call rain wrapped. So let me switch back to radar and show you what I'm talking about. And actually, we'll start with this zoom and zooming in. And we're having to switch between a different radar site. This is the beauty of multiple radars. One of them, the Paducah radar, is actually down, so we're utilizing some other radars that are nearby. But let me go on and switch this so you can see right in here, just south of Palmersville, where that rotation is. Let me go on and change over now and show you how this could be rain wrapped and what it is I'm looking at. So I just need to change a radar that will allow me to show this to you right now and give you a better idea, better understanding. So remember that rotation, and I'll come in front of the camera and we'll kind of walk through this together. The rotation with this is about right in here, but there's a lot of red around this right now too. So you got a lot of rainfall, some hail associated with this. This is a scenario with the lightning right now. Even you wouldn't most likely see a silhouette of a tornado. You will only see rain because the tornado is what we would call rain wrapped. It's not visible to the naked eye right now. So we're utilizing storm relative velocity. But how do we know that this is confirmed? Well, we have had before, it would have been rain wrapped earlier in the evening when the cells started to form. Trained spotters that did indeed see it, and confirmed damage reports from counties to our west from this tornado. So we know this is on the ground, and all indications that we are seeing here on Power of 5 radars would tell us that this is indeed still on the ground, which is why we want folks to be safe as we go through the rest of the evening and continue to monitor this very closely. This is now starting to enter Henry County. It is right there on the county line. Cottage Grove, this is right on top of you right now. So please, folks, it is time. If you've been waiting, thinking, oh, maybe it'll miss me, no, it's time. You need to head to your safe place now for our friends over in Henry County. Let's go on and take another storm track look. We're at 11:22 now, about to be 11:23. Maybe some folks woke up. Maybe their smartphone went off, alerted them they're in the path of a tornado warning, and you're tuning in. I'm meteorologist Henry Rothenberg as we continue to track a tornado warning entering Henry County right now as it races east at 60 miles per hour. And this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And all indications that we are seeing here on radar would tell us that this tornado is still indeed on the ground. Very tight rotation that we are seeing in our radar mode right now. Cottage Grove right overhead right now. It's time to head to your safe place, okay? Osage coming your way in just a couple minutes at 11:28. We're going to see this impacting places like India around 11:37 and Antioch Harbor Resort at 11:44 if this holds together, and all indications are that this will hold together. Now, I want to zoom this out a bit because this will actually impact Paris, the northern fringe of Paris. You can see kind of right in there would be the northern parts of Paris, Tennessee. So you all will be impacted by this. And I'll tell you what, we'll even kind of zoom in a bit and just take a look at some of the cities and the communities that will be impacted, some of the streets. Whitlock Paris Road, you all are in the path of this. The Porter Court area, Guthrie Road, you're in the path of this tornado warning. Old Paris Murray Road, you are in the path of this tornado warning at this time. So please, please, it is time to head to your safe place, all right? We are going to be here walking you through it, talking you through it. We set it back out to a bigger view right now. We pan over on Power of 5 radars to show you that we have got these showers, these storms in West Tennessee that are going to continue to push through, and a second line that by the time this gets here could potentially end up kind of converging with this initial line and all moving through the area around 3, 4 in the morning, all the way towards 10 o'clock in the morning. But Henry County, this tornado, the rotation, it is now crossing over into your neck of the woods. Let's go on and just, you can see you got a lot of rain, you got a lot of lightning, a lot of energy with this storm. But we take a look at storm relative velocity because this is the real tell-all tool, if you will, of where that rotation potentially is and what we are seeing. So what we've got going on here, let me just get this turned off 1 second, and we're going to get this turned on to give us kind of a clearer picture. There we go. What we have got going on here is some rotation that has certainly entered the area. So this rotation at this time, it's over Cottage Grove. It's moving towards Jim Hunt Road, moving over Jim Hunt Road at this time, moving over the New Boston area, New Boston Road, and will be in the Osage area shortly. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground. We have seen damage from this before it entered Henry County, when it was over Weakley County, when it was over Obion County, Gibson County as well. We have seen damage with this tornado, and that is why we are on the air right now. That is why we want to make sure everybody is safe, as it is a nighttime event. And as we continue to monitor this particular tornado warning, it's the only one that we have at this time. So let me go on and get you in for a closer check. Let's put another storm track on it. We're at 11:26 now with a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. And we're going to take it off to the east. And I'm actually going to redo this just a bit because I want to make sure that we get the northern parts of Paris, Tennessee included in this as well, because it will actually impact parts of Paris. And that one's going to be just a bit too narrow. But it's the northern parts of Paris, Tennessee that we will see impacted from this particular tornado warning. So please, it is time to head to your safe place right now. So there we go, Paris. In about 5 to 10 minutes, really starting to impact the central parts of northern Paris there. So we want to make sure that you all are in your safe place now. okay? This is not the time to go outside and see, oh, maybe I can see it, maybe I can see through some lightning flash. No, not the time to do that. This is confirmed on the ground, this tornado, this cell. And I'll tell you something that I want to check real quick here with these colors. Let me switch to a different radar. And something that I would be a little concerned with right now that would still, to me, indicate the potential for debris in this signature is where we've got kind of these yellowish shades here. And there was even a little bit of pink in there a second ago. That would indicate the beam is hitting something. Now, it could be anything from leaves from trees. We know the leaves are falling, twigs, branches. But given that we know that this has destroyed some structures, I know that this is likely something more than just leaves or twigs or sticks, because we do know that this has sadly moved through some communities and caused some damage this evening. So let me get this right about here and give you an idea now. Some streets that it's moving over: the Plead-Wade Road, Sparks Road, just moved over your neck of the woods. We're looking at Osage Crossland and Martin Mill. This is over you right now, okay? Stewart Road, this is going to be heading your way here in just a bit. And I can also tell you, too, that this is showing no signs of letting up in rotation, and that we're going to see this warning extended into Stewart County. So tornado warning is coming for Stewart County, Tennessee, here in just a little bit. Let me switch this at this time to, back to radar. And we're just going to take a look at things because a tornado warning will be coming out any moment for Stewart County. Right now it is just Henry County until 11:45 as this storm is racing east at 60 miles per hour. This is going to be moving through the Paris area in just a little bit. And there you go. Just like that. Stewart County till 12:15. Tornado warning in effect for you all, with a tornado right about in here now, starting to move into the northern fringe of Paris, Tennessee, in Henry County, as it's going to continue to race to the east. This is confirmed on the ground. This tornado has damaged communities in Obion, in Weakley, and in Gibson counties as well. That is why we are staying on with this, because this is indeed confirmed on the ground. It is a nighttime tornado. You would not be able necessarily to see this with the naked eye, so to speak, not just because of the night, but because it is likely rain wrapped as we look at some of the rain signatures on this. We also have that tornado watch that is in effect until 5 o'clock in the morning for all of the News Channel 5 viewing area. So kind of keeping this at this view here, and I'm going to switch this back to storm relative velocity mode. Because this really is a great indication and a great tool to have to tell me where we are seeing the rotation with this storm and just the various wind speeds that we have got associated with this storm. And we're going to put a storm track on it from there. So in just a second here, as we get this to kind of load back in, there we go. We're going to put this storm track on. Again, it is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Carlisle, you are not in the tornado warned portion. You are just south of it. But we still want folks to, be safe as this is going off to the east. So, Perrier, this is moving into your neck of the woods in about a minute. It is time to head to your safe place right now. And this is also, this is also impacting Paris here in just a little bit, okay? So Paris, Tennessee, we're going to see this in the northern parts of Paris, this impacting you all. Freeland at 11:42. Up in Kentucky, we'll see this in New Concord coming up in just a little bit for the New Concord area up in Kentucky as you get just north of Henry around Callaway County. Also getting towards Hamlin at 11:51. Dover over in Stewart County at midnight. Bumpus Mills at 12:03. Liggett at 12:09 and Cave Spring at 12:14. That is when we will see this particular tornado warning move into your neck of the woods. Again, this is confirmed. This is on the ground. This tornado has been confirmed on the ground. In fact, I just want to read to you the verbiage of this, and let me put this storm track on it again as I read this, because I want you to understand how serious this is, that our friends over at National Weather Service, the wording that they used for this tornado warning is extremely dangerous tornado located at this time near Cottage Grove or 9 miles northwest of Paris, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. The tornado, which I'm trying to find where it had also made mention of this actually on the ground, but a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado. This is the wording the Weather Service is using because it's confirmed on the ground. Is on the ground. To protect life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room or the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Make sure you avoid windows. If you're outdoors or if you're in a mobile home or maybe you know somebody in a vehicle, you want to find a substantial shelter. If one is not around, and I'm adding this part because this is what it is, if one is not around, you want to go to the lowest lying area, such as a ditch, to seek shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So not only is this a nighttime tornado, but this is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. And there was a report a little bit earlier that talked just about some of the impacts that we have seen, some of the damage that came in from this. And that is how we certainly want to continue to make sure that everybody is indeed in their safe place right now. So this tornado, I was trying to find one of the reports that gave me more of the cities that showed that it had some damage, and cannot find it at this time. But you know what? It really doesn't matter. Bottom line is this tornado is on the ground. This tornado has caused damage, and we are seeing debris signatures from this tornado over places like Paris, Tennessee, would indicate that it is hitting structures over Peoria right now. So we want to make sure everybody is in their safe place at this time, okay? Because this tornado, Henry County, it's on the ground. Stewart County, it is headed your way and will be there in just a little bit right now. So our tornado warning going until 11:45 for Henry County. I'll tell you what, we will switch, switch this view back to a wider view here on Power 5 radars and just take a look at where the thunderstorm activity is, where the tornado activity is, and it's currently moving on the northern tier of Henry County. Really the brunt of this over Paris, Tennessee right now, or Peoria, Tennessee rather, and also over to the northern parts of Paris, Tennessee, and eventually is going to head into parts of Stewart County as well, the northern parts of Stewart County. But just kind of looking for some of the debris indications that we could see aloft with this storm. And that would be it right here over Peoria. This is certainly a good indication right in here of debris potential. And let me go on and just circle this for you, the area that I'm talking about. Seeing some good indications of debris being thrown up with this right now. So we really, really want you to take this serious. We know this is on the ground. It is a nighttime tornado. And this is something that we're getting multiple reports of damage from this. We are getting reports now confirmed on radar of debris being lofted in the air for miles now, well before it entered Henry County. So really just a situation that we need to monitor very closely as we go through the rest of this evening, and we continue to monitor, unfortunately, what looks to be a rather active and bumpy night across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So over Peoria, that is where you guys are seeing at this time the tornado warning that we do have in effect. That is where the rotation is at this moment. And as we take a look at that rotation, it's now crossed over Highway 641, and it continues to race off to the northeast. So let me go on, put a storm track on. It's 11:46 now. We're going to give you some new cities, kind of an east and northeast movement. We'll take it out about a half an hour. And we're talking about Freeland now at about 6:41, New Concord coming up at 11:45, Tharp at 11:57, Dover still at midnight, Bumpus Mills at 12:02, Bear Spring at 12:05. This tornado warning that is not just radar confirmed, but this is a tornado that is indeed on the ground. So the Peoria area That is where we have seen this tornado move through and now moving just off to the east of that location. So as we continue to monitor our warnings, a lot of lightning with this. Stewart County, you all are under the gun with this tornado warning. And what's happening west of us right now? Well, you can see this first line stretching all the way back into West Tennessee and into eastern Arkansas, and then a second line that is currently over parts of east central Arkansas. We anticipate seeing these kind of conjoining a bit, if you will, and becoming a real threat for all of the area beginning around 3 in the morning through 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning, all the way towards 10 o'clock in the morning. So here's the latest look from Power of 5. Looks like we have just extended out a cleaner look of our tornado warning. It goes until 12:15 for Stewart County. And we'll take a look at that rotation again in the area. And also getting some new information, it looks like, on our tornado warning that comes in. Let me just catch up on what this is saying real quick. That a new tornado warning for Henry County, they've extended it for Henry County until 12:15, is a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado. Again, this is their wording, but this is very accurate wording. It is on the ground. An extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So we have had confirmed reports of it on the ground. We've had confirmed damage reports, and we have got of course, what we are seeing on radar indicating that there are some very intense signs of rotation with this tornado. I'm going to check and see because it'll give us a little bit of a clearer picture if the Paducah radar is back up at this time. Again, the beauty of having multiple radars and the Power of 5s is that it does allow us to quickly substitute if we have an issue with one radar. It looks like Paducah is indeed still down, so we will utilize at this time some of our other radars to give us a little bit clearer picture where that rotation is. Not as clear on the rotation here, not as bright, but that rotation is still pretty well defined in here as it continues to work through northern parts of Henry County and head towards Stewart County at this time. And you can see it's moving right along up in Kentucky, the southern parts there of Callaway County, and will eventually be crossing right there into Stewart County. So the latest on this storm track, okay, we're going to put it back on here again because it's really constantly updating with movement of 60 miles per hour. This storm is what we would say racing, and it's racing northeast. Freeland starting to move into your neck of the woods right now. Bumpus Mills at 12:02. We will see it moving into your neck of the woods. Afterwards, we will see it eventually moving into Roaring Springs at 12:12. Lafayette should be moving into your area around 12:15. And just want to see what this is saying with some new information here from a tornado warning. So this tornado that we were talking about is now also Henry County, Stewart County. And let me just clear this out for a second and take us back to the view of Power of 5. It's not just in Tennessee. This tornado warning right now is also for parts of Kentucky, as Callaway County, Kentucky, have now been included, there we go, in this tornado warning until 12:15. And the reason for that, it's because of the location of this rotation. It is right there on the county line between Henry and Callaway County, Kentucky. And it's moving northeast. So at that northeasterly movement, it'll be northern parts of Dover. It should keep it north of Highway 79. But it will impact parts of Highway 49. In fact, it will cross Highway 49 with that northeasterly movement at 60. That's right, 60 miles per hour. So we're going to see this, again, racing northeast. Here are some cities that will be impacted by this, and that rotation is pretty well defined that we are seeing right in here, where we have got these reds right in here, and them kind of indicate this red. This is going away from the radar site, and where you've got these greens heading towards the radar site. And once we get these winds to kind of collide and start to rotate around, giving us that rotating column of air, this is indeed where we have our tornado warning. So right there along the Henry and Callaway County lines, Freeland, this is right over you. This is where this tornado is. It is time to head to your safe place. We have had multiple tornado warnings across the Mid-South tonight. These are some of the first that we're getting truly within the News Channel 5 viewing area. And we have had reports of these on the ground confirmed. We've had reports, unfortunately, of these causing a lot of damage as well in many communities, including the threat and the tornado that we are monitoring right now for this tornado warning. Our threat level remaining a 4 out of 5 as we go through the rest of the evening for tornadoes, damaging wind. Yes, even hail in there too. Some of these heavy downpours could potentially create threats for some quick flash flooding spots. But the real concern is what we are dealing with right now. And as we take a look at some of the debris potential and debris detection, let me erase this because it is just continuing to race off to the east. Right in here, where you've got this little speck of yellows and almost whites in there, that is an indication that there is debris in this. And we have seen reports of homes that have been destroyed over towards Weakley, Obion, and Gibson County from this tornado, waiting to see if we get any reports coming out of Henry County or even as this starts to enter Stewart or Callaway County. Bottom line, we've got reports that this has been on the ground tonight, and radar certainly confirming just that with a very well-defined signature in here as we take a look at this tornado indication where the reds and the greens are right now as we continue to monitor it closely. So Stewart County, Henry County, 12:15, that's when the tornado warning is set to go for us. Also 12:15 up in Callaway County, Kentucky, but it's just south of Murray, Kentucky. So places like Paris, the Puryear area, you all are in the clear now from the rotation. It's now eastern parts of Henry County. And this thing has really raced through, and it's going to start to head into Stewart County in just a little bit. So let's get in for a closer check. In fact, I want to switch it back to relative velocity mode as we get in for that closer check, because I want to put some streets on here again and really give you an idea. Okay, maybe you're not too sure. Is my neighborhood in this warning? I know you said my city name is my neighborhood. If you need a little more confirmation, it's currently moving over Highway 121. The bulk of the rotation is now in southern Callaway County, and it's headed towards places like Stewart County in Tennessee. We'll see this moving over Land Between the Lakes. So please keep in mind, if you know anybody that lives up in that area, the Land Between the Lakes, there between Tennessee and Kentucky, it is definitely time to call them. Say, hey, head to your safe place now. Tornado warning. We're looking at Lakefront Road. You all are in the path of this. We will see this also headed towards Fire Tower Road in the path of this. But Land Between the Lakes certainly in the path of this tornado warning. So at 11:45, I'm meteorologist Henry Rothberg. If you're just joining us for tornado coverage of a confirmed tornado on the ground, I'm going to track this out a little bit and take this up to the northeast. And we're looking at one of the larger communities, Tharp, around 11:54 when this will start to impact your neck of the woods. But we're staying with this right now because this is confirmed on the ground, and all indications that we are seeing right now on radar show us that this is still very well defined. This is still a very tightly wrapped tornado at this time. And the bigger picture showing you, even though it has moved through the Puryear area and north of Paris, you all aren't seeing rainfall right now, but you're probably hearing some thunder. Cottage Grove, you all have some decent storms moving through. That part is not severe. The severe part is our tornado warned part that continues to work through northern Henry, southern Callaway County, and will start to move into parts of Stewart County here in just a little bit with our tornado warning going until 12:15. So our threat factor remains a 4 tonight. And as we take a look at our outlook here, our watch, some good news. We have seen a few counties, looks like drop, but I think they could be added back in. Callaway and Trigg, you all were taken out of this initial tornado watch. It was set to expire at 11, but you're still dealing with severe threats. An active watch continues for a good chunk of Middle Tennessee. It does include Davidson, Rutherford, Williamson County, Wilson County, Montgomery counties, Sumner County, and then Christian, Todd, Logan, Simpson, Warren, Allen, Barron, and Muhlenberg counties in Kentucky remaining under that tornado watch that will go until 5 in the morning. You've also got the information right there on the bottom of the screen on our ticker. It tells you if you're looking at a watch or warning and the set expiration time of it. We continue to look at a pretty significant outlook for severe weather tonight. We are seeing this verify, unfortunately. But as we get back to Power of 5 radars and just taking a look at debris detection in the radar, we continue to see just that in many spots, unfortunately, right now. So the debris on this debris detection scan would be right in here, right in northeastern Henry County. Here is southern Callaway County. Here's the county line going into Henry. And then here's Stewart County. So this would be where that debris is likely located. Let's go on back to relative velocity. And I'm going to just take a look for a second. So if you see this disappear from the screen for a moment, I just want to see what the latest is with our Paducah radar right now. And it does indeed look like that is still down. So we'll switch back to one of our other ones here. And still looking at a very well-defined signature in here in southern Callaway County. You know what, Henry County, you all are in the clear now. Looking at this rotation, let me show you why. Here is the county line. Here's northern Henry County, but all the rotation is in southern Callaway County, southeastern Callaway County to be specific, and will eventually move into Stewart County in the next little bit. So Henry County, while you still see that tornado warning there, you all are in the clear now. As far as this particular warning goes, you've still got some pretty decent thunderstorms overhead, some loud claps of thunder happening, but the rotation of this tornado warned storm, that is now just north of you. So you guys for this warning are in the clear. Looking at some of the places impacted by the tornado warning now. Tharp around 11:55, still around midnight for Bumpus Mills. Big Rock around 12:05 and Roaring Spring at 12:11 for this tornado warning. And just kind of taking a look at some of the latest information that are coming in. We're in constant communication with our partners at the National Weather Service too. Excuse me. So we'll continue to just check in and see if they've gotten any reports of any damage or any new information that we can also pass along for you all as well. But we do know that this tornado warning is indeed on the ground. So as we take a look at this, and what this is showing me and why it's a lot easier to track, it's because I can basically find the bullseye, if you will, right in here. That's where I know there's rotation, where these reds and greens are coming together. And it's easy to track off that because I can tell you exactly where it is. Let me show you what happens when we switch over to just the radar view. I know it's a much more familiar look, but the thing with radar and the way that we've got this right now tonight is that it's hard to pick out where the rotation is because it is most likely rain wrapped at this time. Just because I was looking at what we call velocity, the winds, the rotation in there, I know that that rotation is kind of right in that circle, but you can't really define it well. So that's why when I was putting your cities on, it was a slightly different view than you may be used to as we continue to track this going off to the east. And again, with the movement to the northeast, it is racing at 60 miles per hour. So some more of the cities, again, not much change there, but you definitely need to make sure you head to your safe place. Let's zoom in real quick and take a look at some of the streets that could be in the path of this. And like I said, I'm going to go and take these cities off right here. Highway 49, this is moving right over your neck of the woods right now. Also taking a look at places like just north of State Route 79. Let me just kind of adjust this real quick. It's trying to read off of our Paducah radar, but unfortunately the Paducah site is still down, so we're switching to another radar because it tries to find the closest radar site to it when it is looking for this information. So that's why you saw your screen briefly go blank there. But Tharp, this is coming right now. It's time to head to your safe place. Highway 49 is going to cross over, moving towards Bumpus Mills. Should stay north of State Highway 79 in Dover. And just a few other streets. Fort Campbell Military Base will potentially be impacted. Fort Campbell Military and the streets that this could be on. And I'm also getting some reports right now, too, coming in that the tornado sirens for Henry County have gone down. Now, good news for Henry County, the rotation is cleared for you all, but it is still for Stewart County. But if we do get any more warnings tonight, there were reports the sirens are down in Henry County. So make sure you keep it tuned here. We will keep you informed on all that. In fact, just kind of panning off to the west and showing you we don't have any active warnings right now over Henry County. The tornado warning is still showing up there, but the rotation has exited Henry County, which is great news. And then this line of pretty heavy storms stretching all the way back into parts of even Gibson County. This is something that does not have any warnings at this time, but if it does, we will let you know. But again, reports that the tornado sirens for Henry County are down. But if I can give you good news to that, it is that the rotation has exited Henry County altogether. And currently, it is working in parts of Stewart County. In fact, this rotation, as we take a look at this particular view, has now left Callaway County, and it is in northern parts of Stewart County. And again, this is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground over land between the lakes, Forest, just to the northwest of Dover. And the tornado is going to pass north of Dover and head towards the Bumpus Mills and Big Rock area as well. So the rotation's going over Tennessee River, basically. It's going over the Tennessee River. It's a big spot for folks to go enjoy a weekend, I know, get away from everything, the land between the lakes and the Tennessee River up in there. But this is where that rotation is going to be moving over. So you're talking about Fox Hollow Road. This is over you right now. It's going to impact Antioch Road, Link Road, up in Stewart County, where the tornado warning is, and move into Bumpus Mills here in the next little bit. The Hargis Road area rotation will impact you all as well. So this is over Tharp right now, this tornado warning. This is the area that we are watching. And also just kind of a correction for per Henry County, it is just the town of Henry that the tornado sirens are down, not the entire county of Henry County. So just the town of Henry. But if anything does change on that, or if you get any warnings, we will let you know on that. So let me go on and just kind of, again, talk about where we've got this rotation right in here. That is where your tornado warning is. And it is a quick mover. It is racing to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is going to be over Bumpus Mills in just a couple of minutes. If you have not already, head to your safe place now. Turn the TV all the way up. Make sure if you have a cell phone or a mobile device, take that with you. We're going to be here. We're going to get you through it. If you don't have a room that has a bunch of walls between you and the outside, then head to a bathroom and specifically get in the bathtub, and you want to crouch down in the fetal position, covering the back of your head and your neck. If you have a blanket you can take with you and throw over you, that's a great thing to do as well. Have shoes with you too. We really always want to encourage folks to take shoes with them. I know that sounds like getting a lot, but given that this has been a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground, there are concerns for broken glass and debris, and we don't want you to take a chance of potentially cutting your foot if you are indeed impacted by this. But this tornado has been reported, confirmed on the ground. We've had damage reports from this throughout the evening. It's been on the ground for quite some time. It is right over Tharp right now. It is moving over State Highway 49 at this time, and it is heading into Bumpus Mills in Stewart County. Northern parts of Stewart County under a tornado warning that will go until 12:15. So please, it is time to make sure that you are heading to your safe place right now as we continue to monitor our tornado warning for what is a confirmed tornado. Just taking a look here at debris detection. This is showing me where the radar could be picking up on potential debris and objects being flung around from this. And we do know that this has indeed been on the ground. So we've got a few little spots that I would think, okay, there's some detection of debris in there. But bottom line, even without debris detection, we know this has been on the ground. We know this has caused damage, and that is why we want everybody to take this seriously, and please call your loved ones now. Henry County is still showing up on the warning, but Henry County, the rotation, the threat is out of your neck of the woods. It is in Stewart County now, and it continues to work its way into the Bumpus Mills area. So switching this back over to storm relative velocity and showing you exactly where this is. And velocity is telling me where the winds are in the storm. The red, this is coming towards the radar site. So This right in here, this red, we're going away from the radar, and the green is going towards the radar site. And as you can see, this is just kind of circulating around each other, and that is where we get that rotating column of air. But that is the easiest way, especially at night, for us to be able to track where this rotation is exactly, because given the rain that we're seeing with this, the rain is likely circulating around that tornado, and that would make it very hard to pick out or to see. So that is why we're utilizing this, what appears to be a little different view, this velocity view. So let me pan this up just a bit so you can see it above the banner there. Tornado warning, Stewart County. This is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground throughout the night. And again, one that we are watching, it's moving through Bumpus Mills right now. This is the only tornado warning we have right now, but it's a tornado warning that, just to give you an idea, is been confirmed on the ground. New tornado warnings are coming in West Tennessee on the southern fringe of this line that we will have to continue tracking very closely. But kind of widening things out just a bit for you and just showing you what's happening right now. This has become a very active night across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky as we wait for a cold front to push through. We've been talking about it, our Storm 5 alert that we were talking about. And you've got a couple lines here, okay? We've got the line that is currently impacting us and a second line that's really starting to fire up in central Arkansas. And eventually we'll see this somewhat combining as we go through the rest of the overnight and really starting to ramp up with impacts between 3 this morning all the way towards 10 o'clock. So this is not what we're on for right now. This is not it. This is not the only thing. This is kind of the real ramp up of it, startup of it. And then we're going to see more of this sliding through as we continue through the overnight hours. So getting in for that closer check right around where our tornado warning is. And we continue again, Henry County, you all, it still automatically is plotting on that, but you all are in the clear. This warning is currently for Stewart County. A lot of lightning with this. That indicates that the energy is ramping up with this storm. And it does look like as this holds together, we will see this eventually heading into Montgomery County as well. So would not be surprised to see northern parts of Montgomery County included in this tornado warning in just a little bit. So again, tornado that has been confirmed on the ground, folks. I know this is not what we want to hear as we continue to roll through the overnight. In fact, in just a few seconds, it is going to be a new day. Good morning, everyone. It is now midnight, Saturday morning, December 11th. I'm News Channel 5 meteorologist Henry Rothenberg as we are continuing with wall-to-wall coverage for a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado that has been reported on the ground for several hours. Thankfully, we have not received damage reports yet as it moved through Henry County or Stewart County, but we have received damage reports from this rotation to our west, Gibson, Obion, Weakley counties. That is why we are on. That is why we know this is more than just a radar-indicated tornado as we look at things on Power of 5 radars. A lot of energy with this, and let me go on and show you where the rotation is now as we load things on this and kind of slide this over. The rotation holding together in northern parts of Stewart County. Excuse me. And will continue to work its way probably into northern parts of Montgomery County, just to the north of Clarksville. So I'm adjusting one thing on radar here, and I'll tell you what, let me actually check. Told y'all Paducah was down, so I was utilizing another radar site. And it does look like Paducah potentially could still be down. So I'm going to adjust something to give us a little bit clearer picture right now and pull from a different radar. So here's our rotation. We are in northern Stewart County. Let me zoom this out, okay? And I'll tell you what, let me walk over here and kind of point out what it is that we're tracking. This thing is racing northeast at 60 miles per hour. You got a lot of green right here, and then you got a red dot. This red dot indicates where there is rotation, a rotating column of air. Your greens, these are going towards the radar site, winds going towards our radar site. Where you've got the red, the wind is going away from the radar site, and when they collide and give us a rotating column of air, this is where the rotation is. It's a lot easier to pick out utilizing what we call storm relative velocity than just the radar because we've got rain all around it. So it actually is what we would call rain wrapped, and it is moving to the northeast. It is northern Stewart County being impacted right along the Trigg County border. I anticipate this moving into northern Montgomery County, potentially even impacting southern parts of Christian County. But given where this rotation is right now, it will stay north, it looks like, of Clarksville, but still impacting the northern fringe of the county. So let me get this in. We'll put a new storm track on this as well as we continue to watch our very well-defined signature on Power 5 radars. And we'll put this new track on, and we're going to take this up to the northeast again. 60 miles per hour. This is a quick-moving storm. So places that could be impacted, 1210. It's currently 12:03, so at 12:10, 7 minutes from now, Lafayette. Gardnersburg, 12:14. All right, I don't want you to panic. If you're hearing my voice, if you hear me saying your town, I want you to just turn the TV all the way up and head to your safe place now. Take your smartphone with you. Perhaps you have got a mobile device. Download that Channel 5 app. You can stream us should you lose power off cellular data. Also, I was just telling you, let me actually erase this real quick, and we're going to go back to the wider radar view because remember I just said I think Montgomery County could be added to this and maybe even Christian and Trigg counties and Todd counties. Well, lo and behold, we have now got that issued. Christian, Trigg counties till 12:45, and we're looking at Montgomery County, the tornado warning until 12:30, and also for Stewart County. It's going to be northern parts of Montgomery County, okay? So let's go on and do a storm track, shall we, on the rotation that we are seeing with this storm right now. And let me just change one thing around to make this a clearer view for you. Again, as we kind of adjust a little bit of this view. So the county right now, it's right along northern parts of Stewart County and southern parts of Trigg County. The rotation that is a tornado that was confirmed on the ground. It's splitting the counties right now, folks. All right, let me zoom this out, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to walk over here on the screen. It is right there on that county line. It's walking the line, literally. Here's your rotation. So the northern part of Stewart County, southern part of Trigg County. This tornado has been confirmed on the ground. It is now a long track tornado. It's been on the ground reportedly for several hours. We've had damage reports just to the west of the News Channel 5 viewing area from this, and it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it's going to be northern parts of Montgomery County impacted, but Fayette, you guys are right in the path of this. It is time to head to your safe place now. It potentially will impact southern parts of Hopkinsville here in Christian County, all right? Not going into central Hopkinsville. Hopkinsville, the town center of it, just north of the polygon, but just to the south in southern parts of it, right here along parts of I-24, it's going to cross over eventually. So let me slide out of the way and do a little tracking for you. But this is, I know it sounds very complex, or it could even sound a little confusing. It is right there on that county line. I mean, it is, for all intents and purposes, walking the line right now. So we'll zoom in a bit more, and let's put a new track on this. Again, very quick moving storm going northeast at 60 miles per hour. Excuse me. Gardnersburg at 12:13, Oak Grove at 12:18, St. Elmo 12:21. The current time is 12:06, just to give you an idea how long you may have. It should be about 19 minutes in Pembroke at 12:25, Trenton at 12:29, Tree Shop at 12:33, and Elkton at 12:36. That is when we will see this warning start to move into the area. So the rotation, again, kind of just hugging that county line right now. Let me go on and switch back to radar mode, the one that we're all familiar with, and we'll zoom things out just a bit. We're going to take a look at what's happening over in West Tennessee, and unfortunately seeing more tornado warnings ramp up there on the southern fringe of this, and these all appear to be moving to the northeast as well. I'm going to adjust something real quick on our radars here that will help me to kind of better explain and better show what's happening and not have to necessarily pause as often when we are dealing with with the Paducah site being down right now. But it will kind of help us all out here, I think, in the long run. So we're taking a look at things right now from Power of 5. Good chunk of lightning still moving where that rotation is located. We take a look at that rotation, still moving towards Lafayette, getting into Kentucky there at southern parts of Christian County, eventually impacting parts of Oak Grove as well. So let's take a look at some streets, shall we? Highway 107, this is going to be moving over your neck of the woods, moving over the Howell area as well. We will see this eventually crossing over Interstate 24, Millers Mill Road. You're in the path of this, Mount Vernon Church Road. You're going to be in the path of the rotation, still just to your west, but still very well defined. And I'm going to slide off screen real quick and just take a look at some of the latest information I've got. It does look like this is impacting Bumpus Mill right now with what we're seeing is a debris signature. So that indicates debris that the radar is detecting. And, you know, we mentioned it just a bit ago, some concerns about parts of Fort Campbell. And it does look like this tornado will move across the northwest part of Fort Campbell. So if you know loved ones on the base, I know they got a lot of plans in place for things like this, but loved ones on the base, reach out to them, make sure they're awake, make sure that they know they are indeed in the path of a tornado-warned storm. I want to take a look at our debris detection again, because I do want to take a look at some of the reports that we're getting of some debris detection in here. Let me erase this circle off. This is from a little bit earlier. And I'm going to zoom this out just a bit because I do want to take a look. Like I said, this is right here. Let me step on screen. I'm going to just point to exactly what I'm looking at. This is what would indicate to me that debris is still moving with this storm. Not just leaves and tree branches, but potentially structures, wood from homes. Not necessarily just from Henry County or Stewart County, but it could still be from Weakley, Obion, Gibson counties too, because it can travel for miles. But seeing this type of a bullseye right here in our debris detection is extremely concerning. And seeing it still this well defined and moving over the area is something that I'm concerned about, and another indicator that this tornado is indeed still potentially moving on the ground. We know it has been on the ground, and it is one that it does look like is continuing to make its way across northern parts of Stewart County, southern parts of, at this time, Trigg and Christian County, and very concerning. So let's go on and take a look, shall we, and put a storm track on this. Give you an idea when this could potentially, where the rotation is, impact your neck of the woods. We're seeing this in about 8 minutes towards Lafayette, Gardensburg at 12:21, Oak Grove at 12:26, St. Elmo at 12:30. I want to get in for a closer check, though, because I'll give you an idea kind of where Fort Campbell is, and where we could potentially see those impacts, kind of the northwestern corner of it as you move through northern parts of Montgomery and southern parts of Christian County. That is what we need to keep in mind, and that is what is certainly concerning. I'm going to slide off here just to the side for a minute, and I just want to take a look at some of the new information that are coming in from our partners over at the National Weather Service. And it just looks like it's kind of seeing some of the same things that we are, unfortunately, with the debris. Getting reports now just outside of the viewing area, one of our neighboring counties, Weakley County, right next to Henry County, of 6 buildings that were damaged, 1 person that was injured from this storm as it continues to move across the area. So this is one that we have said that this tornado has been confirmed on the ground. And this particular tornado, we're now getting damage reports 6 buildings in Weakley County right next to Henry. And we do have reports of 1 person injured. Have not heard anything out of Henry or Stewart County at this time. Southern Christian County, it's going to stay with the track of this right now just to the south of you, Hopkinsville proper. But I'll tell you what, let's go on and put a new storm track on this, shall we? With this storm continuing that movement, it's 60 miles per hour to the northeast. I'm going to actually give you a little wider view. This is pretty tight right here, so I'm going to give you a better perspective perhaps if I zoom out just a bit and put a storm track on this just to give you kind of an idea of when this could be in your neck of the woods. Like I said, going really south of Hopkinsville proper, but we're talking about places like Trenton at 1233 for our tornado warning. And I think we just got in some damage pics. Is that what you were telling me, Jason? Looks like we've got some damage pics. This is from Mayfield, Kentucky. So these are Graves County, and this was a separate confirmed tornado on the ground. Do we know what this is? I know we have reports of a structure damage. Is this a home, Jason, do you know, or is this a factory? We've had numerous reports, and again, this is just outside the viewing area, but to give you an idea of how active of a night this has been, the Court Square heavily damaged there. Another picture from Mayfield around the Court Square area that was heavily damaged from a confirmed tornado there. That was a separate tornado warning. But if anything, I hope that these pictures are driving home that this is a nighttime event, and I'm talking about a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground, that has confirmed injuries with it now, that has confirmed structure damage with it now in other counties, and it's now moving through southern parts of Christian County. So let's go in and take a look here. Is that, do we have any other pictures, Jason, or was it just those 2 right now? We do have another one here I'm not sure if this was an office building or a hotel or apartments, but windows blown out, siding, it looks like awnings that were ripped off here of these buildings over in Graves County. So please, if maybe you were thinking before, I'm okay, I don't need to worry about, no. This is a tornado confirmed on the ground. We have had one tonight just north of the News Channel 5 viewing area in Graves County, and we now are talking about a tornado warning for Christian and Trigg counties and northern Montgomery counties that has had a confirmed tornado with it as well. So let's take a look at our rotation again, shall we? Because this map really tells me a lot. This is starting to move over Oak Grove. This would be moving also, should be entering places like Fort Campbell right now. That kind of northwestern corner of it, I would think, would be getting impacted at this time. Kind of getting in for a closer check here with some of the streets on this. And we're going to see this moving over Interstate 24 in the next few minutes in southern parts of Christian County. If I can give you good news, though, for our friends in Hopkinsville, you guys are just north of it. So you guys should be in the clear as far as this tornado warning. I'm starting to get reports in now, Jason, and for our folks in the newsroom listening, Stewart County getting reports into the Emergency Center of tornado damage and injuries around Walker Ridge and Link Road. Also, 700 customers reported without power. So that was for Stewart County, getting damage reports. This tornado, though, at this time is over Fort Campbell in the northeastern part of Stewart County as it just kind of crossed over into Kentucky. But it's going to miss Clarksville, which is great news. But we do have damage reports and injury reports coming out of Stewart County and 700 people without power for Stewart County. So the tornado warning, looking like the rotation itself has completely crossed out of Montgomery County, and the rotation is now pretty much focused in southern parts of Christian County, Kentucky. We're staying with this because this is, unfortunately, a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. Let's take a look at some of our debris detection. It's been confirmed on the ground, and we are now getting confirmed reports, or reports, I should say, in Stewart County of damage, of injuries. So we need to continue to monitor it. But what I'm seeing right now, moving through Lafayette, a very impressive signature right here in the middle. Let me circle what I'm looking at for you. And this is where I'm certainly most concerned because that is indicating there's still debris in this. And while it is fall, now almost winter, while we have lost leaves on trees and a lot of those can be blown around, we know that this is debris likely from homes or from structures that we have been monitoring very closely. So here's what we have got going on. All right, tornado warning for a confirmed tornado. Montgomery County, looks like we're in the clear now as the rotation's moved into southern Christian and southern, really mainly southern Christian County now. I would say that rotation's out of Trigg County. Let's take a look at our storm relative velocity mode again, where I can see exactly where rotation is. So Christian, Montgomery, Stewart counties, y'all are all in the clear. All the rotation is now southern parts of Christian County. It's over Howell, it's over Garrettsburg. It's moving out of Lafayette right now, and this is going to be moving over Oak Grove here as well. I do want to take a different radar look that I think may give us a slightly cleaner picture, potentially. We're going to just take this one for just a moment and zoom in because this is starting to really get over that northern part there at Fort Campbell. Looks like it'll stay just north of Oak Grove, which could be good, of course, where the racetracks are too. But it's going to be moving over parts of Interstate 24 as well. Okay. You know, just to give you an idea as well of the damage tonight we have seen from multiple tornado warnings all across the Midwest and the Mid-South. Here's a live pic of, if you recall a little earlier, we were telling you about that Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois, which is just east of St. Louis. This is a live picture now of that warehouse that was reportedly hit by a tornado this evening. It looks like you got some roof damage there, roof collapse, and reports of people that were trapped in this. So while that's not the same tornado that we're warning on right now, it's part of the same system. And it's just reinforcing this is a nighttime event. We want to make sure that you're awake. We want to make sure that you're in your safe place. We want to make sure that you are indeed taking precaution. I can tell you we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery and Stewart counties now. So let's go on and take a look at that real quick, and then we're going to come back to our tornado warning because I do want to continue tracking that. It's not to take away from the severity of the severe thunderstorm warning we have by any means, but what I'm most concerned about is that the tornado warning we're tracking is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground, and we are getting damage reports with as it moves through our southern Kentucky counties at this time. Excuse me. So our new severe thunderstorm warning moving east at 45 miles per hour with winds of 60 miles per hour and penny-sized hail for Montgomery and northeastern Stewart County. So I'll tell you what, let's go on and put a track on this for you. Just let you know if you're in the path of our severe thunderstorm warning at this time. We'll take it out about 53 minutes. It'll move into Carlisle at 12:21, Stringtown at 12:33. Clarksville, the severe thunderstorm warning will impact you, and that will be right around 12:44. Ashland Hills, if it holds together, and it likely will, that will come into your neck of the woods at about 12:51. Hickory Point at 12:59. We're kind of in the point now where I do think some of these scenarios, some of these storms, while these warnings come out, they'll just be extended and continued because there's not a lot to show indication that they will start to, in any way, fall apart. So the active tornado warning that we have right now, which we're about to track again, that's predominantly Christian County. So let me switch, let me take this off and just kind of show you where the active tornado warning is at this time. As we zoom this back up, excuse me, Christian County and southern Christian County, you all have our active tornado warning at this time. Just trying to take a look at some of the new information that are coming in from our partners at the Weather Service as we just stay in constant communication with each other and with the emergency managers that are out there so that we can make sure we are giving you the latest and most up-to-date information possible with this. But this really becoming a very active night now with the tornado warning. So getting back to taking a look at where the rotation is located, and I do not like what I'm seeing right here. Coming right back to this, and when you start to see these brighter colors, these pinks, tell you what, let me slide over here, and I want to come on camera right now and just point this out. This is Christian County. This tornado has been confirmed on the ground for much of the morning, and as we take a look at this, this is what I'm really concerned about, seeing these pinks pop up in here. Normally we look for debris detection, that other graphic I've been showing you where there's debris, but when you get these pinks to pop up in what we call storm relative velocity, when we're looking for winds, that's usually indicating the beam is hitting more of a solid object again, and it's indicating, yep, there's something in here. And so the fact that we're getting these pinks right now, that is definitely something that indicates that this tornado is still potentially on the ground. There's still debris with it and still destructive. I do want to take a look at our storm debris detection again and what that looks like. These are things that are just telling me to really drive it home. A nighttime event, storm anxiety. I know a lot of people in Tennessee still have that, but that debris detection, that would be moving over Interstate 24 right now, where there's likely debris with this in southern parts of Christian County. So let me just take a quick sip of water here. And the rotation, like I said, crossing over Interstate 24. St. Elmo, it's going to start impacting you right about now. It's time to head to your safe place. You keep hearing me say Christian County, Hopkinsville, you're north of this. This is going to stay to your south. But the tornado warning is for Christian County, and the tornado that we are tracking at this time, excuse me, is one that has really been concerning this evening. It's been confirmed on the ground at times. We've got damage reports that continue to come in across parts of Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. And unfortunately, I think we're going to continue to see more damage reports. But this is currently over Interstate 24 in Christian County, heading towards the Pembroke area. So we'll track this from the storm, from where the rotation is greatest. And that will put it at the Pembroke area at 1231, Fairview at 1236, Honey Grove at 1238, Truss Shop at 1240, Elkton at 1242. Again, rotation still showing up on radar. We've gotten damage reports out of, Stewart County. Have not gotten confirmation per se, but we have gotten the damage reports out of Stewart County. Injuries as well reported, in about 700 without power out of Stewart County at this time. So, what was that one more time, Jace? Okay. And when you hear me talking to other folks too, we've got a great crew behind the scenes as well that are helping me out with everything and kind of just helping to get you through the night where our tornado warning was currently located. So let me switch this back to radar and just kind of reset the picture for you, shall we? And give you a wider view. Unfortunately, we continue to watch just the beginning now with these storms that are pushing through, these severe storms that we have been monitoring closely, as more and more severe weather is expected as we roll through much of the evening hours. So you can see you've got a number of watches and warnings that are in effect over in Southwest Tennessee, and then we've got our watches and our warnings that are in effect for the Mid-State and Southern Kentucky. And let's just take a look at our tornado watch that does go until 5 a.m. for all the counties shaded in red. Remember a moment ago when I said Callaway and Trigg, y'all for some reason were out of that? Well, the initial watch went until 11 o'clock. However, they just hadn't, extended that part right there. But notice you're filled back in now. You're in that tornado watch. So I don't want anybody to think, oh, okay, we weren't in it. We're in the clear now, right? No, unfortunately, we are in for what appears to be a relatively long night where we will continue to keep you covered with these tornado warnings that we do have at this time across now southern Kentucky and southern Christian County, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that we have been monitoring that is in effect for parts of Stewart and Montgomery counties. Our threat level as we go through the rest of the evening remains at a pretty high level, a 4 out of 5, because we've got some areas that are under that moderate risk. Look, it doesn't matter what your risk factor is. A risk is a risk, and a risk at night is a dangerous risk, even more so than a daytime one. So we want everyone to remain weather aware as we go through the rest of the night. Hopkinsville, just want to confirm with you guys that, yeah, you're getting some gusty winds, but we are, again, looking at that tornado threat just to your south. I'm going to put this on the bigger view real quick just to give you some perspective because I want to read some new information coming in from emergency managers. And this is what we were telling you earlier. Emergency operations out of Stewart County received reports of damage and injuries on Link Road and Walker Ridge, and 700 people in northern Stewart County are reported to not have power at this time. So we, out of Stewart County, are getting damage reports. Henry County, we have not seen any, and I really hope that continues. I'm hoping nothing comes in out of Stewart County. I'm going to just check one more thing to see if there's anything that's reported for Henry County. And what this is doing is just reinforcing what we've been telling you, the concerns of a tornado that has reportedly been on the ground tonight and continues to make its way now through southern parts of Kentucky. So let's go on and take a look, shall we? Rotation. Where's the rotation now? Who's in the path? It's over Pembroke at this time. It's now north of Oak Grove. It's crossed over I-24. This is going to start to head into Todd County in a little bit. So wouldn't be surprised, Todd County, if a tornado warning comes your way here momentarily, as we will see this crossing over into your, right on cue, tornado warning, Todd County. Just give you the expiration time of this. It goes until 1 o'clock for Todd County, as this is going to continue to race in your direction with our tornado warning. So our tornado warnings, let me just kind of recap this for you. The tornado warnings that are active, Todd and Christian counties. Christian County until 12:45. Todd County, tornado warning until 1 a.m. This is not just a radar indicated tornado warning. This is a tornado that has been at times confirmed on the ground. This is a warning that has been on the ground for several hours, becoming really just a long track storm. And this is a warning that we are now getting damage reports from counties that it has moved through. The rotation itself is currently over Christian County. The rotation, though, is quickly crossing into Todd County. Let me actually switch one of the things on radar here because that rotation is looking a bit skewed at the moment. So I want to switch to a different radar view. See if we can't find a little cleaner. One thing I want to mention to you about this, this is going over Fort Campbell radar at the moment. I switched to Fort Campbell radar for just a moment to get an idea, and you may think, oh, okay, this is looking a little bit better, right? I'm not looking at a bullseye with the red and the green, or it doesn't look as intense. Well, it's because it's now over the cone of uncertainty, the cone of silence. Radars, they shoot in what we've got basically a nice horizontal direction, and now what we've got called dual pole that kind of gives us this zigzag going up and down. But they don't shoot completely straight up in the sky. They don't shoot vertical. So that's why you've got this donut right here where you don't see anything. And as activity gets closer to the radome, it gets a little more skewed, a little more convoluted. But the rotation is starting to enter Pembroke right now, and it's moving right here along kind of the state highway as you go through Pembroke. I believe it's 181 right here. And then as we continue to watch that rotation move through southern Christian County, it's going to move over into parts of Todd County. So that is kind of the closest radar site we have to, but it is, of course, moving over Fort Campbell, and that's what we need to continue monitoring. closely, just trying to look at some of the new information coming in from our friends over at the Weather Service. So let me take this off and try and find a cleaner view, if I can, of that rotation. It's kind of entering a really awkward spot where you don't get clear data when it moves right over the radome, as I said, but it's still kind of far from the Nashville site. So it's in a real tough spot. But what's really concerning about this is the fact that this has had damage reports and been confirmed at times on the ground as we've worked our way through much of the evening. So tornado warnings for just a little bit longer, Christian County, and then moving into Todd County. We're going to be here tonight. We're going to be here keeping you safe as long as it takes. We're going to have our whole team here helping with you, helping to keep this safe as well. And, just know that we're going to be with you until this threat has passed, all right? We're going to help get you through the night. We're going to do it together. And we're looking at our tornado warning right now. And that rotation, like I said, that's over Pembroke. So we're going to switch back to rotation mode where I can, again, see a little bit better where things are. It should be exiting Pembroke. It looks like most of this is now exiting Christian County and now impacting Todd County. We'll start to impact places like Elkton here in the next little bit. Let me just switch this for a quick second to get a better idea on some of this rotation. It's not the cleanest look right here. It's State Highway 115, but this is not the cleanest look, but it definitely is one that's going to help me better define this for you. Bell Chapel Road, Fulcher School Road, West Lane, you all are in the path of where we have some rotation right now with this particular storm. I want to take a look and just kind of see any debris that could still be associated with this in our debris detection. And getting up for a closer check on this. And it'd be a little hard to tell pulling off of the radar I have selected. So let me switch sites real quick. And unfortunately, the position of it, the radar beam would have a hard time detecting being that close to the radome. But we know we have seen debris at times with this, and that is concerning. So let me reset the picture for you. We're at 12:34 now, Saturday morning. Good morning, everyone. Still with us. Henry Rothenberg with you here. We've got some tornado warnings that we've been tracking for a tornado that has been confirmed at times on the ground today. And we've even gotten some damage reports out of this. The damage reports within the News Channel 5 viewing area have been coming out of Stewart County, but we do know neighboring counties like Weakley County, damage and injury reports have come out of there as well. And really just hoping that things can continue to stay minimal as far as these damage reports. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for parts of Montgomery County. That goes until 1 o'clock, so that's 25 minutes from now, for winds over 60 miles per hour, as well as some penny-sized hail. We're going to track this for you. This will start to impact Bel Air Estates in the next minute and a half. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that I want to track for you real quick. St. Bethlehem at 12:44. Clarksville, it's going to be moving into Clarksville. Severe thunderstorm warning at 12:48. So in the meantime, I will also check too from our Clarksville Skynet in case I need to get that one loaded. We'll see what's going on with that. But we'll see it moving into Clarksville at 12:48. Moving into the Marina area at 12:52. Round Pond at 102, 108 Barren Plain, our severe thunderstorm warning that we continue to monitor closely. We've got that. We've got the tornado warning. Christian County, you all are in the clear, okay? The rotation is now entirely in Todd County for our tornado warning that goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. But let me get one thing loaded, and we're going to take a look at our Christian County, our Clarksville site as this storm gets a little bit closer to Clarksville, because I do want to take a look at and get an idea of when this could be potentially in the Clarksville area. You know, the camera there certainly bouncing around right now. And it does look like we're getting a new tornado warning in as well up in Kentucky. So forgive me, I'm a little multitasking at the moment. But we're going to talk about our new tornado warning, Logan, Simpson counties. That goes until 1:15. It's the same tornado that we have been tracking now for quite some time, for about well over an hour. We have been tracking this. The time I'm just trying to take a look. Clarksville camera, and tell you what, let me. So yeah, the tornado warning right now is Todd, Logan, and Simpson. Todd until 1 o'clock, Logan and Simpson until 1:15. All right, so real quick, our Clarksville camera, I have it pointed west. That's why you're not seeing really the town square or anything right now, and it's kind of dark. I'm looking west. Look at that, 75 degrees right now. Temperature is continuing to climb. And I'm looking west because I'm just waiting to see the lightning potentially, as this is going to bring the concern and the threat for having some gusty winds over in parts of the Clarksville area. So I'll continue to monitor that, but I wanted to get that positioned right. Let's get back to our tornado warning, and we're going to take a look at where the rotation is right now. We're going to put a new storm track on this and make sure that you are doing what you need to do to stay safe tonight as we watch this tornado warning. So the rotation's predominantly over Todd County right now, but we're going to see it moving over parts of Logan and northern Simpson County. All right. And this is the same storm that has had a confirmed tornado at times tonight move through the area. So here we are with cities in the path of this storm. 1239 at Bradshaw, that's right now. It's right over you, the rotation. Cave Springs at 1249. Russellville at 1253. Again, this tornado warning going until 1:15 for Logan and Simpson counties. Auburn at 103. South Union at 106. Sharer at 111. And that is what we continue to monitor with this. The rotation's still currently over Todd County right now. And we are staying with this, as we thankfully have not, to my knowledge, received, other than some reports out of Stewart County, any additional damage reports, though, for Henry County or for parts of Callaway County or Trigg or Christian counties, which is great news. But this tornado has been reported on the ground this evening, and this is also a tornado that we have gotten some damage reports even before it entered the News Channel 5 viewing area. I want to pass along as well some information I'm getting from Henry County Emergency Management that 911 is temporarily down in Henry County. So please do not call 911 right now, as 911 service is temporarily down in Henry County. They are working to restore service, but at this time, Henry County, you don't have any active warnings, but maybe from when it moved through earlier. If you have concerns, don't call 911. It is down right now. I'll see if there's an alternate number that you can call and in place of 911 until they get that restored. But 911 services are reported as down. All right, back to our tornado warning. Elkton, rotation is over your neck of the woods right now. Let's go back to my storm relative velocity for a second. I just want to look for where there could be debris with these storms, and it would be a little cluttered if I pull it off that radar, so I need to switch it. It's kind of in an awkward spot between radar sites. It'll be hard to fully detect, but we have seen debris showing up with this as well. Jason, do we still have those pictures as well? If we could take a look at those, because even though this is a different tornado, what I want to reinforce to everybody is that this is the concern tonight. This right here was a tornado that was on the ground up in Graves County, Kentucky, in the Mayfield area. This, I found out, was the courthouse up there, which has been destroyed in this picture. I think we have a few other pictures as well of some buildings that were damaged by a confirmed tornado, a long track tornado that started in Arkansas, moved through northwest Tennessee and into western Kentucky, hitting the Mayfield area in Graves County. And Court Square heavily damaged. This particular building here, not sure if this is apartments or office or a hotel. This damaged as well. And then that first picture we showed you is the courthouse up in Graves County. So please take this serious because it is a nighttime event. Yes, that was a different cell, but we're tracking a cell that's had reported tornadoes on the ground that has caused damage as well, and that will brings an even greater concern because it's nighttime right now. All right, so these are things that we really want to watch closely and continue to monitor. I'm going to take a look in Clarksville, and I've just switched it back to our Skynet site there because I want to take a look for the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to bring some gusty winds. And this will impact the Clarksville area. Thankfully, the tornado warning did not, but the severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery and Stewart County, this one will impact Clarksville. So let me just get in to do a little camera adjusting because we're looking to the west right now, but I did want to try and see if I could find any lightning strikes. So let me kind of pan this camera around a bit more and just kind of look around parts of the Clarksville area at this time. This would be along Riverside Drive here and the Cumberland River up there as well. So I'm going to leave it on this view for just a little bit. We'll see what we get out of that. Let me switch back to radar now, though. I just want to keep an eye on that, too, because we've got a lot of stuff happening. Obviously, the more significant warning is our tornado warning, but we want to make sure we're getting all the warnings covered. Let's extend this view out, shall we? Let's take a look at everything that's going on off to our west. And I'm going to walk over here to the wall to kind of point things out with you. Take a look at this line. If you've been with us throughout this coverage, friends, we had kind of two lines going on, okay? And we were talking about they were likely going to converge, and we're starting to see that collision here on the southern part of this line. Numerous warnings have been in effect in southwest Tennessee. The front itself still to our west, but we're starting to see a lot of this coming together, and that's putting it kind of on track to really push through the area over the next about couple of hours and impact us throughout the morning time frame. So we are looking at a pretty active setup this morning, more active than we really would like to see at night, and unfortunately not something that you like to see in December. I mean, we're looking at more of a springtime setup across the area right now with numerous warnings in effect. Looking at our tornado warning that's Logan and Simpson counties, the rotation's right there on the county line. So the rotation in this case, walking the line, if you will, okay? We are seeing that rotation that just kind of continues to move right along the county lines of Logan and Simpson. So let me bring you in right in here, Logan and Simpson counties, where that rotation is. And tell you what, I'm not really liking that I'm seeing here. Let me turn the warning polygons off for just a second. And I'm going to zoom this in just a bit. What I don't like that I'm seeing right in here is if this indeed is still a tornado on the ground, this is becoming what we call a hook echo here. So this would be with enough lightning flashes, or as it were to hit power lines or structures, this can make it visible to the naked eye, but you've got the wind that's punching into the storm and then would be exiting, and you get these classic hook echoes. So right in here, this is showing a very textbook sign of a potential hook echo here as we watch the rotation that's right along the Logan and Simpson County lines going to the northeast. It's 60 miles per hour, and this is what I'm seeing now on the leading edge of this that is just reinforcing what we are dealing with, this tornado warning that we have been monitoring now for several hours, even before it entered the News Channel 5 viewing area, and a tornado that's potentially on the ground. But that area right in there, we can actually track this just utilizing radar, because we will see in this case, unfortunately, kind of well-defined rotation in there. So let me just take a look at some of the information that I'm getting in on this. So that would be the one going for Logan County, and reports of a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So again, this confirmed reports of a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and that would certainly match up with what we're seeing there. Let me put a new storm track on this. It's now showing it's going east at 55 miles per hour. East or northeast. So let me kind of more of an easterly movement. And let me adjust this just a bit because the radar did just update a bit, and I want to zoom out some. But these are words that you don't like to see this early in the morning. And these are words you just don't like to see in general when you're tracking storms. But you know what? That's why we're here. We're going to track this together through the overnight until the threat is gone. We're going to get you through this. That's why we preach, have that tornado plan ready to go so that you can be prepared as this weather potentially does become pretty active during the overnight hours. Quick update, Henry County, Tennessee, per the sheriff there, 911 is back up and running. Again, Henry County, 911 is operational again per the sheriff in Henry County. Our tornado warning, cities in the path of this, it's time to head to your safe place, Cave Springs, all right? 1251, so it's starting to move into your area. Russellville, 1256, Dennis just after 1 o'clock, Auburn at 106, South Union. This is not a radar indicated tornado, my friends. This is a tornado that has been reported on the ground now for several hours, and we have had damage reports from this as well. But the wording that our friends from the Weather Service are using, I'm not saying this to scare you, I'm just saying this to really drive home the importance of what we are dealing with right now. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. The last report coming in from them was located, this was about 5 minutes ago, near Elkton, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So cannot drive home enough the importance of what it is that we are watching right now with this tornado as we continue with numerous reports. Looks like the current tornado is, the rotation is currently over Logan County, it appears, Jason. Let me zoom out. And actually, no, it looks like all the rotation at this time, well, yeah, still in Logan County. Central Logan County is where the rotation itself is. The northern parts of Simpson County are included in this tornado warning, but the rotation itself is currently over Logan County right now. Todd County, you guys are in the clear now, and we certainly have known that. And I apologize here as you kind of maybe hear some dings going on. That's just chimes to let me know I'm getting some new information from our friends over at the Weather Service. Rotation that we're seeing here is certainly concerning. Let me take a look at our debris detection too, and then I'm going to explain what it is that I'm looking for and what it is that this is telling me. So, all right, with that rotation, we'll walk on screen and point this out. Where we've got this little bullseye right in here with this blue, this is likely the radar beam hitting a more solid structure. Could be wood from a home, could be branches from a tree. But given that we know that this has had a history now of damaging structures, this is likely debris from buildings as we look at our debris detection. Stewart County, the only area we have gotten some confirmed reports here are damage reports coming in. Have not gotten anything out of Henry County other than Henry County 911 is operational again. So that is certainly good news there. But as we take a look at storm relative velocity, where we look at the winds, this is concerning to see these brighter colors in here, okay? But this is how I can pick up the rotation. So right in here, just to get an idea of the winds speeds that we are dealing with on this. Oops. So you're talking about winds away from the radar site of 107 miles per hour, coming towards at 52 miles per hour. So you're looking at almost 160 miles per hour of shear there, okay, of strong winds that are colliding, that are coming together, that are creating this rotating column of air. And that is something that is concerning. That is an indication of some strong rotation there. And this is rotation that we know has been strong because, unfortunately, we have seen it throughout the evening with this at times being a confirmed tornado on the ground. So even though, thankfully, we haven't gotten some reports in a little while, that's great. But what's concerning is the fact that we have gotten some reports from this. And I want to show you the bigger picture here. There's more storms west of us that are going to continue working in with warnings on them. Logan, Simpson counties, and it's really the northern fringe of Simpson County, tornado warning until 1:15. I just want to take a look at some of the latest information that is coming in as well. And I'm seeing from emergency managers now, and for our friends downstairs in the newsroom as well, this coming in just a couple of minutes ago, that, and this is coming from emergency managers saying it on social media, so it looks like they haven't made it down there yet, but social media reports of damages to homes, cars and trucks, looking like it's around the Paris Landing area in Henry County, and also along Highway 641, having some pretty significant damage there, and then getting some power line reported down along Highway 69. So we are getting some damage reports in. It looks like from parts of Henry County around Paris Landing, and also along Highway 641. This same storm that we're talking about, Logan and Simpson County, seeing some damage reports coming in now from Henry County. Worth checking out. I've not seen those. Those are just coming in from emergency managers as we continue to work with them. And they are just seeing those predominantly through social media right now. Of course, if you are safely able to snap weather shots, then you can send them to my5 at newschannel5.com, where we can take a look at them as well. But let's get back to the tornado warning that is in effect, and kind of looking at our relative velocity mode again. Just save one thing here. This system is moving quick. These storms are moving quick. Okay, these things are racing to the east and northeast at about 60 miles per hour or so. So these are quick moving systems. And just trying to get into the rotations north of Russellsville right now. Going to get the latest track on this and get some cities in this. It's getting to one of these spots again that it's kind of tough where the radar is, because as the radar beam shoots out, it's shooting a little higher up. And like I said, the Paducah radar was down, and I switched to a different one as well. But bottom line, what all this means is that we're utilizing all the resources we have, but it may take me a second because I need to adjust one thing to make sure we're giving you an accurate storm track here. If this were to hold together, this could, let me redraw this track here for you. So as we continue to watch this, if this were to hold together, that northeasterly movement, we are talking about Coslow at 102. Share at 109. Rockland at 115. We'll see Barn River around 118. And Plum Springs around 125. That is with our tornado warning, and it just got another update on radar. I want to switch back to radar again real quick because we are getting a lot of new information coming in now. Our severe thunderstorm warning in Clarksville. I want to go back to that for a second. Reports of 2,300 people without power in the Clarksville area at this time. And it looks like we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in at the same time, possibly. And we are, this one including Carroll County. So let's just take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning real quick, okay? For our friends in Carroll County. You're looking at some gusty winds with this. Let's see. And some quarter-size hail. And you're probably looking at winds over 60 miles per hour, and this one's moving northeast at 55. So let me, excuse me, let me kind of track from where the severe thunderstorm warning is at 55 miles per hour. And let me get this into Carroll County, northeast movement. So you're talking about this getting towards Blue Goose around 136, Howley around 142. That severe thunderstorm warning that will be entering Carroll County. We've got more tornado warnings off to the west that we are tracking closely. We have got our tornado warning for a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground at times with all the rotation currently over Logan County. And we have also got reports out of multiple counties of structural damage from this tornado warning as well. So we'll put a new little track on this for you. Northeasterly movement. I know it says the warning goes till 12:15, but I'm going to take it out a half an hour because I do think that this warning could very easily be extended as it's not really showing any signs of weakening. Dennis, moving over your neck of the woods here, and hang on, we just can't draw them quick enough right now. Just got a new extension to this warning. So within the News Channel 5 viewing area, Butler County, Warren County, so that means Bowling Green, you're included in this as well. Let me take this off for a second. Let me widen this view out, give you a better view of things. This tornado, Warren storm, now the warning goes until 1:45 this morning as it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So let me redraw our storm track from where the rotation appears to be, take it to the northeast, 1:45. Tell you what, just to round it out, I'm going to take it out an hour because this thing is not showing signs of letting up. The atmosphere is pretty primed, unfortunately, to continue to support this. But at about 6 minutes, by the way, good morning, 1 a.m. now, Saturday, December 11th. I'm meteorologist Henry Rothenberg with continuing tornado coverage here on our Storm 5 alert that we have. Tornado warning that we do have in effect now until 1:45 for multiple counties in southern parts of Kentucky. Tennessee, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We have got damage reports from the tornado warned storm that is now in Kentucky. Damage reports coming out of Stewart County and Henry County in Tennessee. Waiting to see if we get more damage reports as well from any of the other counties that it's moved through. We have also got our severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Montgomery County that has knocked out power to 2,300 people, as that is bringing some gusty winds as well. We will see at 106 Auburn, Bowling Green at 124. Again, this is a fast mover, 55 to 60 miles per hour to the northeast. So 124 Bowling Green, Plum Springs around 129. We'll see this around Sunnyside at 139, Smiths Grove at 139 as well. I think I said Sunnyside at 139. It should be 133. I apologize. Rocky Hill at 144. Park City, 150. Cave City, 156. We will see, excuse me, this tornado warned storm moving into your neck of the woods, and it is not really showing signs of weakening. This is a warning that we are monitoring closely as it has been, unfortunately, causing damage in many locations this evening. This is now safe to say a long track tornado that has been on the ground for a while. Let me just try and get this changed right here. And just 1 second, is my system is not wanting to cooperate. But here we go. Now we've got it working again. All right, let's go on and take a look at wind direction with this, shall we? There we go. So kind of looking at where this rotation with this storm is, it's kind of this little bullseye that's going to be crossing over Highway 143 in just a little bit. Moving through Auburn right about now, and we'll continue to race off to the northeast. We take a look at things when it comes to our severe thunderstorm warning that will go until just a little bit from now. So let me go on and show you what's happening with that. Multiple warnings that are really starting to happen across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. And I'll tell you what, let me also, yeah, you can see it now. So I'm going to switch. We're looking at our sky cam. Look at those winds, all right? Southeast at about 30 miles per hour, up to 34 now. And we're just waiting for some of these lightning strikes that have been occurring as well, unfortunately. So really kind of becoming a very active situation for our friends over in Clarksville. Notice the lightning, but again, really just taking a look at some of these winds that we have been dealing with, okay? You're talking about wind. Look at the lightning right there, too, giving you some good ideas of the storm structures off in the distance. Winds now at 41 miles per hour from the southeast. So predominantly south, 30 to 40 miles per hour is what we're seeing on average here. We're at 69 degrees. Just dropped to 68. We'll start to see the rain gauge filling up in just a little bit as the showers and storms begin to push into the area. I've at times seen the camera kind of bouncing around a little bit, but not doing that right now. Looks like it's thankfully holding pretty steady here despite some of those stronger wind gusts. And you can see again off in the distance as we look to the west, these lightning strikes here from our Clarksville sky cam that we're giving you this live image right here only on News Channel 5 as we continue to monitor the severe potential across the area. It does look like, though, the severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire for Montgomery County, which is good news. But we will, of course, need to watch closely the warnings that we have got over in West Tennessee. So let me flip this back over. We're going to look at Power 5 radars again and our tornado warning that continues to race north. It's now over Butler County, or excuse me, it's heading in that direction, exiting Logan County and starting to enter parts of Warren and Butler counties this evening. And we have also got the bigger picture showing you a tornado watch until 5 in the morning. We've had multiple watches, one that went until 11. Then we saw more counties added, and it was extended until 2 in the morning. And now we have seen it extended until 5 in the morning, all because of a bigger system that's going to move through the area as you look at things on Power of 5. And I'll tell you what, I'm even going to zoom this out just a bit and just kind of show you this bigger picture. You got to get this cold front through. Once this cold front has moved through, things are going to change. And take a look at these temperatures on the back side of this front that are going to start to move in. We're going to plummet. Our high for the day has already occurred. These 70s that we have right now, these will be the highs today. We may go up a degree or two more in the next few hours, but when the sun comes up, it's a backwards day. Temperatures will plummet. This colder air is going to spill into the region as we head through your Saturday. So our severe threat continuing tonight. Switching this back over now to a loop here of radar and satellite and radar. And just kind of taking a closer check now as we zoom it in of where we are seeing our tornado warning at this time and the rotation that we are most concerned with. This is definitely one of these situations with a nighttime event. We have given folks Logan, Simpson counties, even in counties north of that, Warren County, Butler, ample time to prepare. Everyone should be in their safe place by now. This tornado warned storm has a history of, unfortunately, producing damage tonight, and we want to make sure that everybody is safe as we continue to monitor this. Looking at our debris tracker on this and giving you an idea as well as to what it is exactly I'm looking at and what I'm seeing. And let me actually, before I just kind of show you that, take a look at just a new little report I was getting in from one of our friends out in the Weather Service office over in Memphis. So let me show you what it is that I'm noticing in here that's concerning. Where you get these colorations in here, this indicates usually when we've got some debris that's being detected by the storm. And that, my friends, is very concerning, and it's something that it's just a reinforcement of ground truth. We've been getting reports from trained personnel of damage reports, seeing things like this on our debris detection from Power of 5 radar. That just reinforces what we don't like to see, which is damage. And something to remember on radar, what we're able to do with this, with these latest radars, is we're able to shoot what's called dual pole, okay? And dual pole, as we're looking at where the rotation is right now, in the olden days of radar, it just kind of turns in a circle, like shooting horizontal. Can't really shoot vertical, but now with dual pole, it's not only turning in a circle, it's going up and down, so it's giving us a lot of different angles to analyze a storm, which is very helpful, especially in trying to detect rotation. And that is what we are seeing right in here in parts of Kentucky as you get towards northern parts of Logan County, clipping northern parts of Simpson County, the rotation, as it will move into Warren County as well and eventually impact Bowling Green. So we're going to put a storm track on this for you and take a look at the very latest as far as our cities that are in the path of this tornado warned storm. And I'm actually going to switch to radar for a second just to see how well defined the leading edge of this is. And it not as well defined as it was a bit earlier, but it's still something that is indeed pretty impressive to look at. So, all right, we're going to take a look now at some of the cities, the updated list of cities from where the rotation is. Movement is northeast, 55 miles per hour. Spring Hill coming up at 116. Bowling Green, 2 minutes after that at 118. We will see this in Plum Springs at 122, Sunnyside at 127, Oakland at 130, Smiths Grove 133, Rocky Hill at 137, the Elko area at 141. Again, these are cities in the path of our tornado warning, and this is a tornado warning associated with a storm that unfortunately has at times been confirmed on the ground and has produced damage in parts of Middle Tennessee already today, even West Tennessee. This storm starting around, I believe, Gibson County, Tennessee, going through Obion County, Weakley County, and Weakley County getting some damage reports. Henry County even getting some damage reports with this. And I believe we even have some damage reports from Stewart County, working to really try and confirm the damage indeed on this. But I know some of that coming around Land Between the Lakes and Paris Landing. I believe are some of the areas that we did get some of the damage reports associated with this storm. So needing to watch this certainly very closely as we continue to work our way through the rest of the overnight time frame. Let me go on and remove this storm track here and just kind of reset the picture for you. 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. We continue to track storms this morning, and I say we because it will be team coverage. In just a little bit, you'll hear from senior meteorologist Leland Statham, who is also here and kind of preparing what he needs to do behind the scenes, but will be joining us in a little bit. But as we take a look at things right now, this is really one of these scenarios that you just don't like to see at night. Let me switch this to a bigger picture here. And I'm going to just loop this over the last. I'm going to change this from 6 hours to an hour loop. And just to kind of declutter it some, I'm going to turn the lightning off. And let's take a look at things, shall we? Because this is The best way that I like to describe this particular line of storms, it's like a seatbelt. It's going right across the country. And you're getting strong storms everywhere from the Great Lakes all the way through the Mid-South and a decent line of storms in Texas. But another thing to notice above satellite and radar right here, snow. That will not happen here, but just kind of reinforces the colder air that we will be monitoring. So we continue to monitor this line and wait for this front to push through. And once that finally happens, it's going to be a much quieter, calmer day for your Sunday. But until that happens, we have to remain on guard, and that's why we're here, to help keep you, as we say, safe, informed, and connected with our severe threat tonight, and to help get you through it, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to be here to get you through the severe threat until it exits the News Channel 5 viewing area altogether. Let's look at our severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect as well, because these are over in places in West Tennessee. But we had that severe thunderstorm warning. It did include parts of Carroll County, Crockett, Gibson County, Haywood County, Madison included. Not quite sure why Carroll's not listing in this box, but you can see where the front edge of the polygon, which indicates where the warning is over Carroll County. So that area right there, we're going to see the most intense part of this line pushing in. And I'll tell you what's also concerning with this. You're going to get some gusty winds in here between Milan and Medina along Highway 45 East. That's something that we're watching. Let me take a look at storm relative velocity on this real quick, because that's something that I'm seeing on radar that has me a little concerned. And I need to watch that closely. Looks like there's a little bit of rotation that wants to start up. But in the meantime, let me come back over to radar as we monitor our tornado warning. Only one tornado warning right now that we continue with. And let me show you where the rotation from the warning is. It's pretty much entirely at this time in Warren County. But again, this has been a tornado that has been confirmed at times on the ground. Numerous damage reports that have come in from this as well. And that is something that we have been monitoring throughout the evening as we watch really round one of what's going to become a multi-round event. We saw kind of the warm-up round earlier in the evening, well, I should say last night now. And then this is kind of the full warm-ups right here, round one, and then round two set to move in just a little bit. Leland now joining me, and active morning to come right into, but we've been talking about it for a couple of days.
Yeah, talking about it a couple of days, and then you and I kind of touched base yesterday afternoon around 1, 2 o'clock, and we both talked about the fact that we had this main line that would come through, but also mentioned that if any of these storms kind of popped ahead of these supercell storms, then you might end up with this event and then the main line coming through a little bit later this morning. And so that's what we're watching. So we've got a couple of these supercells that have developed, and as you've pointed out, we've had some damage out there, especially over in Mayfield, and I think you've mentioned Stewart County. So these things are real, and they're moving fast. So think about a car moving down the interstate at around 70 miles per hour. These storms are moving about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So don't take time to go look. Don't take time to go see if it's happening in your neighborhood. If we're calling out your name, if you're calling out your neighborhood, then you need to go take cover right now into your safe place.
And it's worth noting, too, how quickly they're moving, Leland. They're also, it's not just that they're racing, they're confirmed. The tornadoes that we've had, every tornado warning that we have had with the long track ones this evening, the one that moved through Graves County, the Mayfield area, this one, they have been confirmed on the ground. So some people may think, oh, well, it's another one at, radar confirmed. No. Just because we haven't given you a damage report in about a new one in maybe 20, 30 minutes, that doesn't mean let your guard down.
Exactly. You talked earlier about the debris signature there, and sometimes it's really hard to kind of pick those out on that particular product, but you had a couple that were very well defined, indicating that whatever it is that was on the ground was being picked up and lifted up into these tornadoes.
Thousands of feet, too, 10, 12,000 feet into the air, and likely being carried for miles, too. So it doesn't matter what it is. What is important to know is that we know that there is some type of a solid object that radar beam is picking up right now. That is not something you see all the time. really one of the last times, and I don't want to use this comparison, but one of the last times that we did see things that well defined, of course, was March in 2020.
Year, yeah.
So that's why we want everybody to be safe going through the rest of the night. But I know you've been analyzing some of the things too since you got in. And what's the latest on what you've got?
Yeah, so we'll show you this particular tornado warning again that is taking place right now. We'll flip the computer here, and Henry's been talking about what's been going on inside of Warren County right now. So you've got the eastern area there of Logan County, but it's really just inside of the Logan County area right now where we're seeing some of the biggest issues right through here, where you see a very distinct difference in colors, and where you've got the two different colors there. You've got the green, which means it's kind of moving toward the radar, meaning the winds are moving toward the radar, and where you've got the pink, the brighter colors there, that's those winds moving away from the radar site there. So when you have them very close together, that means there's probably a little bit of rotation that is going on. So again, with these things happening in the middle of the night, we need to make sure that you are doing what you can to keep you and your family safe. So let me take this off for just a second, and we'll kind of replay this here for just a moment, and we can see how this has been moving a bit. So we'll pull this out, and you can see the entire line right now. So as we look at the big view, not much going on over the mid-state. It's been in these western and northwestern areas where we've had the most pronounced storm activity, the most pronounced tornado warnings, and again, in a couple of spots out there, some damage. And this one here does show a confirmed tornado as far as radar indicated is concerned. So we move through parts of Warren County back over into the Bowling Green area. And again, these things are racing right now at around 55 miles per hour. So I want to put a storm path here just right in through here, moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So at this particular speed, those of you in Bowling Green, we're just talking moments away. Those of you in the Smith Grove community, Rocky Hill, Horse Cave, and then you've got a few other areas there just on the edge of our viewing area, but still those of you who may know family there from Millerstown, Hardyville, Ammonville, and Magnolia there for us this morning. So right now, that particular storm cell racing to the northeast here at around 55 miles per hour. So let's pull back in right now, and you can see again a little bit of the color. So I will put that box back on for you. And it's right in through here where, again, you've got different colors. You've got those darker green colors. Meanwhile, you've got the brighter colors there. And so right in there is where there may be a little bit of rotation. So let's take this in just a little bit more and kind of identify a few of the streets here. First up, communities. So those of you around the Spring Hill community just outside of Bowling Green, Delafield, those of you near Blue Level, it looks like this may be just to the east of you right now, but we go in and point out the Spring Hill area. So there you can see how 231 kind of loops around Bowling Green and then intersects there with Highway 68. So definitely where you've got Highway 68 there coming just to the west there of Bowling Green are a couple of spots there where we have got a little bit of a concern. Spring Hill community, those of you back over in Crestmore right now. So you see Highway 68 just on the other side there is Crestmore. So where we've got these colors there bundled together, the green and the orange there right next to each other is where we've got this heaviest concern that there may be some rotation. And again, this is one where we've seen some of these storms throughout the night where they have had confirmed damage. So if we're calling out you in Spring Hill, this is Spring Hill in outside of Bowling Green, not the one in Tennessee, but Spring Hill outside of Bowling Green. Those of you in the Crestmore community, if we're calling out your area right now, you need to take cover here at this time because there is a great concern that there may be a tornado within your area at this particular point. So let's pull this back out for you a bit. And there is Bowling Green. So those of you inside of Bowling Green, just to the north and northeast of Bowling Green, stay on your guard. This activity may be pushing your way. All of you that I have mentioned right now remain in this tornado warning. So let me pull this out, and there you can see the tornado warning. So those of you in Logan County, you have now been cleared. So Logan County, Kentucky has now been cleared. We're talking about around Bowling Green, back over near Sugar Grove. And really, as you head up toward Brownsville, Henry, is where we've got the biggest part of the storm racing northeast here at around 55 miles per hour. And again, where we're seeing this, and you've actually, again, as you pull up this debris signature here, again, those colors don't always show up this brilliantly on this product. So when it shows up like this, take cover.
It's you know, it's one of those things that's kind of jaw-dropping. This is
Exactly.
something you think when they show you the demos of this is what this tool can do, but tell you what, this is what we are seeing. I'm going to actually walk over here on screen because I just want to stand in front of this and point this out. Bowling Green, when you've got these whites and these blues, it's almost like a bullseye. And that is the radar beam in the sky detecting solid objects, which most likely are metal. It could be wood from homes. It could be branches from trees. It could be posts from fence. But there is debris with this. And this is very concerning to see because this is getting into that high range on our scale in here to see colors this bright. And this bullseye, which is concerning, this is right over Bowling Green. You got to wonder, moving through Bowling Green, our friends, Western Kentucky, a lot of folks have students that go there. Wonderful meteorology program. Love working with them. So really curious if any of them are listening right now, any of our friends up at the Western Kentucky meteorology program, White Squirrel Weather. If you guys have anything that you're able to share with us too on what you all are seeing there. And it's racing just like that. It went from the heart of Bowling Green just off now to the east of Bowling Green along 234 and Highway 31 West, and it's going to move right over Interstate 65. But, I mean, Leland standing there, and it just like that, it just moved off to the east. So, you know, fitting, home of the Corvette Museum and where they make Corvettes, these things are racing through the atmospheric highways and continuing to slide off to the east. And it looks like you've got right now a track on this.
Yeah,
too.
we'll put another storm track on this. And again, you say the latest update on this just came in. So with this moving at about 55 miles per hour, moving on off toward the northeast, those of you in the Smiths Grove area, Rocky Hill, Cave City, Horse Cave, this storm is bearing down on you. So right now, again, where we're seeing this area, and I'm going to pull this in just a moment and kind of re-identify a couple of the things that Henry was talking about here just a moment ago. So right here, you can see these very bright colors. And so on this particular product, it doesn't always show up this vividly. And unfortunately, this means that there's probably some debris that this thing has picked up somewhere along the way and has now lifted this up into the storm area. So we were talking Bowling Green. So right now, it looks like the greatest concern is now going to be just from Bowling Green proper back over to the Mount Victor area. Henry was talking about I-65 right now, and that appears to be not too far from where you were talking about at the Corvette Museum up there. So those of you who are in Bowling Green near the Mount Victor area along State Highway 1402, U.S. Highway 31W there, you need to get to your safe place right now. There is great concern that there may be something that is on the ground, or at least something that has caused some damage and caused this signature that we're seeing to be lifted up into the tornado cell here. So again, Mount Victor, those of you back over around Plum Springs, those of you, you're not maybe seeing much at the moment in Sunnyside, but those of you in Sunnyside, with the way this thing is racing toward you, northeast at about 55 miles per hour, Sunnyside, Oakland, Tuckertown are communities of great concern right now with this particular storm cell.
Yeah, and I'm actually messaging right now, too, with some of the folks that I know up in White Squirrel Weather, which is the part of the meteorology program for our friends that are up in at Western Kentucky University. I know you do some work with them as well, Leland. Great program there. And just kind of seeing what they're seeing and waiting to see if we've got any damage reports from them and some of the students up there. But I got to tell you, folks, this is really just kind of the kickoff of what is about to be a relatively long night as we look at Power of 5. We'll zoom this out a bit right now. If I can give you some good news at the moment, it's that all the warnings that are west of us, including the new warning that just came in right on cue, are all severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Carroll County, also including parts of Decatur County right now. So let's go on and we're going to put a storm track on this. I'm going to get kind of the latest information of our severe thunderstorm warning that is currently moving east at 60 miles per hour. We've got some nickel-sized hail. So tell you what, let's put a storm track on it and let you know when this will impact your neck of the woods. So here we go. East 65 miles per hour goes till 2:30. So that is an hour and 4 minutes from now. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take this right out to an hour and 5 minutes. Pinson at 1:33. Lexington at 143, but Camden, this severe thunderstorm warning with gusty winds, that's going to start impacting your neck of the woods at 153, and we'll see this moving into Waverly at 214, heading towards Olney around 228. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, and it's a new severe thunderstorm warning that we did just get in, but unfortunately it is going to be far from the last one that we received tonight. Taking a look at that tornado warning that we have been tracking as well, and you know, this is getting closer and closer to exiting parts of the News Channel 5 viewing area, but in the meantime, it is still impacting parts of Warren County and Bowling Green, and it is still a tornado warning that did indeed have a tornado confirmed with it. And I'll tell you one thing that I'm concerned with too that I'm seeing on this is that we are watching that rotation still pretty tightly wrapped. I want to go over to Callaway County real quick, and even in parts of Stewart County, northern Stewart County. We're going to need to keep our eyes, it looks like, on this area right here, where we're starting to see a little bit of potential rotation in this cell. No warning on it at this time, but it is something that we are going to need to watch closely, I think, over the next little bit, Leland. And you're looking at more of the debris detection and again, more textbook images that we're seeing there.
Yeah, so let's flip back over to the other computer source here. And right now, where we're in the Bowling Green area, we've got these brighter colors that pop up. And when the colors are this bright, that's letting us know that it's the possibility of some debris, and that they've actually issued a second tornado warning on this. We have the original one, but now the second one actually will extend a little bit to the east and northeast of the Warren County area there. But those of you around the Oakland community, right in through here, and this is actually a pretty larger area. Sometimes the images are much smaller than that, maybe about the size of that road shield there. But when we're getting it showing up to this degree, then those of you now to the east of Bowling Green, northeast of Bowling Green, take cover. Right now, if you're in the Oakland area, those of you back around Rocky Hill will have to watch as this thing races on off toward the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. But there you see I-65 right there. So it looks like on the edge of I-65, here's the new update. So now closer to the Oakland community. So if you are in the Oakland community of Warren County, outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky, if you are in this community, go to your safe place right now. Go down to the lowest level of your home. If you've got a one-level home, find an interior place, hopefully a room that has no windows in it, something maybe that has 4 inside walls, so you're not up against an outside wall, but where you can get cover. If you've got a basement, go there. But right here again, there is great concern with these things happening, number one, overnight, but racing right now at about 55 miles per hour. So the Oakland community, those of you near Rocky Hill, take cover right now. This may brush by you, but again, there is great concern with this thing moving northeast. And right now, this is Highway 259, the U.S. Highway 259 there out of Bowling Green, or State Highway there. Right now, there is great concern for this whole stretch just to the north of Bowling Green. And then there you see it right there, just kind of south of the Brownsville area. So, Henry, we'll need to keep an eye on that. There's a little secondary area that we'll need to at least kind of monitor back over toward Green Castle for us right now. But right here, the Oakland area to the north and northeast of Bowling Green, go ahead and take cover at this moment. Henry?
And we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, Leland, that we're going to take a look at. Remember the area I was talking about? Excuse me, for Stewart County, severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock. Also, we have now seen our tornado watch extended for places like Allen, Barron, Warren counties to go until 9 a.m. now. So they have now, it looks like, extended the time of that watch to go until 9 o'clock. Just kind of gathering some of the new information on this. Till 9 a.m. For Allen County, Barron County, Warren County, included in that, Simpson, Metcalfe, Monroe counties, all going until 9 a.m., that tornado watch. Stewart County, though, I want to get back to you real quick, because I'll tell you what, this is what we are watching at the moment with our newest warning. And some heavy downpours, not a lot of lightning at this time, but a good chance that we could see that uptick, unfortunately, And also worth noting with this, we have got some gusty winds. Now, let's take a look at the rotation with this. Pretty broad, but it's something that we got to watch closely because there is the chance if this were to tighten up, we could see this potentially being upgraded to a tornado warning. But right now it is just a severe thunderstorm warning that we are monitoring at this time. So with that, that warning, the movement on this particular cell for Stewart County, which does have some, I believe, penny-sized hail with it, but let me just get the speed and we're going to put a storm track on it. This thing is racing right now. This particular storm, absolutely racing. So let me go on and put a storm track on it. I just want to double check the math here to make sure that that is right. You know, Leland, you gave a good analogy earlier that it's like a sports car, 75 miles per hour. That is how fast this severe thunderstorm warning is moving. So let me go on and adjust the storm track speed for you. And there we go. We've got to up it to 75. I mean, really, folks, just a storm that is racing, to say the least. And this storm racing northeast at 75 goes till 2 o'clock, so we'll take it out a full half hour. And we're talking about Bumpus Mills being hit again at 1:39. And I'll tell you what, Leland, just like that, too. Let me give these cities real quick, and then we've got a new tornado warning to talk about. This severe thunderstorm warning, Bumpus Mills 139, 147 Roaring Spring. It looks like Carroll County is that tornado warning that we have got that just came out. Churchill 154, Westbrook at 157, and this severe thunderstorm warning can impact Hopkinsville at 159. All right, let me zoom this out and show you the new tornado warning we have. And we were just talking about some gusty winds on the leading edge. So Carroll County, and it goes right up to Benton and Decatur counties, but does not include Benton and Decatur counties at this time. And while Leland's getting a couple of things loaded there, I'm going to go and show you the storm relative velocity on this as well. And it would look like the rotation's kind of right around the Lurie area over, I believe that's Henderson County right there. And with a northeasterly movement at 50 miles per hour, or east-northeasterly movement, put a quick track on that while Leland's getting some stuff put together for you for our tornado warning. When could this enter places like Carroll County and likely even parts of Benton and Decatur counties? Probably in about the next, I would say, 25, 30 minutes or so is when we could see this moving in. But Leland, it looks like you've got some new stuff when it comes to tracking our newest tornado warning.
Yeah, so we'll give you the wide view again, and two areas of concern. Number one about to leave the area as far as the News Channel 5 viewing community is concerned, and this one out of Warren County. We're talking about it back over around the Oakland area. It continues to race northeast here at around 50 to 55 miles per hour. So northern parts of Barron County could be impacted by this, and then a couple of counties there just outside of our area. Meanwhile, the second one is here. This is the one that is over in Carroll County. So those of you in Carroll County, you've got a new tornado warning. That means that it's just inside of our western counties right now, but that's Decatur County right there. So Decatur County, southern Benton County, don't let your guard down. You had a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's what you remain under, but we'll watch this to see if that tornado warning could be extended. But wanted to kind of give you the entire view here, because folks from Nashville, Columbia, Shelbyville, Cookeville, not much going on. The action with this system over the last couple of hours has been through here. This is where we have actually had a couple of supercells that have developed. Now the actual line of storms is making its way into our western, northwestern locations here. So those of you back over near Holiday, you're on the tail end of this particular tornado warning, but be on the lookout here. There it is around the Lexington area. So for any of you who make that drive from Nashville Nashville or along I-40 across the Tennessee River back down toward the Jackson area. This is that county just before Jackson. Matter of fact, right there, the warning issued just inside of Madison County, just on this side of the Jackson area. So this is along Interstate 40 for us this morning. So for folks that you may know who may be traveling that way in the early morning hours, if you're able to give them a heads up on this, but this is back over in Carroll County. But again, those of you in the southern part of Benton County, back over in Decatur County, stay on your guard right now. Here is the particular storm path for this cell. Right now, we've got it back over near Luray at around 136. So really bearing down on the Luray community as we speak at 137 here on a Saturday morning. Those of you in the Juneau area, those of you back over in Lexington, Tennessee, back in the West Tennessee area, Wildersville, Darden. I mentioned some of the communities in Benton County and Decatur County. So you've got Parsons right there. You've got Holiday, and then Lobelville would be on this side of the Tennessee River for us this morning, back over around the Perry County area for us this morning. So there we go right there. And again, we look at the wind speed and direction right here. So we've got these two colors. The green mean that the winds being picked up on radar are moving one way toward the radar site. Meanwhile, this red right here, the winds being picked up, moving away. When you get these winds right next to each other, it means that there could be a little bit of rotation right in through here for us this morning. So this one is moving not as fast as the other one, but still at 50 miles per hour. That's a pretty good little clip for this storm cell right now, moving through the Carroll County area, northeast here at around 50 miles per hour. So we continue to monitor that one. That's the newest of the tornado warnings. This is the other one that we have been watching now that looks like it has had some damage back to the west of where we're seeing right now. But this is Bowling Green. We've seen a couple of signatures showing up that there may be some debris that is still being picked up aloft in this particular storm cell here. So if you are in the western or the eastern area of Warren County, this storm right now continues to be of great concern for you. Those of you back over in Barron County, you can see the northern area of Barron County right now, great concern for you. So if we've called out those areas, go ahead and take cover. This is something that is happening in the middle of the night, and we'll continue to emphasize that because we're trying to drive home the point that with something in the middle of the night, number one, it's dark, so it's hard to see. A lot of those tornado cells that we get here are what we call rain wrap. So that's another reason that they're hard to see, because they are wrapped inside of this rain shield. But the other thing too, it's moving quickly. And so there really isn't much time to go out, look outside, and then try to make a decision. If we've called out to your community, go ahead, get your family up, get them into the safe place right now until we call your community into the all clear. So right now for Warren County, if you are in the western part of Warren County there, west of Bowling Green, you appear to be in the clear right now. There's 165, Interstate 165 there. So right now, just on the edge here of Bowling Green, and there a lot of you who travel through here, you go up through Bowling Green, maybe headed to Louisville, then you'll notice right here, not too far away from where you might see some of the other food restaurants here, not too far from where you might see the Corvette Museum, this activity is now pushing to the east and northeast of that area. So Rocky Hill, Brownsville, Horse Cave, Hardyville right now. Glasgow, this looks to be on the edge of you, but those of you back over near center, Donaldson, you appear to be just outside of this, but stay on guard as we continue to keep an eye on this storm cell. Meanwhile, back out to our west right now, got a little corner here of Stewart County, and you've got just a severe thunderstorm warning right now holding on for a little part of the county. We'll continue to monitor this because we've also had reports earlier of some damage in parts of the Stewart County area. But right now, this is a concern right here along I-40, back over near Lexington, Tennessee. Again, southern parts of Benton County, the northern areas of Decatur County there, near Darden, south of Camden. This storm cell is of great concern for you. So watch this. There we go right there. Some heavy rain, and even outside of the storm cells, there are some very heavy downpours. You see the lightning showing up. So there is a great cluster of lightning within this storm cell as well. So if you're through here, even there's the tornado warning. You can see just north of the tornado warning, but inside of the severe thunderstorm warning there, right in through there in parts of Carroll County. you've got some very heavy downpours. So even if you aren't within the tornadic winds, there could still be some damaging wind gusts, some very heavy downpours that are taking place with this. So for the rest of our area, we will continue to monitor. If you're in Nashville, Cheatham County, Dixon County, just kind of stay on guard right now. The activity is back out to our west at this particular point. And Henry, we've got the front that's coming in, and it's very soupy out there. If you've not been outside in a long time, and I hadn't been outside until I came into work until maybe, let's say, about 4 or 5-ish in the afternoon, there is a considerable difference in how the air mass feels here in the Nashville area right now. So, Henry, that's that atmosphere getting juiced up, which unfortunately means the juiciness there of that air mass, the storms can interact with and possibly become strong to severe within the metro Nashville area.
Yeah, and one of the things right there on the map, too, you got that warm front that's kind of stalled. It's right behind you, Leland. So, another indication of that southerly flow that's really in control as well. I do want to give a quick update, and I'm waiting to get some pictures, but Tristan Eakes, who's a meteorology major at Western Kentucky from the area, he has actually just called and was saying, a lot of damage in northwestern parts of Bowling Green. Was trying to get over towards the Corvette Museum, but is having to kind of detour because of down power lines. And there are porches and things and structures that have been damaged as well. So
and let's just emphasize that. Just make sure that if we're calling out your communities and we're telling you, okay, there has been damage, do not go out there to try to take a look because, again, it's dark, especially in these rural communities.
Yes.
So you may not realize that there is a tree down or a power line down until you're right up on it or it's too late. So if we've called out communities where we think there may be damage, please stay away. Let the community personnel do what they need to do.
Yeah. And also worth noting, when the folks up at Western go out too, they have courses that train them on chasing. They know what they're looking at. So we're not just saying, hey, can you run out and do that? No.
Right, yes, no.
He was checking in to say, no, we've got power lines here, so we're trying to detour around it. But I'll tell you, one of the things I'm looking at, Leland, and I'm going to switch over here to Max 2, is that we're not seeing much in the way of debris signatures here as we look at some debris detection, which is good news. But the rotation with that cell that you were talking about, that is certainly strong, to say the least. Okay, and so that is really concerning to see where you've got these brighter colors coming in. I want to take a look too at our severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, and also, and I'm going to try and get in, Jason, if I can. I'll probably send it down to you guys if I can't get it on air, but I don't know details on it. I know I'm getting Bowling Green reports into an auto shop that was just apparently hit hard by what most likely was that tornado. So we'll see if we can't get that to you guys back there to get it on the air as well as we continue to get reports out of Kentucky. But our severe thunderstorm warning that's moving through Stewart County, what really is concerning about this is moving over some of the same areas like Bumpus Mills that were hit hard by the tornado warned storm earlier, and we did get some damage from that as well. So they're getting a 1-2 punch. We had some of these areas that got these tornadoes, these long track tornadoes that fired up, and now we're starting to see the line move through with severe thunderstorms that we need to watch closely. And, I don't want to jinx it by saying it, but as we look a little further to the west, getting into Arkansas, not seeing any warnings at this time that would be in direction of the News Channel 5 viewing area over the next few hours. But still, we got to get that cold front to move through here. And as we take a look at what's going on right now, Carroll County, Henderson County, that tornado warning until 2 a.m. that we continue to watch. Definitely some gusty winds. And, looking along the leading edge here, this would be, if there is indeed a tornado with this, a little easier to detect, kind of right in here where you've got some notches, if you will. Not quite a textbook hook echo, but still something that we are watching closely with those areas right now. And you've got, of course, the tornado debris signatures that we have been tracking very closely. And that is indication of debris that could be being thrown up into the sky, plus the damage reports that have been coming in. But I know, Leland, it looks like you've got some debris detection going on over there on your radar right now.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, another cell that seems to show very brightly on this product here, and does show from a couple of counties here, from just north of Glasgow and just north of the Rocky Hill area. So we've got a storm track on this particular one where we see the brighter colors right now. So the Horse Cave community, Hardyville, Donnansburg, Somersville, and back over near the Mac community, and Campbellsville would be a couple of other places down the line. But it's actually right in through here, right within that box there, where we are seeing some of the brighter colors. And this is debris detection. So one of the things that Doppler radar can do, especially more advanced modes of Doppler radar, it can not only pick up what the rain is doing or what's happening with the wind inside these storms, but there's one particular part of the product that will allow us to try to figure out if there's any debris that's from the ground that has been lifted up into the storm cell. And so when these show up this bright for this large of an area, an indication there that we're probably seeing a little bit more in the way of some damage. And again, Henry has seen a couple of pictures out of Bowling Green where we are seeing at least some confirmed damage, whether by tornado or wind damage. We're seeing damage on the ground out of parts of Bowling Green. So that means there's concern that some of that debris from there may be lifted up into this part of the cell within that box that you see on the screen right now. So again, Horse Cave, Hardeesville, Donnansburg. If we're calling your community, go ahead and take cover, because again, this is something going on in the middle of the night. Get the family up, get them into the safe place in your home so that we can help you keep you and your family safe.
Yeah, and also, you know, I hate to add another warning to it, Leland, but flash flooding concerns are now happening in parts of Kentucky. And we've even got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I want to talk about the flash flood warning first that just came in for Callaway, Christian, Todd, and Trigg counties. That goes until 9:45. So while we'll likely have a little hail contamination with this, I want to look at some of the radar estimates that we have seen within the last couple of hours. I'll tell you what we'll do within the last about 6 hours here of radar estimates. And I'm also going to add in to take a look at our Hopkinsville Skynet site, because I want to see what some of the rain totals are from that particular site. And first, we'll take a look again with our radar estimates. So we're looking at anywhere from in southern parts of Christian County, some radar estimates of about 2 inches. Also, we are talking about in other spots of seeing rain totals even a little bit higher than that, closer to 3 inches, and then some that are around about 2.5 inches. So bottom line, we have seen enough rain to warrant concerns for some flash flooding with this system. Want to switch it back over now, take a look at where there's rotation with our tornado warning that we were talking about. And that currently is what we are monitoring for southern parts of Carroll County that could potentially and eventually enter parts of Benton and Decatur counties. And then we've also got a large severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued with this cell as it pushes through. This will be for parts of Dixon, Hickman, Humphreys, and Montgomery counties. And it's basically to encompass the next hour or so. It goes until about 3 o'clock in the morning, this severe thunderstorm warning, as we wait for this line to move into the area. So again, just taking a look at the bigger picture, we'll expand it out. Once we get all this to finally push through, things will start to quiet down, which is certainly some great news, something that we can all look forward to, and something that we all definitely are waiting to see, that quieter weather. New severe thunderstorm warning also coming in Christian and Todd counties until 2:15. Let me go on and see if I can't get that Hopkinsville Skynet camera to load up with just some of the rain totals, since that is part of our active at this time flash flood warning. So loading up Hopkinsville, and in the last little bit from Hopkinsville, we've picked up 0.74 inches of rain and still falling. You can see the raindrops on the camera lens, and temperatures have dropped 10 degrees since midnight. You know, when you look at the high, That is at midnight. So we saw those numbers climb, and now we're dropping a bit. We're down to 64 degrees in Hopkinsville at this time as the rain continues to fall. But Leland, it looks like a lot of these damage reports that are coming in, unfortunately, about to get hit again with some severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, so we've had the cells that popped up ahead of the main line, so now we're watching the line itself starting to move in to western areas of Tennessee, just along the Tennessee River. Also, too, we've been watching the electric map for those of you who are on Penny Rowell Electric. So Penny Rowell Electric covering Hopkinsville, Russellville, just outside of the Bowling Green area, so no information from there just yet. But we're seeing a couple of spots where we're seeing in one community maybe 1,300 customers without electricity. I see another area where it's showing about 1,600 folks without electricity, and those just to the northwest of Hopkinsville. I see another area there with about 1.3 customers, 1,000 customers without electricity. So we are getting a lot of outage reports out of southern Kentucky right now. So again, maybe more indication of some of the damage that's being reported in that area. And again, just kind of mindful for you that once the storms clear your area, stay in, because without the electricity, we need any rescue personnel who need to get out there to be able to get there safe and sound. And for you, you may not realize that there's a tree down or a power line down until you're right up on it. So stay safe there. But let me take radar data off of this particular map so that we can just kind of identify the two big concerns right now. So this is all happening just west of Nashville and kind of northwest of Nashville. Those of you within the Middle Tennessee area, especially from the metro area down to the south of Nashville, back over to the east of Nashville, will continue to monitor this line as it makes its way in. We've got two big concerns right now. One just about to leave our viewing area, and that's this one that shows up just to the northeast here of Bowling Green. So there's a tornado warning there that has just a little bit of corner of Barron County that's still left on this. But we have seen some reports of some damage out of Warren County and Bowling Green, and damage from other storm cells a little earlier in the night back out to the west there. So we've got that particular area there. Then I'm going to show you the bigger box. So in West Tennessee now, from Paris back over to Camden, back over down toward Decaturville, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and now some of that extending into Montgomery County, Dixon County, Hickman County, and down into the Lewis County area. So that's the bigger image there. But as I clear those off for us and go just inside of this area right here, this is where we've got the tornado warning right now that does have an impact there on a little corner of Carroll County and back over into the Lexington area. So those of you in Benton County, and new tornado warning that has just come in. So we've got Nikki D, who has now joined me at this particular point. We had mentioned earlier that Decatur County and Benton County need to be on the lookout because this warning could be extended, and that's what we're seeing at this point.
Exactly. Now we do have a tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson, Tennessee. That goes until 2:30 this morning. And all these storm systems are moving really fast. So once you have them in your area, they're going to continue to move their way through. So that's why it's so important that you are staying on the ball when it comes to what is heading in your direction. They're moving northeast 70 miles per hour. That is taking quite the momentum as they're continuing to push their way through. Not only do you have that forward motion of these storms, we're also dealing with the wind within it. So here's a look right now when it comes to the rotation that we are beginning to pick up. You'll notice right around into the Camden area, going into Holiday, where we are picking up that couplet that is continuing to be warned on. We're right in between radar sites, and so that's why you're seeing that slight shift in the way of coloration. And if you put it in motion, you can actually see where you're starting to see some of that spin up taking shape. So with this fast pace of 70 miles per hour, Waverly, I know you're still far out, you're not even in the warn, but I want you to know that it potentially, if it does stay together, I need you to be getting to your safe location. Only I need you to be staying very calm and have weather aware propagations taking place as this does continue to really speed its way through. Not only are we dealing with the rotation that is being picked up by the radar, but we've got a ton of lightning, cloud to ground lightning at that as it continues to move its way through. So we'll do a track on it to kind of give you a better indication. Please know that these tracks, they're not 100% accurate. The weather is so fluid. Things are likely to be just slightly off, but it does give us a pretty decent indication as things do move their way right around that. Goodness, 70 miles per hour. That is quite the track, Leland, as it continues to move its way through. So we're talking about Dart at around 205, only 240. That's if it continues to stick together, moving its way just off. But a lot of cloud to ground lightning. The winds within this are pretty loud. As far as wind gusts are concerned, it doesn't look too impressive when you just look at the gusts being picked up. But remember, these are specific to each station that it's moving its way in. So you've got a lot of ebbs and flows as far as that is concerned. Right now in Jackson, your wind's right around 35 miles per hour. The city of Nashville coming in around 35 as well. So a lot of wind, even within locations that aren't necessarily dealing with rain at this particular time. So it is moving right around 70 miles per hour. So we're talking about locations over the Natchez Trace State Park as it continues to move its way. This is a warned tornado, and you actually have the rotation. We've got two couplets we're working at.
Yeah, so we've got the two where you see the rotations here, one not too far from Lexington, almost right now between Lexington and Parsons. So Lexington would be one county over in West Tennessee, and then you've got the other one there back over in Parsons, back over in Decatur County. So you've got that area there. Then we had mentioned Wildersville a moment ago. There's another area where it does look like we're seeing a little bit of rotation. Again, where you see the red and the green right next to each other is an indication where we may have a little bit of rotation that is going on within this region. So let me do another storm path on, actually I'll do a storm path on both of these for us right now, and I will take this and kind of extend it out just a little bit. And so on the first one here, they're getting both moving and racing at around 70 miles per hour. So on this one here that was between Lexington and Dart, and those of you back over in the Lexington community, Wildersville, Parsons, Holiday, and then once you see only Centerville, Tennessee City, those are communities just on this side of the Tennessee River. So we've got that area there for that particular storm cell. We'll pull that off and let's do a storm path on the one that was just north of it. And that one too, again, these things are racing at about 70 miles per hour. A lot of you know where Natchez Trace State Park is. So that's where this particular storm cell was located about 4 or 5 minutes ago. And again, 4 or 5 minutes ago at 70 miles per hour. So we're talking now several miles down the road. So on the second rotation area there, Holiday, Camden. Now, once we see these other areas I'm about to call out, we're now just on the other side of the Tennessee River in the Humphreys County there. So you see New Johnsonville listed, you see Waverly listed there, those of you back around Tennessee City. And if it continues to hold together, they could have an impact on a Dixon County and Dixon and maybe even the Fairview area down the line. So let me go back and let's see if I'm able to see anything with rotation and just debris. And we've had a couple of these storm cells that have had very vivid displays of the possibility of a little bit of debris. So it's a little harder to tell on this one, but you can see where there is just a little bit of a color change right in through here, just kind of on the county line there with Decatur County and just south of Benton County, back near Lexington, just on the east side of Lexington, back near the Wildersville community, where that color is showing up a little brighter inside of northern areas now of Decatur County. There could be a little bit of debris that has been picked up on this. So again, if you are in Decatur County, especially from Parsons northward there, back around 641 is where our concern is particularly the greatest. And while this warning stops right now just at the Tennessee River, if you are inside of Humphreys County, if you are back over into the Hickman County area, Perry County, those are a couple of other communities that need to stay aware of this particular storm cell and how it's moving east. And even outside of anything that's tornadic, there is some very locally heavy downpours with this as well. So there's very heavy rain. There's quite a bit of lightning that is showing up with this particular storm cell. Let me just kind of give you an idea of just the warnings right now. So we give you the wide view. So Nashville right now, not much going on, but you can see how the warnings are getting ever so closer into the metro Nashville area. But those of you now from Dixon County, Montgomery County, back over toward the Hopkinsville area, and then we've got the tornado warning right now that holds up for Camden and just south of Camden, Decatur County, back over into the Benton County area. And then we've got another storm warning that is in play for us now out of Christian County and Todd County out of Kentucky. And then the other one is the tornado warning that may be on the edges now of the News Channel 5 viewing area, but today it may still have a pretty good little punch as it now moves up toward the Campbellsville area, back over toward Lebanon, Kentucky. So those of you who may have family in those communities, that's just outside of the News Channel 5 viewing area, but alert them that a storm cell that we believe and has seen with confirmed damage in Warren County and a couple of other counties in the process of racing to those communities. So again, Campbellsville, back over near Lebanon, Kentucky. If you've got friends and family there, let them know that they need to get up and get to their safe place right now.
And we realize it is the middle of the night. That is why it is so important. And you've got to make sure that you are contacting your friends and family to let them know. You know you have some heavy sleepers in your family. You know the ones that just snore real quick and they can fall asleep at the top, just immediately. Please make sure you are calling them. Sometimes you've got to call them 3 times in a row in order for their do not disturb to click off so they can get these warnings in place. You got young children. I know sometimes it's that toss up. Do we wake them up? Do we get the toddlers up right now? When you've got a tornado warned area, there's no doubt about it. You need to get to that lowest level of your home. Say you do not have a basement. I want you to have as many walls between the outside and as possible. So that means going from maybe your bedroom with windows, close the door behind you. Make sure the blinds are down. Make sure your windows are locked. It sounds silly and easy, but these reminders truly do help. And it can truly make a difference by just tweaking a few things to what you typically do to get to that safe place. And sometimes you've got to be creative as far as that safe place is concerned. You may need to go to a hall bathroom. It may need to be a hall closet. And I get it. Some of those hall closets are really small. I want you to just take all the clothes out, throw them in the floor, get your friends, family, children, pets, all of y'all crammed in there. And if you are going to be in a basement or an area that is in the middle of your home, please don't stand. We want you to get down and just crouch down. We want you to have a very small surface area that you're taking up to stay safe, because we are dealing with several tornado warnings right now in place. To give you an overview, as Leland just mentioned, we do have the tornado warning that is currently in the area, moving its way, marching its way 70 miles per hour. So we do have a tornado warning in place. Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson. That's going to be with us over the next bit. It's expected to expire at 2:30. But you know what's going to happen if this system does continue to stay together? We're going to continue to see it moving its way eastward with that warned area in place. We also now have a tornado warning coming for the circulation north of Camden, and that's going to include Houston and Humphrey counties. Houston and Humphrey counties, you are about to have a tornado warning in your area due to some circulation that we are picking up on the Doppler radar. These storms are nothing to mess around with. And as a mom of young ones, I understand the thought of, do I get them up or not? Y'all, just do it. You know what? We'd rather be safe. We want everybody safe. Get their tennis shoes. If they've got a helmet, I want you to get their helmet from their bicycle, put that on them. Here's our new tornado warning that is in place for Houston, Humphreys, and Stewart County. And that's going to go with us as well as until 2:30. This is thanks to that severe thunderstorm that was with us, but now we're starting to see some of that rotation. So that is why we now have a tornado warning in place. Right now, it is located 10 miles east of Springville, or for another indication that will be 12 miles north of Camden. This cell is moving fast as well. It's not 70 miles per hour, but it is 60. We're talking highway speed as it moves its way. So let's take a look at that rotation that we are currently seeing with this particular cell as it continues to really surge its way just off to the eastern extent. And we'll put out just the line for you so you can kind of get an indication of the time as this does move its way off to our east quite quickly throughout the early morning hours. I mean, that was at 44, so let's take it back just a hair so you can get a better indication. Please be mindful, if you know anyone that is in these areas, locations, send them a text message. Hey, are you watching? Are you awake? Do you know what's going on? And you totally could be blessing and even saving their lives in some locations because of these storms continuing to move their way through. We dealt with this overnight from Sunday into Monday, we saw the damage and devastation, and thank goodness we did not have any fatalities. So let's keep that going as we go throughout tonight, and let's wake each other up. 2:18, a few minutes from now, looking to be closer to that Tennessee Ridge, right around 2:23. Aaron, you had your way, keep on going around 2:53, Frog Pond. I know that seems like quite the distance away, but as this continues to march its way through, it will be there before you know it, and that's why it's just so vital that you are taking those precautions. Here's another look for you. Cumberland City, 2:30 is when this particular circulation will be headed into your area. Clarksville, if it continues, around 2:51, and we already have had some issues around the Fort Campbell area as we did go throughout earlier on, late last night, obviously going into this morning. We also have another tornado warning coming from Humphrey and Perry counties. Leland, these are truly piggybacking off of each other at a very fast pace.
Yeah, definitely so. So right now we've got two areas here that we're watching. This is the first one that was part of the storm cells that developed ahead of this main line right now. So we see it right here. That one is actually just about to leave the News Channel 5 area, but still having an impact for those folks just to the northeast there of Bowling Green and northeast of the Glasgow area. Right now, the bigger concern for us is now turning along the Tennessee River, where there are two newer tornado warnings, and one of the newest here includes a part of Stewart County and back over into the Houston County area. And then you've got this one here from down around Camden, that would be Benton County. So those of you inside of Perry County, just on this side of the Tennessee River, some of this may be pushing your way here in the next few minutes out there. So there is the wider view for us right now. So look at all of that lightning that is showing up around the Holiday community. And so you've got the lightning, you've got the heavy downpours that are happening with this. And again, because this is so heavy of a rainfall, it would be hard to try to see anything that's tornadic within this. So it's rain wrapped, it's dark out there. Find a safe place. If we've called out your communities, go ahead and get into your safe place. So that one now extends back over into Humphreys County. So there you go, around the Waverly area. And I know it's been a rough year for Waverly when you think back to the flooding earlier in the year. So Waverly, there is this storm cell moving your way. There is the only community. There's I-40 right there. So a lot of you, when you travel I-40, just before you get into the across the Tennessee River, you will see the only community there. You see the other stop there. Not too far away would be where you see the sign there for the Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch. So that may help you identify closer to where we're thinking that this particular storm cell is taking place. And then back over in the West Tennessee around Holiday. So there is some very heavy rain there. Those of you in the Waverly area, those of you back up in the Tennessee City, that's in the Houston County. We've got a cluster of tornado warnings right now. We see a little bit of this now back over around Dixon County. So Dixon County, this little corner here to the southwest of Dixon, you're in the clear at the moment as far as any rain, but there's that storm cell, and again, it's going to cross the county here very quickly at a speed of 70 miles per hour. So right here, Waverly, those of you there, go ahead and take cover. If you're in Houston County, back over into the northern part of Humphreys County. Humphreys County, there are actually two different warnings your way now. You've got the one right here, and then the secondary one in the northern part of Humphreys County, back into Houston and back over into the Stewart County area. So New Johnsonville, Waverly, only those are communities you've just seen on the map a moment ago. Tennessee City, again, Dixon for you, that particular one there would be around 255. There's the second one around Erin, Cumberland City, Carlisle. So Cumberland City, Carlisle takes you into Stewart County. This is Houston County here, back over near Erin. So this is just west, just crossing the Tennessee River, really in that what we call the LBL area, land between the lakes area, back up this way. So with that secondary cell, Tennessee Ridge, Erin, Slayton, Southside, Ashland Hills are communities that are downstream for where we're seeing the biggest issues now. There's the wider view. So Nashville, nothing happening right now, but these storms are getting ever so close into the metro area. This is the bigger view that shows you all of the warnings that are out there. In addition, Henry was talking a moment ago about some flooding concerns. So Callaway County, Trigg County, Christian County, northern part of Todd County, those areas there right now are under flash flood warnings, and there have been some very hefty rainfall rates with this. And even if you're not within a particular tornadic cell, there is just a ton of lightning. So these are some loud storms now. here's the setup. We've got the warm front. Here's part of the reason things didn't warm up as much during the day in Nashville. The warm front was still in the process of lifting its way northward. Now that that warm front has made its way to the east of Nashville, there is a big difference in how the air feels. It's that spring type feel. It's that muggy feel for us out there. So when it's like that and these storms are coming in, there's more moisture for those storms to work with. So there's the actual storm cells. They're racing ahead of the actual cold front. The front will come through and cool us off from temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s on Friday to temperatures falling during the day for us today. So Nikki D, this is our setup right now until we get this thing through here, which may not be until mid-morning in our eastern counties. We've got to stay very weather aware with this setup.
We truly do. And I understand you can get weather weary. We have been through so much together over the past, goodness gracious, years, but this week has been definitely a doozy. I know Leland has been pointing out specifically where we do have that rotation in place. I do want to take a moment to let you know, even locations that are not necessarily dealing with that tornado-warned storm, we've got winds gusting around 70 miles per hour. We're talking straight line winds. So, of course, what is it this time of year? It's Christmas. A lot of people have decorated. Right now, if you have anything on your porch, I want you to bring it inside. Anything, unless, of course, you're in an area that it is enclosed and you feel pretty confident with that. But of course, when you've got any type of rotation involved, it doesn't matter how close it is where you don't necessarily have that wind funneling through. So a ton of lightning associated. This is going to be very loud as it makes its way. And of course, we do have that tornado threat that we've been watching all evening long. So our tornado warned area is still a major area of concern as the couplets continue to move their way, but also the wind is continuing to be an issue for us. These are our current wind speeds coming in around 22 miles per hour, which doesn't seem like too much, but then we're seeing other locations that are even higher than that. So let's take a look right now at our current warnings and watches. You'll notice, still looking at that watch that has been extended just off to our east, it is encompassing all portions of southern Kentucky. We also have it being extended its way over into Robertson, Wilson, Davidson, Williamson, Murray counties, and of course where you see the yellow, that's where we have severe thunderstorm warnings. But because of this really fast forward motion, they're going to be knocking on your doorstep. So if you are in Cheatham County, say you're over into Thompson Station or areas just over into Spring Hill, you're getting some really high wind gust right now, but that's just the beginning of that system moving through. And because we are seeing so much instability, so much helicity, that is giving an indication that we potentially will be dealing with more circulation trying to take its way as we go throughout the next several hours. And then, of course, not only are you dealing with the wind and the tornadic threat, we do have some aerial flood advisories that are in place for areas just over into portions of Breckenridge as well as Meade. Those are in Kentucky. And then, of course, we're keeping a very close eye on the tornado warned storms. We're getting indications of reports of widespread damage near Lexington. That is in West Tennessee, in the Memphis area. So that is the reputation that these storms do have as they move their way.
And while we speak of damage, let me do this real quick. Our friends in the control room, they've actually got an image out of Bowling Green. So
Wow.
This is from Tristan Eakes. Tristan sent this in. This is on Kenton Street in the Bowling Green area. And so Henry was just telling me there's I know a TV station that is up there that a lot of folks in that area watch that may actually be off the air at this moment. So I know more people than normal may be from the Bowling Green area keeping an eye on us at this particular point. But right now we've got the Kenton Street area. This is from Bowling Green, and I don't have an exact address on this, but the Kenton Street area would stretch from back over not too far from where Poston Electronics is located at. You've got B&P Glass Mirror. I don't know that that's what that area, but basically that's where Kenton Street is. So Kenton Street runs long, so I don't have a particular location on that particular site. But again, confirmation that we need for you to take these storm cells serious. Again, these things are happening in the middle of the night. Nikki D just mentioned Lexington a moment ago. Right. So those of you who know I-40 well, once you cross the Tennessee River and get into Benton County, Decatur County, one of the next communities that will pop up is the Lexington area. So that would be between, let's say, Camden and back over near Jackson. So there's some confirmed damage there. So we've got a host of warnings right now. There is the big picture view for you right now. You've got the one warning just leaving the area for us, for News Channel 5 out of Barron County, and then a couple of the other communities there along the Tennessee River. Again, Houston County, Hickman County, back over near Waverly, Stewart County are communities where we need folks. If you're listening to this right now in those communities, go ahead and take cover, because there is danger
yes.
in your area at this particular time.
I mean, look at this rotation.
Oh, wow,
I mean, it is actually strengthened in rotation right now. So areas, this is just south of New Johnsonville. It is just west of Only. This is where we're seeing a strengthening in the way of the couplet. And I understand there is some angst outside. We do get very nervous when it comes to severe weather, especially if you're not around the area. Just know we're going to walk with you. We're holding your hand. We're going to get through this together. Don't panic. I know it's hard sometimes not to panic when you have been through so much, especially areas over into Waverly. But I want to let you know that you know what to do. You know exactly what to do. We have been over it time after time. It is just like the back of your hand. I want you to get to the lowest level of your home. If you do not have a basement, you want to have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So get to that spot right now. And if you've got pets, bring them with you. If you've got young children, this is the time to wake them up. And we sometimes want to make sure that, okay, this is the time to wake them up with this tornado warning that is currently in place. And we're seeing a lot of these, Leland, they're really not backing down, unfortunately. I mean, that cap, we were hopeful that that cap would pop and that was actually going to help us out a little bit, but it did not. And that is why we are dealing so much in the way of severe weather. Numerous tornadoes have already been reported on the ground, and we currently are still dealing with tornado warnings where we are picking up damage. We just showed you the damage over into Bowling Green a few short minutes ago, and that's continued to move. It's not just the rotation of the tornadoes that we are concerned with. So please don't put your guard down. If you think, oh, well, I'm not in a tornado warned area. These winds are destructive as they move their way eastward. We're talking straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. 70. Think about being on the interstate, having your cruise control on. That is how high these winds are. And when you've got the straight line winds, that is definitely a major issue when it comes to damage, trees down, power outages. And just a reminder, if you do encounter a power outage, you can stream us live on Facebook or any of our other apps. You're not going to be left in the dark as far as the coverage of this weather being concerned. So again, we do have tornado warnings that are still with us because we are continuing to see that rotation. So areas just over into Benton, Decatur, you've got that tornado warning with us until 2:30. But because of the fast forward motion as it is moving northeast 70 miles per hour, that means it's going to be knocking on the door of Davidson County shortly. It's going to be knocking on the door portions of Williamson County. So please go ahead, take those precautions. If you're thinking, oh, I'll be fine for a few hours, I'll bring in the furniture from outside or whatnot in a little bit, do it now. 70 miles per hour is fast. If you're 70 miles away, we're talking 1 hour from now, if not sooner, in some other spots. When it comes to the rotation with this storm, we'll take a closer look and dive deep because we've been dealing with a lot of these couplets. Waverly, you're about to notice some of that rotation moving into your area. Things are slightly trying to improve. And here we got a praise report. Tornado warning for Benton and Decatur counties have now been canceled. So that's some good news for you. But that's just showing you how fast these storm systems are truly moving their way in. So locations closer over to Charlotte, Dixon, Aaron, Waverly, Only. You want to make sure that you're getting in that safe place and taking the proper precautions. A lot of lightning, Leland. These are very loud as well as they barrel their way just off to our north and east.
Yeah, so here is the big picture view for everybody so we can kind of make sure everybody is aware of what we're talking about as far as the main storm line is concerned. Right now, Nashville, not much going on, but we're continuing to keep an eye on this. And if you recall yesterday, Henry and I and then Nikki D and I yesterday morning talking about the fact that some of this could start to enter the metro area in a 3 to 5 time frame. And right now that may be right on cue for that. There we see some of the activity around Bowling Green and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for us now, and then just a ton of lightning. So let's take radar off for a moment, give you a better idea where you can see the particular warnings now. So this one for Kentucky, there's Barron County. So this is now just outside of the News Channel 5 viewing area, but still packing quite a bit of a punch. Behind it, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Russellville, back over around Logan County and around the Warren County area, back around Bowling Green. And Bowling Green, you don't need more on this, but right now we've seen confirmed reports of damage out of the Bowling Green area. And now we've got a strong storm cell that is pushing your way. In addition to that, here's what's happening inside of Tennessee. The brighter, bigger box of yellow are a host of counties right now that are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we've got the tornado warnings right here from right around Stewart County, Houston County, back into the Humphreys County area near Waverly. So Waverly, there's heavy rain bearing down on you right now. Dixon County, be on the lookout. This is going to impact the western area of Dixon County, and we'll look to see if it could be extended into Dixon County itself. But there's a ton of lightning that is showing up with this. Just inside of this box right now, we've got about 500, just over 500 lightning strikes now. But there's some of the area of concern, and those are those two tornado warnings right now. So there is the Houston County area, back over in the Stewart County, northern areas of Humphreys County. So Humphreys County, there are actually two tornado warnings your way. One in the northern part of the county, then the other one here that's just along the interstate for us here for this morning. And still seeing a little bit of rotation with this. It's not as well defined as it was a moment ago, but still right in through here, some rotation right now south of Waverly. There's Interstate 40 there. So again, kind of help people identify this who may just kind of brush through Humphreys County. You've got the only community, and then just before you cross the Tennessee River, you see that exit where there's that Mickey D's is a popular stop for a lot of folks. But just on the other side of that is the Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch that a lot of folks know about. So we're talking in that area right there. This storm cell racing northeast right now at around 70 miles per hour. There's Waverly. So right now, Waverly part of this may brush her away. And again, you've got storm anxiety after some of those early morning storms and flooding a little earlier in the summer. So there's part of the rotation right there. Let's pull this out. Give you a storm path here. So Waverly at around 233, Tennessee City 250, Dixon 259, White Bluff then takes you into the Dixon County area, and then Kingston Springs would be Cheatham County, as would be the Ashland City area. Should that particular one hold together, then the leading edge of it pushes toward downtown Nashville at around 3:45 this morning. So there are just this strong storm cell. This is actually now closer to the line. The storms earlier in the night were some of those supercells that were developing ahead of the main line, and those supercells can be quite destructive on their own. This becomes a little bit more familiar, kind of a scenario of what we saw early on Monday, where you've got a main line, but within this main line, you've got little couplets, little rotation areas there that we need to watch. So there's another storm path there. Waverly, Tennessee City, Dixon, Lyles, Fairview would then take you into parts of the Williamson County area for us this morning. So Nikki D, right now we're watching this line, and there's the stronger part of it now. Cumberland City, Erin, and along State Highway 13 moving into Humphreys County. That's that first warning for Humphreys County. There's a second one that includes back over around Waverly for us this morning.
And we're also keeping a close eye on some potential rotation closer into the Lobeville area. That's going to be right around the Highway 13 between Lobeville and I-40. That's along the Perry-Humphreys County lines. Potential tornado there. And now we're getting a new tornado warning that is going to be coming from Montgomery and northwest Dixon counties. That's about to be pushed on our map. Again, another new tornado warning that is coming from Montgomery and northwest Dixon County. That's going to move into your area shortly. So we're keeping a very close eye. Here's that new tornado warning that is now in place. Areas closer into Cumberland City as well as Erin. And it's moving its way, this one a little slower, northeast at 50. So that's going to be our new concern. Dixon, Houston, Montgomery, Stewart counties. You have a tornado warning that is now with us until 3 o'clock. It is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll take a closer look at that and seeing the direct location as it continues making its way. Right now, this is radar indicated. But of course, as we have seen with everything else, we are noticing that these are beginning to verify as they move their way to our north and east. So a time frame for you, 2:28, Yellow Creek, Slayton around 2:35, Clarksville, if it holds together, which we are getting good indication that it most likely will. Regardless, you're going to have some damaging winds, looking around 2:51 as we get throughout the next little bit. So as far as this system is concerned, we'll put it in forward motion for you. And that just shows how fast we are seeing these systems move. So Pleasant View, I know that's pretty far from you right now. I need you to get ready to get to your safe place in the next little bit. Ashland City, this is knocking at your door, as well as Charlotte. But right now, we do have a tornado warning that is currently in place for locations just for our friends over into the Humphreys County area, as well as Dixon, another plot over into Hickman, Humphreys, and Perry. That will be with us until 2:45. Radar is showing winds upwards of 135 miles an hour aloft. That is around 6,000 feet off the ground, and we also are seeing that strong circulation. So it's about to enter northwest Hickman County as it is moving its way 50 miles per hour. Some closer looks for you around Rye Loop Road. If you're in that location, you are needing to be in your safe location right now. Yellow Creek, you're needing to get to your location right this second. I realize right now you're not seeing a ton in the way of heavy rain, but you are about to have some heavy rain and the potential for some of that circulation as it continues to move its way through. These storms are nothing to shake a stick at. They're tapping into uncharted territory where we have a lot of instability. We've got all of the ingredients that these storms do need. I do not want you to be frightened, but I need you to get to your safe place. We're now getting indications of a large tornado debris signature now in southern Humphreys County. Radar indicated and confirmed tornado. Again, as Leland pointed out, these are going to be rain wrapped. It's dark outside. Do not get outside. We want you to continue to stay safe. Oh, thank you. Let's take the debris signature on Max 3, Leland, where we are picking up that very strong debris signature now in southern Humphreys County. And with that being picked up, that is indicating debris. We're talking wood, we're talking leaves, and
yeah, so we were talking a moment ago about the only community. So this is Interstate 40 right here. And again, some of you who live in this area know exactly what I'm talking about. Others who just know this from your travels along I-40 between Nashville, Jackson, Dixon, Jackson, Nashville, Memphis. The only community is one of those stops that you see along the way. I think it's exit 143-ish, 145-ish back over that way. And then just beyond that is the exit we were talking about for the Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch. So that may give you a clear idea of where we're talking about with this particular storm cell. But if you are over here, you know exactly where I'm at. So let me move this in just a little bit closer. And again, sometimes on our debris signature product, it doesn't show up as this vivid. So we want to stress home when we're seeing something this vivid, this bright, I need for you to take cover. So I'm going to call out some roads right now. If I call out your road, get into your safe place right now. So we are in the Humphreys County area. Those of you around Barron, Hollow Road, and especially as you make your way back up toward, let's see here, Wright Ridge Road or Wright Road. Those of you in Wilhite, this is getting ready to get a little closer to you. Back around the Richardson community, Epperson Hollow Road. So right here, where we're seeing this within this box here, that's unfortunately a sad indication that there is debris signature, and radar can do great things for us to try to help keep you safe and informed on this. And one of the things radar does, the general thing it does, is it picks up rain. The other thing with wind detection, it picks up rotation, but newer features will allow this to kind of pick out where debris from the ground may be lifted up into a storm cell here. So again, where we've got this bright color, this is an unfortunate situation where we probably believe that there is storm debris that was a little further down the line being picked up now and is over the communities here of back over around Humphreys County. So this is Wilhite Road. There is Wright Road right there. Those of you in the Epperson Road area back around Richardson Road, this is where we see what's up. There is the Bucksnort community there. So another area that points out and jumps out to a lot of people traveling along I-40. So you see Bucksnort. So just almost north and northwest of Bucksnort. This is racing here to the northeast. So let me pull this out. I'll step back over here and pull this out so you can see some of the other communities that are coming down the line for us right now.
And a lot of times people wait for two confirmations. Y'all, this is your confirmation right here that we are getting debris that is up in the air. And Henry, you've got some new information for us.
Well, one of the things I wanted to point out on this, guys, if you could switch Switch to Max 3 real quick.
It is up.
Yeah, for folks in the back, it's still Mike 5 for me. Is looking at this on radar, you cannot see the rotation with this. There's not really a clear indication on the rain product here of where rotation could be. So if we had train spotters out, if there was a lot of lightning around, you would not see a silhouette of a tornado. So this is going to be blind to the naked eye, so to speak.
Such a great
So
point.
you have to basically, in this case, rely on the tornado debris signature that we have. And another thing that I want to point out, around Old Richmond Road and Malgan Hollow Road, when you get these purples, you got heavier rains, but we're likely talking about some hail that's in here too. And I do want to look at that hail track and just kind of see what's going on in these areas, because we have been getting some hail, most of it between Olney and Cobble, but wouldn't be surprised if we got some other reports in there. But I just wanted to kind of reinforce to folks that looking at radar here, it's like, well, I'm not seeing anything that would rotate, but utilizing the other products that we have, the debris detection, also utilizing the products like our tornado storm relative velocity index. These are great ways that we are able to detect where there potentially could be rotation. But again, looking at this, Leland and Nikki D, it is certainly a kind of just a gut-wrenching feeling to see something like this at this early morning hour.
Yeah, and take these storms very seriously. They're moving right now at around 70 miles per hour. We've got a storm path on this one, and I've got it on the edge of where we're seeing the that debris. So those of you in Dixon, and let me quickly go to the camera in Dixon. We were seeing quite a bit of lightning there a moment ago. We can start to see some of the wet streets now from Dixon, and it's a very warm 73. There's a little bit of lightning right there, but a very warm 73 over in Dixon. But those of you in Fairview, those of you in Ashland City, Forest Hills. Now, once we see Forest Hills in Nashville, that starts to put us into the metro Nashville, Davidson County area, and then that could hold together and push up toward Goodlettsville. If it holds together, then those of you in the southern part of Sumner County, Hendersonville, just before the 4 a.m. hour. So right now, on the leading edge of where we're seeing a little bit of that debris, that storm cell racing down around 70 miles per hour. So again, Dixon, Fairview, Ashland City, Forest Hills, and parts of Nashville could be impacted by this storm cell. So let's pull this out just a bit.
Quick.
All right, yeah, go.
If I can jump in on this, Leland, we're now getting wording that is just driving home what we were saying about that tornado debris signature. This is from our friends at the Weather Service. A confirmed tornado was located near Hurricane Mills, or 11 miles southeast of Waverly, and it's moving east at 50. So it's racing to the east at 50 miles per hour. But this is going to be right there along I-40 between mile markers 143 and 165. But to just reiterate, they are now wording this as a confirmed tornado near Hurricane Mills, or 11 miles southeast of Waverly. And guys, this racing northeast at 50 at nighttime, Leland, Nikki D, that is certainly a scary thing, even during the day, to see speeds like that.
Yes, I mean, and it's not just the tornado warned storms that we're dealing with. You'll notice that we've got so much lightning associated with these as well. And Henry put it perfectly. You're not going to see these storms as they move in. A lot of these are rain wrapped. Do not wait for the verification. And it's not just the tornadic threat that we are seeing and confirming right now. It's these straight line winds where we're seeing confirmation that they're knocking out power in a lot of spots. Straight line winds can do a lot of damage within themselves, and they typically have a very long linear line with them, so it does move very rapidly. We do have that confirmed tornado near Hurricane Mills Road. Thank y'all for putting that up there. And still dealing with our tornado warnings as they move their way to the east. Because it is tracking so fast, we will be dealing with a lot of these storms moving quickly into the metro. Just because Davidson County's there, don't think we're going to forget about you, Wilson, as it makes its way. Every single county matters. Every community matters. And that's why we are walking you through it step by step. A lot of anxiety can be had with these time storms, but we want you to get to your safe place. Do not wait for a second confirmation. Do not go out and look your front door. We want you to get to the lowest level of your home as fast as possible. If you're in Robertson County, Cheatham, the east side of Dixon, as well as going to Williamson, Davidson, Murray, I want y'all to go ahead and get ready and prepared to get to that safe spot. If you have friends and family in these areas, wake them up. just make sure they give you the thumbs up that they're paying attention. I understand people can be groggy and sometimes cranky, but this is one of those situations because we've got time after time confirmed tornadoes, confirmed devastation that has been taking place across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. You move your way just areas over into East Tennessee, that's going to track that way. But over into West Tennessee, a lot of confirmed issues that have already taken place so far. Lawrenceburg utility system is reporting 1,278, so over 1,200 customers without power immediately north of Lawrenceburg in that Lawrence County line. And, you know, we really haven't had a ton of action down there as of yet. So that is a concern because we are losing the power. If you do lose power, please know that we are streaming live on social media platforms as well as on all of our apps. And we will continue to do so until all of this does clear. But the rotation with these storms is definitely something to be mindful of and to get to that lowest level. But these straight line winds cannot be neglected because they are causing a lot of issues as well. You'll notice Lawrence County, in fact, hasn't even had any rain as of yet, but it's the winds ahead of the system that is causing that to take place. So you're going to notice winds starting to pick up quite a bit as this does track its way eastward. But know that once the rain comes, we're talking of the potential for spin-up tornadoes taking place as well. And we're getting a lot of reports as it does make its way. Now, also keeping a close eye, a tornado may be trying to spin up near the Slayton area that is in northwest Dixon County. So northwest
Dixon. If you punch
Dixon.
up Max 3, Nikki D, you'll be able, I've got it zoomed in.
Oh, thank you so much, Henry. I appreciate you. Let's bring up Max 3 for you and actually you can see. There we go. There we are seeing some of that rotation right there as it continues to make its way. Thank you, Henry. And if you could, can you zoom in just a little bit? Let's get some more of those roads so we can get people getting to their safe place. Obviously, areas closer to the Woods Valley location. And here's some of your areas that you've got to be in your safe place right this second, away from doors as well as windows. Over into McConnell Road, areas closer into that Puckett Road area, Chambers Road, Underwood Road, Bryan Hollow Road, Hodges Road. You need to be in your safe place. This is where we are picking up some rotation that is currently in place. That's why we do have a tornado warning. And of course, when you do see the reds and the greens, we really don't want those to correlate whatsoever. Only time you like those is around Christmas. We do not like to see these on the radar because that is letting us know there is some rotation that is taking place as the system does continue to make its way. So we're trying to keep a very close eye on that as things continue. But you know what, Leland? This is not going to end anytime soon.
No, and we talked yesterday about the time frame here for our western county starting around midnight, and actually started just a little bit before the midnight hour. And we mentioned the eastern areas, Cookeville, Crossville, Cumberland County. It would be after sunrise in a 8 to 10 o'clock time frame for those communities right now. When we mentioned Nashville metro area would be 3 to 5, and right now that's about right on target for us this morning. But there is the big view of what's going on. So we've got the one tornado warning that continues now in Kentucky to move away from the News Channel 5 viewing area. But let's remove radar and lightning now, and you can see this outline here. So those of you in the Logan County area near Russellville, around Bowling Green, where we have seen some confirmed damage pictures this morning, you've got more rain moving your way and some locally heavy downpours there. As we get just west of Nashville, two big areas of concern. The bigger box is the severe thunderstorm warning covering a host of counties, but of more immediate concern are the tornado warnings. And there's a brand new one there that just popped up for the Dixon area, and we're watching that. So right now we've got a lot of lightning that is showing up with this. Let's zoom in. So here's the Dixon area. So right now, right here where we've got this red and green next to each other, unfortunately more signs of rotation. This is part of the storm cell that we were watching a moment ago around Only, and again it's racing northeast here. So those of you around Dixon for us this morning, this is pushing your way. If you all will, for just a second, Nikki D, if you'll just hit the Dixon camera and hit weather metrics there, we can show at least a little bit of the lightning right now of this storm cell that is now just to the southwest of Dixon for us this morning. But right now, there we go with our Dixon camera there and some of the lightning that is showing up for us from Dixon for us this morning. Meanwhile, there we see the rain out of Dixon. There we go from Humphreys County for us this morning. And there's that rotation right there. So big concern because this is a continuation of what we were seeing just a moment ago. So if we will, I think Henry is seeing something on, we'll go to Max 3 for us right now. And you've got new information that is coming in.
So Dixon has multiple tornado warnings right now.
Dixon has multiple tornado warnings that are currently in, and it's not just one tornado warning that we're looking at. I mean, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, we've got 3 warnings in that area. One of the cells moving at 45 miles per hour to the northeast, the other one moving east at 50 miles per hour. So you've got the one near Sladen right now, the tornado warning, plus the one that was working out of Humphreys County, and we've got another tornado warning just south of Tennessee City. That's the one that's working along parts of the I-40 corridor as well, and will eventually head towards the city of Dixon. So again, multiple tornado warnings right now, Leland, for the Dixon area. Basically all of Dixon County under it too, Nikki D.
And something that we do want to point out, unfortunately, we are getting confirmation that there have been some loss of lives across the area. This is over into parts of West Tennessee, but we do have 2 storm-related deaths that have been confirmed in West Tennessee, letting us know that the Tennessee Associated Press. And, you know, Leland, that's the last thing we want to hear. And these storms are now moving into our backyards, and they have not, the only thing they've done is strengthen.
They've strengthened a bit for us out there, and we continue to see very strong signatures. So this is the one in Dixon County. So those of you in Dixon, it's here right now, but this thing is again racing your way at around 70 miles per hour. So we continue to see that rotation through here coming in now out of the Humphreys County area. That's the one for the southern part of Dixon County with the latest radar update even closer now to Dixon. There's the one in the northern part of Dixon County that would then take you back up into the Stewart and Robertson County areas. But let's show you this one here. So there is the Eno Community Forest right now. There is Dixon. We'll identify a couple of these streets. So if I'm calling off your street, go ahead and take cover. Lock Hollow Road, Coon Road, Eno Road, West Piney Road, Pine Acres for us out there. Now I've moved this over to Dixon. I'm identifying a couple of the streets here in the Dixon area for you right now, and there you can see from Dixon here for us, Dixon right now, Dull Street, those of you around the North Charlotte area for us this morning. Then as you get to the northern side of Dixon, Hummingbird Lane. So right now, Dixon proper, it's quiet your way, but this storm cell is just west of you right now and moving at a very fast clip here for us this morning from back over around the Eno area and then back over near the Pond community. There we go. There's Dixon. There's Hummingbird Lane. There's Eastwood for us now. There's right around Columbia Avenue. So we take this and there you go. Piney Road there. Eno, if you're in the Eno area right now, take cover. This thing is right on top of you. There is Worley Furnace Road. There is Furnace Hollow Road. There is Brandon Drive right there and moving ever closer into the Dixon area there for us this morning right now. So again, we continue to see this area. We've seen some of the debris signature showing that this is being picked up and moved toward the Dixon area. And you've got some new information.
Confirmed tornado inside White Bluff in the Dixon County area. So not only is it being confirmed on radar, we're also noticing the confirmation that is taking place when it comes to a trained spotter. So a lot happening with these storms. Henry pointed out we're talking about several tornado warnings within one county itself, a lot of rotation. Please take our advice. Look at that lightning right there. Get to your safe place. You may think it's silly right now because it's not necessarily as gusty. Just wait a few minutes as it continues to track its way rapidly just off to our east. Some of these have actually slowed down just a hair. So that means we're talking around 45 to 50 miles per hour in that forward motion as it does continue to track. Seeing a lot of power outages as well ahead of the line of the storms. That is going to be an issue for us as we go through the next bit, because as we spoke about in Lawrenceburg, where they do have power outages, they have not had a drop of rain right now. So a lot of power outages in Lawrence County, and we're now seeing more power outages ahead of this storm system, because remember, it's not just the tornadic threat, it are straight line winds that are knocking over trees, knocking over power outages rapidly across the area as this continues to track its way just to the east. It is the middle of the night. It is currently 2:44 on Saturday morning. If you are within the media locations, I need you to get ready to get to your safe place. I want you to have multiple ways to get information. And do you want to go over to that camera, Henry, that we're currently looking at?
We're looking at this camera here out of the Dixon area right now, and this is the one. The camera itself actually sits on Main Street there, but once you see lightning, you can see just a little bit of a dip out of one of the clouds there.
And yeah, and that's why we're looking west from Dixon, and I'm kind of panning with this. And so that was kind of what, didn't mean to startle both of you, but that's what kind of got me to jump there when I saw
That's what we're here
something.
for.
And we're just going to kind of pan with this as we continue to look with some of these lightning strikes. But there was a little something there that that caught my eye, and now I'm not seeing a lot. I am definitely seeing the intense heavy rainfall with this right now, but and it does look like that rain is starting to really pick up and blow horizontal. I don't want to pan too far over, but I'm just trying to look at the rain and kind of go in the direction the rain is blowing in from. Bottom line, it doesn't matter if there is something there that is rain wrapped or not rain wrapped. There's a tornado warning for Dickson County, and you need to be heading to your safe place. We'll keep an eye on that one for you guys. But let me switch back to, I guess, go back to Max 2 for you, Nikki D.
Oh, thank you, Henry. I mean, thank you for bringing that up. Let us know. Holler if you see something, and let us be your eyes and ears. We do not need you trying to get out there and get footage because you want to take the best picture. That is downright silly. And I need you to stay safe because we are dealing with major power outages ahead of this system. I need you to make sure your phone is charged to the best of its ability, and I need you to make sure you've got multiple ways to get these warnings. In fact, if this does cause you to lose power, this is knocking on the door of parts of Williamson County and going right around into Wrigley. This is knocking on the door of Davidson County. And because of its rapid forward motion, there's a good indication we've got straight line winds ahead of it. Power outages are likely to take place as this continues to track its way. So just to kind of recap just a little bit, we do have a tornado warning that is currently in place for parts over into Dixon, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, and Lewis, Montgomery, Perry counties. That tornado warning is until 3 o'clock. We are getting storm reports over into the Lobeville area, which is in Perry County, that a train spotter has indicated some damaging winds that has caused trees to fall down and the loss of power in a lot of locations. And if we want to get back to the Dixon area along I-40, we're getting some concerns closer to that location, Leland, where we could potentially have more of that rotation.
So if we'll switch over here and we'll pull this up right here is Dixon for us now. And so we've got Interstate 40. So you've made your way along I-40 back over toward Dixon for us now. This area of circulation appears to be just to the southwest of the main Dixon exit. So the main Dixon exit would be exit 172. That's where you see all of the fast food restaurants. That would be that main four-way drive that would take you one way into Dixon. If you go the other way, it's going to take you down into Bon Aqua. So that's State Highway 46. So just a couple of miles down from that on I-40 is where we've got this rotation right now that is showing up. So let's go in and see along I-40 back around East Piney Road. There you can see, and actually along East Piney Road, north and south of I-40 here, back around Mount Sinai Road or a couple of areas there. Meanwhile, just a little to the east of that, if you are in Grab Creek Road, West Grab Creek Road, Black Road, back over around Brentwood Drive. A couple of areas there where you need to be in great concern right now and getting into your safe place. But right now, another tornado debris signature being picked up just south of the Dixon area. So again, when we say tornado debris signature, unfortunately, what that's telling us is that these storm cells have picked up debris somewhere along the way, and these storm cells are so strong it is taking that debris and lifting it up that it can be detected on radar. And right now, you've got a very strong one here just south of Dixon. So I'll show the Dixon camera just a moment right now. This is the rain that has now moved in a very short amount of time. When we showed this camera a second ago, it was at 0 on the rain gauge, and in a short amount of time, the downpours there have this at 1/4 of an inch of rain for this morning. So that's the rain now moving into Dixon. This area here would be really just south of where that camera is located. So we're south of Dixon right now along State Highway 46. So that's getting closer to that main drag that so many take off the interstate into Dixon. So right there, let's identify a few more roads. So we've got East Piney Road, Cowan Road. Again, we mentioned this a moment ago. So if you're at West Grab Creek Road, go ahead and take cover. Marshall Stewart Drive. There you can see those of you in the Coolsburg community. This is moving your way. So let's pull this out. You can see that darker yellow there just south of Dixon. So there is Dixon. So to kind of give everybody else an idea of where we're thinking, we've got Nashville. You have Cheatham County, and then just west of that is the Dixon County area, just south of the Charlotte area for us this morning. And now these storm warnings are being extended into Nashville. So Nashville, Davidson County, at the moment, a severe thunderstorm warning, but we've got tornado warnings out of Cheatham County, parts of Dixon County, and the southern part of Montgomery County as we continue to watch 2 areas of circulation. And we've got debris detection here, so let me point out 2 areas of concern. Right now, that's Dixon right there. So there's one area of concern. There's another area where it shows up as a bright yellow, where unfortunately, meaning that there may be a little bit of debris that is being picked up. Very latest right now, we've got a debris signature crossing State Highway 46. Again, mentioned that a moment ago. That's the main highway. So if you're traveling I-40, you get off at exit 172 to go to those fast food places there, or to make your way one way into Dixon, or to make your way the other direction to get you into Hickman County and Bon Aqua. State Highway 46 is where there is great concern. We are seeing a debris signature crossing Highway 46 between Dixon and I-40, the Burns community. Henry, what are you seeing here on our camera from there?
Well, our camera just lost connection right there. It was bouncing around in the wind. But at the moment, I'm not able to control it. And it was right as things started to pick up there. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to switch over to your radar, Nikki D, and just see if maybe a simple reset with the internet connection, but definitely concerning, yeah.
Because we're seeing, the debris signature, and then on top of that, we're also dealing with power outages ahead of the system. If you are in the Brentwood area, Mount Juliet, Hendersonville, White House, I need you to have multiple ways to get alerts, because there is a good chance you will lose power. So please continue to stay weather aware. Leland, let's take a look at those roadways, a little closer look for us right now over in the Dixon area, where we are dealing with quite a bit in the way of that debris signature and, of course, that tornado warning that is currently with us. Over into Burns, you'll notice Maple Grove Street, Buddy Road. If you're in these areas, you've got to be in your safe place. You know someone that lives here, call them now. You may have to call them 3 times in a row in order for their phone to get off of the silent mode.
Yeah, so again, this is the Burns area, and so this is where we've got an area of circulation right now. We've also seen the debris signature that was showing up along Highway 46 between Dixon and I-40, and right now, Weather Service is saying that there is a likely tornado. So again, a likely tornado right now moving through Burns in Dixon County. So if you're in the Holland area, if you're along College Street, Johnson Avenue, State Highway 96, which is also probably known as Baker Street in that area. If you are in those communities that I just mentioned, please get to your safe place. We have had, unfortunately, several reports of damage throughout the night. Nikki D highlighted the fact that there were a couple of deaths that have now been reported out of West Tennessee. So this is a dangerous situation, and right now a likely tornado moving through the Burns area for us now. So if you are in Burns, College Street, Buddy Street, Holland Street, and let me take this just to the west of there, or east. So
look at the
those of
rotation,
you, wow, let's go back to your you can pick that up.
The rotation has truly started to continue to intensify over in the Burns area. So White Bluff, we need you to get to your safe place. And just to throw out a few of these streets, if you know where it is, you know someone there, I want you to get a hold of them, get to your safe place. Baker Works in that location, as well as heading our ways over into White Bluff Road, Baker's Work Road, Sanders Mill, the Readers Crossing area. The circulation is going to be moving in your way quite quickly, and it has truly caused quite a bit of devastation in some areas with this particular cell, and obviously a lot of power outages. If you do lose power, we are streaming on Facebook, we are streaming on all of our apps, and we are getting indication of multiple power outages. And of course, that likely tornado moving through the Burns in Dixon County, Burns area, this likely tornado that we are getting reports. So over into White Bluff, I need you to be in your safe location. Readers Crossing, as well as on the East Side Road, Old Highway 56. Please get to your location, lowest level of your home immediately. And areas, I can't stress it enough, moving its way just off to the east. Because of the winds ahead of it, we are losing so much power that's going to be knocking on the doors of a very highly populated area. That does not make it any more significant. It is just one of those situations that it is just highly more populated. Yeah. It's not making it more important, but we do want to make sure you're reaching out to everybody in the Davidson County area, Williamson County. David, if you can please make sure that our children are ready to go, getting their safe place as well, getting the tennis shoes ready, and having multiple ways to receive these alerts, because there's a good chance we're going to lose some power over in Williamson County over the next bit. Dixon, really noticing that debris signature still being an issue for you guys as this continues to move its way just off to the east. Now seeing that rotation closer over into White Bluff, Kingston Springs, as it tracks its way, and you're getting reports of a lot of power outages with
Yeah,
this
so
system.
right now I can't get this on the air, but I'll just kind of read them off here. And we're looking at the map from Dixon Electric. And Dixon Electric covering areas from Dixon down to Burns and most of Dixon County. So where we were talking about in the Burns community, we've got one area where there are 2,100 customers without electricity. And then just maybe a couple of blocks to the west of that, another area where there may be 1,100 folks without electricity. So where we're seeing in Dixon County, the most electrical outages right now would be customers on Dixon Electric who are south of the Dixon area. So this is where we're watching. Again, we pointed out that there's probably likely a tornado that is moving through the Burns area. So those of you west of Burns, you need to make sure that you'll go ahead and get in your safe place. Meanwhile, those of you in Cheatham County, Nashville, you've got severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, but right now, severe thunderstorm warnings, but even then, stay on guard to see if any of these tornado warnings may be extended to the east of that. There is a look at the big picture view. So where you see most of the color, that's the tornado watch that's now out for most of the area. The places in yellow, including Nashville, Robertson County, back into a little corner of Sumner County down near Hendersonville, back over around Goodlettsville, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. But our biggest concern right now, Dixon County. You can see where we've got these areas here where there are two tornado warnings. There's one in the Dixon County area, another one in northern Dixon County stretching into the Montgomery County area. So those are the biggest concerns. So yeah, we've got these big storms that are happening in a host of counties, but where there's the more immediate concern, and you can see there more rotation showing up around White Bluff, meaning folks in Cheatham County, it's getting ready to push into the Cheatham County area.
And of course, as it does push in, Leland, we've got those wind gusts ahead of it, the straight line winds, that is what is being the culprit of knocking out so much power. So please take this seriously. Heed the warning. I know you might be sleepy. You know what? Let's power through it and let's get to that safe place. White Bluff noticing some of that rotation as well as in the Kingston Springs area as it does continue to track its way just off to our east. And new tornado warning coming for Cheatham and Davidson, Williamson County. That will include Nashville.
And guys, real quick too, I just want to let y'all know, switch back if you don't mind real quick to weather metrics. So it does appear we've lost video connection on it, but our data is still ingesting, which is good. And I want you to take a look at the winds. They've dropped. I saw these well over 30 miles per hour from the northwest just a bit, and there they go. They're back up now, but we aren't getting that camera feed. And it was right as we started to talk about some of these tornado debris signatures moving through Dixon County, Leland and Nikki D, that we got those reports there. If you can, switch to Skycam 1 real quick. Because we're starting to see those lightning strikes in the distance. Just to give you an idea that this is coming, we are looking to the west right now and starting to see some of the lightning in the distance as this storm is gearing up towards heading this way. You can hear the wind outside. We've got microphones on those cameras as well that allow you to hear the wind, and that's something else that we are monitoring closely right now. And it does sound like we've got our new tornado warning.
Yes,
again,
we do
this
have
is
it.
the importance right here when we tell you make sure your phone is not on Do Not Disturb. That will wake you up in the middle of the night.
Yes,
And that particular one is actually coming from our cell phone carriers. So we've got Storm Shield, but this is actually one for our cell phone carriers because of where we're at. So the station is now under this new tornado warning. And again, you can hear the wind out there and picking up big time for us.
So
absolutely.
Right now, that particular tornado warning is tracking east 50 miles per hour. So please get to your safe spot. I want you guys to know we are heeding our own advice. We are in a very safe location. There are no windows in here, and we are in the center of the building. But yes, we do now have a tornado warning for areas Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, Williamson. That will be with us until 3:30. And we're going to keep an eye on the sky with our sky camera. But obviously with this tornado warning in place, we want to make sure you are staying safe. They're seeing a lot of power outages associated with this as it moves its way in. And obviously, Nashville, you're just on the edge of this tornado warning. But let me tell you, it's moving fast. And because of that, that's why you need to get to your safe place right now. I believe Henry is going to be going out in just a second. Franklin, you're not in the tornado warning per se, but we do have parts of Williamson County under the tornado warning right now. And Leland, you'll be able to pick up some information over there as well. But here is the right now where we are seeing that rotation continuing to move its way. So a tornado warning is now in place and valid for parts of Davidson County. That does include in Nashville, parts of Williamson County as well. And now they're sending an emergency alert, National Weather Service, for the tornado warning in the area. Henry, I can barely hear you. What do you have going on?
Okay, I was just making sure you guys could hear me. The sirens just went off here in downtown Nashville. If you guys want to visually position the Skycam atop News Channel 5, if you turn it to the west, that'll give us a clear view looking over Bicentennial Mall. Also, our sky cams on the Batman building, if we want to position them to the west. Seeing the lightning out there, but there's an eerie feeling out here. And mind you, I'm right next to the door. I'm able to get right back into the studio too. But just to kind of paint the picture of what's happening, you know that saying, the calm before the storm? That is what's happening right now. And what we are experiencing is all of the energy in advance of the storm. It's basically being pulled into it. And that's why you get the calm before the storm. Then things kind of eerily start to pick up. But right
and
now,
Henry, just so that folks will know what's up, Henry has actually just left the studio a moment. He is on the back deck. And so the reason you hear those tornado sirens in Nashville, Henry, is because you're on the back deck right now.
I'm on the back deck. I'm closely located to the studio to be able to get back in. We are not out trying to track this mobily. That is certainly not a safe thing to do, to be out in a vehicle trying to track this at night, because we've got rain-wrapped tornadoes. But I want to make sure folks are really understanding the seriousness of this. While we've had numerous radar indicated ones, I'm looking off to the west, and you can again hear the sirens, see the lightning flashes. It is very humid out here right now, and please folks, don't go outside and say, oh, let me check it out for myself. No. It is time to head to your safe place.
It is.
The lowest floor of your home.
And it's not just the tornado, the circulation we are concerned with. We're getting parts of Williamson County over in Fairview. Winds are gusting 75 miles per hour. And we're also getting 3/4 of an inch size of hail that has currently fallen in that particular area. So we are noticing some of those hail. That's right around the size of a penny size hail that is currently falling in that area closer to the Fair Long Drive location. So you've got a lot of moving parts with this tornado warning in place. And this is going to continue to track its way right around 50 miles per hour. So we are dealing with the wind gust ahead of it that is knocking out numerous locations with power. And that's going to continue to take place because this is moving at such a rapid pace and we've got so much in the way of wind ahead of it. So we are getting indication tornado debris signature just now northwest of Kingston Springs. Likely, a tornado on the ground. I say that likely because it's not been totally confirmed.
Yeah, but he is saying likely, not just a tornado. They're from our friends at the Weather Service saying likely a significant tornado on the ground in Kingston Springs. So Kingston Springs would be the southern part of Cheatham County. We've got the cameras up, so we're seeing and hearing some of the sound from the microphone that we have on our Skycam right now in downtown. But we do see that winds right now showing that winds with this may be at 127 miles per hour. So again, the winds wrapping around this thing may be moving at 127 miles per hour. Our friends from the Weather Service saying a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So again, they don't put these words in here lightly. They want to make sure that you understand what is happening here. So at 3:02, so just a moment ago, 3:02, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Kingston Springs, or 9 miles southwest of Ashland City. This one moving northeast here at around 60 miles per hour. So here you can see where Nikki D is showing radar for us right now. So here we go with the Kingston Springs area. There is Cheatham County. So because of the speed at 60 miles per hour, then that warning now now extended into Davidson County, including downtown, which is why actually a moment ago you heard our cell phones from our cell phone carriers go off because of the tornado warning in downtown, Nikki D.
Yes, and of course, we're getting more information in the National Weather Service. This is the best thing about meteorologists. We don't care who you're watching. We just want you watching and to stay safe. A tornado is likely going to be edging into some neighborhoods along Highway 70, that is north of Kingston Springs in southern Cheatham County. Again, if you are close to Highway 70 and you are in the Kingston Springs area, just north of Kingston Springs, there are several neighborhoods in parts of southern Cheatham County, and we want to make sure everyone there is being on alert. A lot of winds with this. Power outages are being confirmed across the board as this continues to make its way. But Leland, these neighborhoods, a lot of people, a very highly populated area, and like you said, the National Weather Service does not use these words lightly.
They do not. So if you're in southern Cheatham County, take cover, which means those of you in the western part of Davidson County, go ahead and consider this storm dangerous, and this is your warning that you need to go ahead and get the family up, get them in their safe location. If the kids have bicycle helmets, grab them.
Yes.
We often tell people a small mattress to cover your head, because in the event things start to fall, you're trying to protect your head. Maybe the easiest thing for kids is to have them grab the bicycle helmet and put that on. So this is the wider view so that we can show you that we've got Nashville, but right now, even though Nashville is under the tornado warning, it's really back into Kingston Springs where we're watching this. So Kingston Springs, that also means those of you in the Pegram area, and Weather Service saying still a large tornado signature just north of Kingston Springs right now in Cheatham County. So wow. And again, unfortunately for us, the signatures have seemed very bright, much more vivid than they normally are. Normally they're much smaller than this, but when you get them like this is telling us that you need to consider this storm very dangerous. So those of you in the Kingston Springs area, but you see the Shacklet area? Let me put a box around that. There's Shacklet right there. There is another location where we are seeing a very strong debris signature. So let me identify a few streets from this area right here so that you can make sure that you and your family are safe. So number one, let's go into Kingston Springs. West Kingston Springs Road, Mount Pleasant Road, those of you around Pinnacle Hill Road, those of you that's their street, that's just the name of it, Street Road, which then connects into Pinnacle Hill Road. So there's an area there of concern. Now let's go here where the signature shows up even a bit brighter for us right now. So again, we point out within this box, there is the likelihood of debris that has been picked up somewhere else and lifted up into this storm. So Mount Creek Road, Four-Wheel Drive Road, those of you around Mount Cutchin Road, those of you around Beeler Road, Cedar Hill Road. If I've just called out your name, get the family in a safe place. Now, let me expand this a bit and move this to the east here so that we can pick up a couple of places downstream where you may be in danger and where you may need to take cover. So just outside of this, we've got Shade Tree Lane, those of you around Deerfoot Road, Indian Spring Road, Apache Trail, Running Deer, Deerwood, back over around Indian Springs. Those are communities that are just downstream. And again, these things are moving at 70 miles per hour. So don't think you've got a lot of time. You're talking about something moving at the speed of a car at the normal speed down an interstate. So racing right now at around 70 miles per hour. So let me pull this out. And just from where we're seeing this signature, I'm going to put a storm path on this, and that would then take it into the Davidson County area here. So right now, moving here at about 60 miles per hour, that particular part of it could brush the downtown Nashville area at 3:30. If it continues to hold together, you've got Hendersonville and Sumner County at 3:43, and then back over around 2 Chestnut Road at around 3:50. So right now, we've got this storm continuing to move east, and right now, the Tune Airport, you don't want to hear this after some of the damage earlier, but part of this storm cell may be right along John Tune Airport. That would be just west of downtown. So we'll check our cameras again just to see if we're seeing anything. And this is our camera in West Nashville. This one is actually over at St. Thomas Hospital, and we can see some of the lightning there. We've got our sky cams right now, and our sky cams on the Batman building actually have microphones, so you're hearing some of the wind that is showing up and we're hearing from downtown. So again, Tune Airport, that would be just west of downtown. Those of you in that area, go ahead and take cover. Again, not what you want to hear after what happened your way back in 2020. But there we go. There's some of the heavy rain right now moving into downtown Nashville for us this morning. And let's bring you into downtown. So there we go right now, downtown Nashville. There's State Highway 70. Tune Airport is actually just kind of west of downtown for us this morning.
It is. I was just going to bring the radar back up so we could see that because we were looking outside. But we are dealing with a significant tornado warning that we need you to heed. Advisement 4. We've got heavy rain coming in. There's a lot of wind ahead of it, and that also means it is very, very difficult to keep the power on in a lot of spots. Leland, you're doing a great job navigating for us as far as some of these areas, the Richland location, Park Avenue, Nebraska Avenue, Fairview Avenue. If you are in these locations, you need to be in your safe place. If your location's off to the east and you are in a mobile home, I need you to find plans right now to get to a location that you will be safe in. You do not have much time. Get the tennis shoes. I need you to get flashlights with you. I need you to stay calm and stay controlled. We're going to walk with you this. If your power goes out, no worries. You've got a cell phone, and we're going to continue to stay with you. And Leland, can you give us some more indication of some of these roads around the area?
Yeah, so I'm going to pull this back out just a bit and go into Cheatham County, then come back into Nashville with a new update from our friends of the Weather Service. They're saying observe tornado damage threat. And so again, the wording here, they're using strong language so that you will take this to heart and get cover, saying a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Pegram, which would be south of Ashland City. Pegram is in Cheatham County, but that's one county over from Davidson County, Nashville. 7 miles south of Ashland City, moving east at around 50 miles per hour. Also, we had other reports of damage showing up around Tune Airport for us this morning. So you continue to hear the sirens from our cameras in downtown, which is showing, and the strong rain that is now moving through. So Cheatham County, Dixon County, Davidson County are areas that we're watching now. Let me see if we're seeing much on rotation here. And there we go, right there on the Davidson County line there, showing up just not too far from Bellevue. But where you see these colors here, kind of the red and the green, some of these bright colors here, this is where we've got the possibility of rotation. And now a lot of this is inside of Davidson County, moving east here at around 60 miles per hour.
So we need you to get to your safe place. We want you to get to the lowest level of your home immediately. And we want you to put on those tennis shoes. The bicycle helmets are perfect and easy way to go ahead and put that on the little ones, put that on yourself. And if you do not have anything that you can get to the basement, I want you to get creative. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As you're making your way to the center of your home, I want you to make sure that your blinds are closed. I want you to close the door behind you as you're making your way to the center. And that's just going to give you a little bit more protection as you continue to build your way to the center of your home. You may have to be in a pantry. You may need to be in a hall closet.
Yes.
What about a bathroom? Be creative. Get to that safe spot. You may make a mess in your house by jerking stuff out. I don't care. I want you to be safe. And Henry is outside right now. And
yeah.
Henry,
and before we get to Henry, just a reminder too on this. Cut the TV up on loud.
Yes.
Grab your cell phone. We are streaming on several of our platforms. So if you lose electricity, and our assistant news director, Michelle Bonnet, was saying that there are now about 2,000 people without power in the Nashville area, and that number is likely to go up. So as we head to Henry, who is on the loading dock door here at News Channel 5, Henry, again, we want to remind people, get to their safe place. Do not go look. Get the family up and get into the safest place in your home. Henry, what are you seeing? We're hearing that siren loud in downtown Nashville.
And you know, one of the things, guys, and also Kristen in the back, if you want, I'm live viewing on, it should be WTVF 6 right now. So let me know if you're able to bring that up from the back door. But the sirens went off briefly and they stopped sounding. And then they came back on about a minute before you came to me. The wind's starting to pick back up right now. So you are looking live right now at what I am seeing from the back loading dock of News Channel 5, kind of an eerie spot where we have unfortunately experienced a couple of tornadoes from this very view. But given the direction you all were talking about the tornado being in, we are looking to the west right now. That's the parking structure right there next to First Horizon Park. Bicentennial Mall's over here. And of course, the parking lot from News Channel 5, as we just kind of zoom in a bit and take a look at things, with the rain kind of picking up, you're seeing the occasional lightning flash, and the breezes at times are picking up. We are stressing, please head to your safe place now. People are losing power. We do want to make sure that for folks that are losing power, take your smartphone with you, take your mobile device with you, and you can keep streaming us at newschannel5.com/live, L-I-V-E.
And you want to have multiple ways, just as you pointed out, Henry, because people are losing so much power across the area. And just to kind of put how significant these tornado warnings and how important they need to be taken, Dixon, we're getting some areas that you had that tornado warning just a few minutes ago, and you've got 12 structures that are heavily damaged. Families are currently trapped inside. And I do not say that lightly to frighten you. I need you to know how important it is for you to get to your safe place. Do this for your family. Do this for yourself. We want you to be safe and stay calm with us as we continue to track the rotation. Not only do we have the tornadoes, a lot of damage, Leland, can be had by these straight line winds. And that's why it's so important. If you are east of I-65, you need to have a plan because these storms are moving so fast. You're not getting too much in the way of leeway of time to get to that safe place.
Yeah, so we are talking heavily about what's going on in Nashville, but again, want to point out for our friends in Williamson County down around Brentwood, you too remain under a tornado warning as well. So let's give you a wide view of our map here, and we'll take off the radar so you can kind of see the warnings. We've got a host of severe thunderstorm warnings, but the greatest concern right now would be in Nashville and back over into Williamson County, where they are also under a tornado warning. At the moment, what we're seeing from Williamson County would be the fact that there is a surge of straight line winds heading toward Brentwood on the Davidson County line for us right now. So Williamson County, still a little part of Cheatham County, and back over into the Davidson County area downtown are the locations that remain under a tornado warning. As we put information back on, let's see if we're seeing much in the way of rotation. And you can see a little brightness here down around Brentwood. So that maybe that's the line of some stronger winds moving into the Brentwood area. At the moment, it appears to be straight line winds, but keep in mind, even strong straight line winds can have the power of a small tornado and can do damage. So if you're in the Brentwood area on the northern side of Williamson County, southern side of Davidson County, areas that we continue to watch. Meanwhile, there's a little area right here that is showing up for us now, and this is just inside of Davidson County, and it's right through here where we may have a little bit of rotation that is continuing west and northwest of downtown. Let's go back in, put some of the streets on for this, and Old Hickory Boulevard. This would be the Old Hickory Boulevard that runs on the west-northwest side of town. Cockrell Bend Road, back over around Scottsboro Road. As we go in even closer there, you've got Old Hickory, and those of you along Cumberland Cove, Tidwell Hollow, but just to the east of it, Cockrell Bend, Centennial Boulevard. So Centennial would be just off of Briley Parkway. That's 155 there. So Briley Parkway, but right now it looks like we've got a little bit of circulation crossing along Centennial Boulevard, which would be very close to Tune Airport.
Yes, and we've seen devastation there before. And we just want to remind you, a lot of times with storms that we've had, and then you're dealing with something again in the overnight hours, it can be daunting and frightening, but you know what? You're doing everything right. You are. You know what to do. You are getting in your safe place, and you're getting in your safe place early. And because of that, you can just stay calm, stay with us. If you lose power, remember, you've got multiple ways to get it, but we are seeing a lot of circulation in these areas. So please get to your safe place immediately. And just to back out, I mean, it's not just the tornadoes that we're worried with. These straight line winds, as Leland pointed out, can cause extreme danger. Areas over into Lawrence County, they haven't even seen a drop of rain, and we're dealing with multiple power outages in those locations. And just to kind of put things in perspective as to what we are dealing with, and we do not like giving these type reports, we are getting indication that per Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, up to 50 people have lost their lives in Mayfield, Kentucky. 50 people have lost their lives. Right now, we do have people that are trapped. We're getting the indication of that. And you know what? You get to your safe place. You take care of you. It's like being at the airport. You've got to take care of yourself in order to take care of others. So we want you to heed these warnings. I just sent a group message to everyone in my neighborhood, and they were asking if it was a tornado. And I said, we've got tornado warnings northward, but they're even heeding the advisories and getting to their safe place because of these straight line winds that are moving across and spreading across Nashville. You know, there's a lot of construction, Leland, in the Nashville area. And so because of that, there's extra debris. And of course, with Christmas, a lot of decor that is being spread.
And again, emphasizing too, we say straight line winds on this, but even straight line winds can have the damage of a weak tornado. So we've got this part of the radar pointed to 155. In town, we know that it's Bradley Parkway, so that big flyover ramp on the west side of town would then take you to Bradley Parkway and then up toward near Tune Airport. So this is where we've seen a little bit of a storm circulation right now. So those of you in the Charlotte Park community on the west side of Nashville along Highway 51st Avenue, that's really when you get back over into the Nations community there. Then you see Centennial Boulevard. So back through here is what we're watching right now. We're pointing this out. And our friends of the Weather Service office saying tornadic circulation crossing Bradley Parkway just north of the Cumberland River in northwest Nashville. This will pass just north of downtown Nashville through Bordeaux into East Nashville. So this is a state highway 155, better known again as Bradley Parkway. And this is on the west side of town where once you get on I-40, you've got those big flyover ramps that take you from the Interstate 40 over to Bradley Parkway. So that's back over near Tune Airport. That's back over near the old prison, back over where you might see that TDOT facility back over that way. So this is the area of concern. Meanwhile, we've got Henry, who actually has a cell phone right now and using what we call the cell phone technology on live view, who is streaming an image from the back deck. So, Henry, what are you seeing outside?
Well, you were talking about straight line winds, and take a look along our parking lot. You can just see the rain whipping on by as we continue with very windy conditions out here that are picking up. New tornado warning coming until 4 a.m. as well. And what you're hearing is because with the station being in the path of that, that is also sounding on our cell phone technology along with the apps that we have. But what I was going to say, you can hear the tornado sirens, you can see the rain just whipping around right now. And folks, please know I'm in a position where I can quickly get back to my safe place. I'm analyzing radar while we're doing this too to see where the circulation is in comparison to where I am standing. But the rain is intensifying across the area. You can see it just whipping around as we kind of look up and get the reflection off the light here. It's time to head to your safe place. The lowest floor of your home, as many walls between the outside and you as possible. You want to make sure that you have got things such as a blanket. If you don't have a room that has all exterior walls, you want to have something that can help to keep you covered. Get into a bathtub, use a blanket to cover you
Henry,
up.
Will you come on inside? Let's come on inside right now. We are getting indication that we are dealing with some winds that are moving into this particular area, passing north of the Cumberland River and seeing some spots around 100 mile per hour spreading across Bordeaux area, northwest of Nashville. These winds are not to be messed with. And of course, then on top of that, we do have the tornado warnings that are now in place. So a new tornado warning and some extensions that we are seeing out there this morning, where we are seeing those taking place right now. So tornado warning for areas Davidson, Sumner, Wilson County. That's going to be with us continuing until 3:20. Oh, it started at 3:20. It's going to be with us until 4 o'clock as they continue to move their way northeast 50 miles per hour. They're tracking quickly. That's why it is so important to areas off to our east that you are heeding the warnings and you're getting to that safe place. And we cannot stress enough, Leland, the fact that it's not just the circulation we're concerned with. It's the straight line winds that's knocking out power ahead of everything. And that is causing people not to know they're in the dark. So we want you to make sure you're calling your friends, you're calling your family members.
And we continue to see the map grow a little bit here from NES. And so NES is Nashville Electric Service. And so they are reporting customers out without electricity, especially as you get west of Nashville and you get back over just southwest of Nashville. So we're keeping an eye on that area. Also out of Dixon County, continue to monitor the electricity that is out there. And we've got thousands of customers there without electricity for us here at this point. But right now, as we show you the map, it does look like the circulation will pass just north of the Cumberland River and may stay the circulation staying just north of downtown, but will move into East Nashville, move back over into the Inglewood area. So there is the map with all of the warnings for us out there. And then we put the radar back on, and you can see some of the very strong rain that continues now to move across the metro Nashville area. There's the timeline right now for the last hour or so. Let's see if we're seeing much in the way of rotation with this. And got a couple of spots where you may have a little bit of rotation. And we were pointing out a moment ago where the main area of circulation may stay just north of downtown. And so that's what we're seeing right through there for us this morning. Right now, really along I-65. So if you were taking I-65 north of downtown, right before the split would be just north of Trinity Lane. One way takes you on I-24 toward Clarksville. The other one is I-65 taking you up toward the Rivergate area. So that's where we're seeing a little bit of this circulation for us now. Let's pull this in. Let's identify a few of the streets here. So we've got those of you around Cumberland Heights, those of you around Young's Lane for us this morning. There you can see back around Old Matthews Road. There is I-65 there. So this looks to be just north of Trinity Lane, just where we've got the split. So the Trinity Hills community there. There you see the split at I-24 going one way. Crossing I-24, some of those of you east of I-65 who need to be on the lookout would be Cottage Park, Capitol View Drive, Ben Allen Road. That 31E there that you see, that would be Ellington Pike there for us this morning. And then you've got R.S. Gladys Boulevard, Sanders Road, Maplewood Lane, which would be back over near Maplewood High School. So this storm cell racing northeast here at around 60 miles per hour. But again, we want to identify some of the streets to help those of you in the metro area be oriented on what's happening. And I do need to pull back out and go back into Williamson County too, because Williamson County, you remain under a tornado warning. But so far, what we're seeing is some straight line winds, but don't take straight line winds lightly, because they can have the punch of a small tornado here. So right now, straight line winds plowing through parts of Brentwood, Lenox Village. That's that big area down in Antioch that has grown big time over the last couple of years, from just a couple of apartments to a huge complex down in the Antioch area there. So those of you in Brentwood, Lenox Village, and then those of you headed over toward Antioch, this is all moving in your direction right now. So there is the big view, and let's pull this out and we can see we've got the 2 tornado warnings and a host of severe thunderstorm warnings for us right now.
Here you can actually see the look right now. And if you notice, if you've been with us throughout the early morning hours, it just truly continues to track its way just off to our east. And every time it moves eastward, we see another tornado warning being popped up and then extended its way as far as the warning is concerned. Straight line winds, they can truly have some spin to them. And I mean, you were just outside, Henry, and those winds were really picking up.
Yeah, and this is our sky cam. It's looking off to the west. And something that was hard for me to actually see from the ground, which is why I wanted to come in and look at the camera here more elevated. It did appear like there were a couple power flashes off in the distance. And you can certainly see the wind picking up, the camera bouncing around right now. Strong wind that's going west-southwest at about anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. And we're seeing 60 to 80 mile per hour winds impacting much of Nashville into Williamson County. Eventually, parts of Sumner County and Wilson County, along with northwestern Rutherford County, will be included in this. But we've got the camera pointed in the direction where that rotation was. And the big thing that we're just trying to watch right now is for power flashes, or when you get those lightning strikes, if we can get any kind of a silhouette with rotation as this continues to pass through Nashville. We'll probably need to pan the camera over. It looks like maybe a little bit more to the north, which I can do, guys. But I can really tell you that wind is whipping up, and that rain is certainly intense as it comes down. Yeah, it is. There. And the tornado sirens, I want to note this too, please. The tornado sirens, okay, they are going off, and then you're noticing they may turn off. Please don't think that that means the warning is over. Please continue to hear what it is that we are telling you, because they'll come right back on a few minutes later. It's almost like they're shutting off to recharge or something. I'm not sure why it keeps going on and off, but just note that we'll give you the all clear when it is. Don't just rely on the tornado sirens. Rely on your mobile devices. Rely on us. We're going to be here to get you through the danger of this, guys.
Yeah, thank you. I know you were just outside a moment ago, Henry, as a trained storm chaser, so you were giving us kind of a first-hand knowledge of what was happening out there. So here is a look at what's going on with this camera view from downtown. Let's show you radar now so that we can make sure that everybody is seeing exactly what's up from a radar standpoint, so you can kind of find your community and go into your safe place if we're calling you out. So we've got Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, Millersville. You're inside, you're on the line, but you're just inside of this tornado warning. And right now that warning does extend in the parts of Wilson County. So it looks to be just north of Mount Juliet, north of the Lebanon area, but it does go from just northern parts of Wilson County into the Sumner County area, and that's the one that extends around Hendersonville, back over around Gallatin. As we give you the big view, some of the counties now just to the west of Nashville have been cleared. So Dixon County, Cheatham County, you've got heavy rain right now, but the storm warnings for you, for the tornado warnings, have come to an end for you. Right now there is a potential tornado in the Pennington Bend area approaching Old Hickory and Lakewood. So Pennington Bend inside of Davidson County, the Old Hickory community, the Lakewood community, that would be east and northeast of Nashville. This is where we're seeing a bit of concern right now. So let's put radar data back on. And again, if you are now east, northeast of Nashville, Pennington Bend, Old Hickory, and Lakewood, those are communities right now that you need to go ahead and at least get into your safe place until we give you the all clear on this particular storm cell right now. We have seen damage in a host of areas. We've got reports right now of people unfortunately being trapped in their homes over in Dixon County. There have been unfortunately a loss of life in Kentucky. Nikki D talked about the governor saying that maybe as many as 50 folks have unfortunately lost their lives in the Bluegrass State. We've had from AP a couple of reports of fatalities in West Tennessee. So we right now need to let you know that this potential tornado is in the Pennington Bend area near Old Hickory and Lakewood, and there is now a brand new tornado warning that we'll keep an eye on in West Tennessee back around Hardin and McNairy County.
And just to kind of let you know, we're going to stay with you throughout all of this. This can be very troublesome time. You're maybe having flashbacks of some other severe weather that you have went through, or you are remembering things from your childhood that is giving you some frights. You know what to do. We've been through this so many times together. I need you to get to the center of your home, get to the lowest level. If you've got a basement, basements are absolutely perfect. Now, we are seeing another circulation attempting to develop near B&A along I-40, guys, if y'all want to.
Yeah, so this is that map right now. And so here we go with I-40, and we get back out to the east of Nashville. So the possibility of some circulation trying to get going in near Nashville International for us this morning. And so there you can see, just as you get east there of Nashville, you saw Royal Parkway. So a lot of folks know Royal Parkway because you can actually go there and have a great shots and views of planes coming in and out of Nashville International. That's where that main post office is at. So there's I-40. You've got McCrory Creek Road for us right now. So those of you around Clare Ridge Drive, Colfax Drive, Allen Road, Lakeland Drive, Old Elm Hill Pike, and back over around Perimeter Place are a couple of areas where you need to go ahead and take cover. So we are seeing a little bit of rotation, and we'll pull this out just a little bit, and you can see some of that right there.
And if you zoom out even more so, we're seeing the potential for 2 tornado type rotations in Davidson County, another one north of Lakewood and one over in Donaldson. So these are not just confined to one area. We are seeing these little notches taking place in a lot of locations. So we're keeping a close eye on these, and that just shows you, I mean, we went from no tornado warning to now having the potential for 2 other parts that has some rotation taking place. So just because you're cleared once doesn't mean that you're going to stay cleared. And Leland mentioned just a moment ago, we do have another tornado warning. It is not in our immediate area, but you can tell if you look down to our south and off to the west, that is going to track areas closer into Decatur, potentially into Lewis, Hickman. So just as this line makes its way and you're thinking, okay, we're good, we still have more on the heels of it. We are very unstable, but you are stable because you know what to do. We do not want you to fret. We cannot live in fear, but you've got information that you need to get to your safe place. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. You may need to get creative in the pantry, a tiny bathroom, a hall closet. Get to those locations. And we're also seeing intense wind gusts. This is basically a twofer. You know, not only do we have the tornado warnings in place, but we also are dealing with these winds gusting 78 miles per hour at the airport now taking place. The tornado warning now for Davidson, Macon, Smith, Sumner, Trousdale, Wilson, that goes until 4:15. It was a severe thunderstorm earlier, obviously so, but now is getting a little bit in the way of rotation. So a tornado appears to be spinning up closer to the Hendersonville area, and that's a spot that we've been watching for quite some time now as it continues to really mature in the way of potential rotation in that location. So we need you to get to your safe place. Gallatin, you need to go ahead and get in that safe place. You want to have everything you need ready to go, so you don't have to think twice about it as we continue to see these tornado warnings popping up one after the other. Another tornado spinning up near the Hermitage area. So this is one of those mornings that it is very early. A lot of people are sleeping. We need you to call your friends and family. We take care of each other here in the South, and we're going to continue to stay with you. If you lose power, we've got multiple ways so you can continue to watch. Turn the TV up as loud as possible.
Yeah, right now in Nashville, we've got about, from Nashville Electric, they're saying now nearly 10,000. So nearly 10,000 without electricity, nearly 10,000 customers without electricity in the Nashville area from NES. And while we see them in different parts of the county, where we're seeing the greatest concentration of some of those outages right now are almost west and southwest of Nashville, but we've got a spotty report north of Nashville, a couple more spotty ones along the Davidson County line with Rutherford County near Smyrna, back over near Laverne. So again, right now, we've got about 10,000 folks who are without electricity here within the Nashville-Davidson County area. This is another look at that map, and we've got several concerns. Number one, where you see the areas in yellow, that's a host of you under severe thunderstorm warnings, but of more immediate concern would be these tornado warnings right now. And so tornado warnings are out for Nashville, back up into Sumner County, now into Wilson County, and part of that has now been extended over into the Trousdale County area for us this morning. So there's a look at radar. We have seen some spots where we've been seeing a little bit of the circulation, and so we mentioned Hendersonville a moment ago. So right in through here, you may have a little bit of circulation showing up around the Hendersonville area. There are a couple of other little spots that have been picked up with some spots where we may have a little circulation around Cheatham County, back over around the Hermitage area for us this morning, and around Old Hickory and back over around Donaldson. So if we've called out your community, go ahead and make sure that you are in your safe place. It does show that from the latest information, we've got one possible tornado threat around Old Hickory Boulevard, just north of I-40 in the Hermitage area, and right now we've got one around Mount Juliet. Another one from Weather Service saying that right now a likely tornado moving through the Hendersonville area. So if you are in the Hendersonville area, go ahead and take cover. I'll throw out a shout out over the air. I cleaned out part of the closet before I left, so that would be a great place for my family maybe to get to at this particular point until we give you the all clear on this. But right now we've got it moving through parts of the Sumner County area. So there you can see Hendersonville, and there you can see a little bit right just south of Hendersonville, but there's another area there, and you can see back around to Rayon City where we've got a bit of the green and maybe a little bit of the red, showing that there is possible rotation. So right now, multiple tornadoes being reported, one in Hendersonville, one western Mount Juliet, another one in Hermitage, and these may be quick, but if we've just called out your community, go to your safe place now.
Immediately.
Take cover, grab the phone, cut the TV up on loud. We will be here to get you through this, but also grab your cell phone, because if you lose electricity, and nearly 10,000 have in Nashville, then you can follow us live on our streaming product so that we can continue to work to keep you and your family safe and informed through this situation.
And we're never going to talk about fear, because we're not going to be fearful with this, because we know what we're doing. But I do need you to be aware and know what has happened with these storms as they have made their way. We've got a lot of issues in Dixon, a lot of buildings that have collapsed. We've got people that are needing help right now. We have had loss of life areas off in West Tennessee as well as into Kentucky. I don't want you to be fearful, but I need you to wake up your friends and family. Wake them up. Areas over even into the Hartsville area. This is heading your way. Lafayette, you need to have that place ready to go, to get into that closet, lowest level of your home. And we're seeing multiple locations with some of that rotation. Tornado just south of the office over in the Mount Juliet area. Also seeing multiple tornadoes on radar, as Leland pointed out. Hendersonville, one over in western Mount Juliet, and of course Hermitage.
Yeah, and so we talked about the tornado just south of the office in Mount Juliet. That's the Weather Service saying that they've got this just south of their office in Mount Juliet. For those of you who know that area, you know where you see the big green ball pop up out of the park. That big green ball is the radar. So that green ball is where you're seeing the spin on the north side of the box. So just south of that in the Green Hill community is where we're seeing this possible tornado, just south of the Weather Service office. So we are here to help inform you by relaying the warnings that they get and give them to you. It's the folks in the Weather Service office who actually issue those tornado warnings. And so while they are keeping you up to date, they are taking cover themselves, because again, where we've got this red, this green right next to each other is the possible tornado moving near Mount Juliet, moving near Green Hill for us this morning. And you've got something, Henry?
We've got a debris signature, Henry.
Well, one of the things I was going to say is that it's going to be real hard to detect because it's between Hendersonville and Mount Juliet. And, you know, we talked about this a little earlier. This is the radar for Nashville and the National Weather Service. And this would basically mean that that debris signature is likely right over the radar. And radars don't shoot vertical. They're not shooting straight up in the air. So you're getting into the cone of silence at this point, and it begins to kind of skew the data a little bit, doesn't quite look as clear. In fact, as we take a look at this in a storm and put the rain back on here, we've got that warning, but you look at this and it's like, oh, that's not that bad. No, it's because this is directly over the radar site right now, guys. So please don't think just because maybe you're looking at, while we want you to have apps on the phone to alert you, you're looking at radar and saying, oh, it doesn't look that bad. This is why you want, this is why you want trained meteorologist here so we can basically dissect these things for you and tell you, okay, this is why this is now doing that. But we've got, numerous tornado warnings. But I just wanted to stress again the importance.
That's a great
It's right between Hendersonville and Mount Juliet, which is exactly where our radar is.
Yeah, we need to emphasize Mount Juliet, take cover right now. So if you are watching from Mount Juliet, go ahead, get the family up. If you haven't already, make sure that they're in their safe place right now. Possible tornado, likely tornado around Mount Juliet Road and Lebanon Road. So if you get off the interstate at Mount Juliet where you see Providence and you go north, that's Mount Juliet Road. So if you go to the end of Mount Juliet Road, that dead end into Lebanon Road there, north of where you see some of those areas, unfortunately, that were not too far from damage last March. So again, those of you around Mount Juliet Road, we've got a tornado located over Mount Juliet, or about 10 miles west of Lebanon, right now moving northeast here at around 55 miles per hour. There is another confirmed tornado just east of Hendersonville. So we are in Wilson County. Now we jump into Sumner County, just east of Hendersonville, moving toward the Gallatin area. So we need, for those of you there in those communities, to go ahead, get the family into your safe place. We will give you the all clear, whether you've got the TV up on loud or you're watching us on the streaming product. We will get you through this, but make sure that you've got your family in a safe place until we give you the all clear and that you can come out of that safe place.
Lebanon, right now, we're looking at you. That's looking to be around you at 3:45. Hartsville, right around that 4:05 time frame. I realize that it seems like you've got quite a bit of time, but there's a lot of wind ahead of it. And of course, that is causing power outages, and some of our friends are not dealing with power right now. So that's why we are streaming on multiple locations, lowest level of your home. And please just stay calm. Stay calm, collected. It will be okay. Have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Close the doors. As you do, track your way to the center of your home. Close those doors. Make sure your windows are locked. Make sure that your blinds are down. These are just extra little things to do. Is your garage door down? Check on that as well. So we want to really isolate your home and keep it nice and secure. So both tornadoes in Mount Juliet and Southwest Gallatin appear to have weakened. So that is a praise report, but still, you know how fast some weaken and then strengthen right back up. So this is why we are tracking each and every scan. Still stay in your safe place over in Mount Juliet. Still stay in your safe place in Southwest Gallatin. Even though that signature has slightly weakened, it can still spin up. Other locations, we are not forgetting about you. We are still keeping a very close eye and monitoring, but we do want to stay with our tornado warned areas and highlight them the most because that's where we are dealing with the highest amount of wind and, of course, the tornadic type damage. But, of course, as you move your way closer to Hole and Wall, Columbia, Murfreesboro, we do have a lot of straight line winds associated with it as it continues to move its way just off to the east. We also have a tornado warning. It is slightly out of our area. It's closer over into Savannah, but because it is just on the outskirts of town, we will be seeing some of that moving into our area shortly. So both tornadoes in Mount Juliet and Southwest Gallatin have weakened, which is some really great news, but we are not out of the woods just yet. So still dealing with a tornado watch that will be with us as we head into 11 a.m. That's several hours from now. And you'll notice how the tornado watch continues to track its way just off to the east because we are looking at it as it moves its way in that particular location. So that's how we're going to have the clearing first, just off to our north and west. So we've had several tornado warnings out there this morning, and we want you to get to that lower level of your home. Plan ahead over into Putnam County, DeKalb, Cannon, Warren. You're not seeing a ton of activity right now, but you've got some really gusty winds in place. And that's where we have had reports of course, with the other locations dealing with power outages ahead of the system as it does track its way. And we're continuing to get new reports in, seeing multiple circulations along the line in Sumner and Wilson counties.
And a new tornado warning is coming on that Sumner one now, Nikki D.
Thank you. Let's bring up your computer right now, Henry, and show us what you are seeing as we continue to track everything moment by moment.
Yeah, so a warning will be coming out any second now for Sumner, Macon, and Trousdale County. This will be a new tornado warning. It was right on cue. As Nikki D was saying, we're seeing some concerns for some spin there. And right then it was like, yeah, we're probably going to end up with a new tornado warning just in talking with our friends over at the National Weather Service. So kind of looking at where some of that rotation is at this time as we take a look up towards parts of Sumner County. And it's kind of the little bullseyes that we've got right in here that we need to watch closely. But just waiting for details on this new warning that will come out. Want to take a look at our debris signature. Actually, I'm going to switch back real quick because the tornado warning finally is out. Our newest warning, new tornado warning for Sumner, Trousdale, Clay, and Macon counties. It goes until 4:30. And as we continue to watch this storm moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So I'll tell you what, let's put on a storm track with this one as this continues to race off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Our newest tornado warning that we are monitoring here for Clay, Macon, and Trousdale counties. So here we go with kind of the latest on that. And again, with that movement northeast, and it goes until, I believe I said 4:30 this morning. So that's about 45 minutes from now. So we'll go on and take this about 40 minutes out. And you can see we're talking about Bledsoe here right now. It's right on top of you, and it's time to head to your safe place. Sloan at 3:51, Wickstown at 3:54, Lafayette at 4:01.
Bethpage really needs to take shelter too. Sorry to interrupt you, Lee.
Oh, Bethpage is on. Okay, Bethpage on there as well. So you want to take shelter as well. Gallon at 4:05, coming into Fountain Run at 4:11, Hermitage Springs 4:16, Tompkinsville 4:24. It's time now to turn the TV all the way up. Head to your safe place, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you don't have a room that is entirely interior, go to a bathroom. Get in a bathtub. You want to get down, ideally in the fetal position, cover the back of your head and your neck, and take something like a blanket to cover you with. You know, Nikki D's been saying it this morning, Leland. I've mentioned it too. If you've got like a bike helmet or something, bring that with you, and make sure you take your tennis shoes or some type of shoes. You want to have shoes on because if you're dealing with broken glass or debris, we want to make sure that you are staying protected. But guys, yeah, this newest tornado warning until 4:30 for Clay, Macon, Sumner, and Trousdale counties.
And you can tell it's pretty vibrant when we look at the wind speed direction, seeing quite a bit in the way of that rotation that is headed very close to Bethpage. Bethpage, you should be in your safe place right now. If you're not, get there. Areas over into Bloodstone, just as you mentioned, Henry, they need to be getting in their safe place because that rotation is I'm just not comfortable with it for you, quite honestly. I need you to get to that location. We have had numerous reports of damage. And you know what you can do? Get to the middle of your home. Get to the lowest level of your home. We've been talking a lot about helmets. Even the football helmet, baseball, I don't care. Just put the helmet on. Be smart about it and be safe, because this is a rotation that we're just not very comfortable with right now, as it is just right on top of Bethpage. It's about to get really loud with all the lightning that is moving in, of course, with so much in the way of wind right on top of that. And we're just continuing to see one after one when it comes to these warnings and washes, and continue to be expanded just off to the eastern locations. Areas just west of Nashville, things have calmed down for you just a bit, but please don't put your guard down right now. Yes, you can get out of your safe place over into the western locations, over into Dixon, even Waverly, but we are not finished with everything as far as this system is when it comes to our afternoon. You'll notice we do have severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches until 11 o'clock for a lot of locations as it continues to spread its way just off to the east. But things are looking better, Leland, to our western locations.
Yeah, and so right now getting reports that there are trees and power lines along Old Hickory Boulevard in the Lakewood community. So that would be west-northwest of Nashville. So trees and power lines down in the Old Hickory Boulevard area, back over around Lakewood, and reports right now that they are blocking some of the southbound lanes over there. And then just saw one of a peak gust measured at 78, nearly 80 miles per hour at the airport. They're saying that this is the third highest wind gust ever measured at Nashville International. So again, that was about 30 minutes ago at 3:28, but the Nashville airport had a wind gust of 78 miles per hour, making it the third highest wind gust ever out at Nashville International. Before I go over to the map, I just want to get a quick update here on power outages. And so right now we still see within Nashville, Davidson County from NES, they're saying about 9,300, so just under 10,000 without power, 10,000 customers without power. And we're seeing a host of reports out of Dixon County, especially from Dixon down toward the Burns area. And we continue to see reports out of Dixon County and Burns of people being trapped over that way. So we're working to get more information there for you. But this is the big view of where we're seeing activity right now. And we've got the bigger boxes, the yellow, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings. Right through here, a cluster of tornado warnings now. Does look like most of Nashville, Davidson County in the clear for us now, but we continue into Wilson County, Trousdale County, Sumner County, and then those of you in Wayne County, we'll keep an eye on this. This is just outside of our viewing area. Actually, as I speak, it looks like they've, for the moment, allowed that warning down there to expire, but we'll see if it maybe rejuvenates and then pushes into Wayne County. But let's go in right now and put radar data in. You can see the radar, you can see all of the lightning. So even if you are outside of some of the meanest storms that are happening now, you're getting a lot of lightning. I'm looking at one of our sky cams out of the corner of my eye, and there's a ton of lightning that is showing up on our cameras here in downtown. Now again, downtown Nashville has been cleared from the tornado warning. As a matter of fact, it does look like most of Nashville has been cleared from the tornado warning. Right now, the tornado warnings are active. Wilson County, Sumner County, Trousdale County, and back into the Macon County area. But where we see the yellow, you still at least in some form of danger with severe thunderstorm warnings, and they extend now along I-65 out of Bowling Green, back along I-65 into the Robertson County area, not too far from Springfield. Parts of Nashville still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning, and that now extends along I-65 into Franklin County, Columbia, Hohenwald, Waynesboro. You've all got severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but this is the biggest area of concern, and in a couple of spots out there we have seen damage. So if you are under the tornado warning, we need for you and your family to go ahead and get into your safe place. I know we'll emphasize that over and over again, but it's extremely important, especially with storms that happen in the middle of the night. And unfortunately, Tennessee is in a bad list where we lead the nation in the tornado deaths that happen in the middle of the night, those nocturnal tornadoes. So that's an unfortunate situation, and we're unfortunately seeing more of it right now. So from Lafayette Trousdale County, Gallatin, until we give you the all clear, make sure that you remain in your safe place. So there's a look at some of the circulation right now. We see a little bit right there, just not too far from Bethpage there for us this morning. And we see there's Castellan Springs. So right there, looks like there may be a little bit of circulation, a little bit more that is showing up. There's Bethpage, and we pointed Bethpage out a moment ago. So some of that now along 231. This would be the road that goes from Bethpage all the way up to Westmoreland. You get to Westmoreland, you make that curve down if you're trying to get back over into Lafayette and Macon County. So there is where we may have a little bit of an issue from 31E back over toward the Bledsoe community of Sumner County, now north of Bethpage. So you can see Mutton Hollow Road. There's the Bledsoe community. There's Wolf Hollow Road, Green Mountain Road. So right here where we've got a little brighter color, but right here too where there may be a little bit of rotation that is showing up just south of the Chipman area. A couple of other spots there will go downstream. So those of you downstream may want to go ahead and take cover until we give you the all clear. You've got the Salome community. There is Rocky Mound Road, Howell Road, Phillips Hollow Road. You've got another state highway through there, so a couple of communities. And then we go into Macon County and can see the storm cell there near Lafayette. So right now, this one moving at about 55 miles per hour. So not too far. We mentioned Salome a moment ago. There's Wickstown, Holland, Tracy, Hermitage Springs, Temple Hill, Summershade, and Edmonton. And once you get into Holland and Tracy, those are a couple of the communities on the other side of the state line inside of Kentucky. So right now through here, go ahead and take cover. Where we're seeing a little bit of the brightness, there may be a little bit of debris that's being lifted up in a couple of these storm cells here, especially this one right near the Bledsoe community. So if you're through here, until we give you the all clear, go ahead and stay safe. Get the phone, listen to us over your cell phone. We'll guide you through this whole process and get you through the night and get you through this storm system. So there's another view of the overall setup for us right now. In addition to that, we continue to watch out for flooding concerns. So you've got a couple of counties in Kentucky that are under flash flood warnings over the next couple of hours. So until we get this storm system through the plateau into East Tennessee, all of us in our area need to stay very weather aware. And that's been our key phrase for the last couple of days. Stay weather aware. And we want you to do that until we get you through this night. Nikki D.
And we're also dealing with a little bit in the way of some hail in some spots. So although the hail is not large at this time, it is very loud. We're seeing that in areas over into Thompson Station. The Ladd Park area had some just a few short minutes ago, and it melts quite quickly because it is so warm out there. But we are picking up indeed when it comes to some of that hail falling. As Leland pointed out, it's not just the tornadic threat. We also have flood threat that is in place. We're getting a lot of images that are currently coming in and as far as the damage that has been taking place. And we're going to get some of those videos up for you in just a few minutes. But the wind knocking out power in numerous locations, still dealing with that tornado warning, as Leland pointed out, that we're keeping a close eye on as it continues to track its way. I've had we're trying to catch up on some of those reports for you because there's just so many things. And we urge you, we'd rather you stay safe than to get out and try and see what all is going on, because we are not out of the clear just yet. Also seeing a report of a tree on a house over on into Macon Street that's in Laverne that we're keeping a close eye on for you as well. So tornado warning still in place over into Lewis, Perry, Wayne counties. That goes into 4:30. We're seeing it moving east. This one's picked up some speed right around 70 miles an hour. So these are tracking so incredibly fast. We do have reports in other areas, such as in Dixon. People are trapped in homes. The emergency management system, they are getting out there. They are doing their job. So please just stay where you are. Stay safe. Take care of you and your family, and let our amazing heroes go out and help others, because they know what they're doing, and we don't want to congest any of those roadways or neighborhoods as it continues. So obviously the widespread severe damaging straight line winds continue to move across the area, and it is very loud. Multiple power outages still continuing to take place as the system tracks its way just to our north and east. It is very vibrant. Earlier on, we did have a tornado warning just off into our viewing area. Now we're seeing another tornado warning just over into portions going closer into the Hole and Walled area. We'll take a look at the radar forest where we are. It's right on the verge, so it's making it a little difficult for us to pinpoint. It looks a little messy out there, doesn't it? But that's going to continue to move its way quite quickly as it will track right around that 70-mile-per-hour mark. That is for Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties. That's going to go until 4:30 this morning. It does not have a confirmed tornado at this time, but it does have rotation. And of course, that's why it has now been warned on. We're also seeing widespread severe damaging winds in a lot of counties, including Wilson County, Leland. And oh my stars, there's a lot of power outages. How many are we seeing right now?
Yeah, so right now the latest update, wow. So NES is now saying 87,000. So I had to read that number again just to make sure I was seeing the right number here. But NES, here we go with the map. Nashville Electric is now saying about 87, so just under 90,000 customers. And when we say customers, it means a home. So your home may have one person in it, somebody else's home may have 10 people in it. So a customer is a house. So there are many more people impacted with this. But right now we've got about 87,000 folks who are without electricity, customers without electricity. And you can see right now, as far as Nashville is concerned, and we'll pull that map up one more time, you can see it's not just in one particular area. It is all over Davidson County right now. So again, this is where the cell phones become very important. This is where your NOAA weather radios with battery backup become important, because it gives you a way to stay informed and stay connected with what is happening. So we go back to the maps right now, and you can see that line of rain, that line of thunderstorms stretching from the Kentucky area through Nashville and down to our west back over into Wayne County. As I take radar off, this will give you a better idea of where we're seeing storms right now. And then so you've got the cluster here showing up just from Nashville northeastward, and then a newer one. We were talking about this one over Hardin County and Savannah and said we need to watch it because it may re-energize. Well, here we go. We've got the tornado warning that is now out again with this storm cell over the Wayne County area, but impacting southern parts of Perry County south of Linden, and also around the Lewis County area around Hohenwald. There is lightning that shows up with this. Let's check to see if we're seeing much in the way of rotation. And it's kind of some broad area of rotation that's showing up right now with this particular storm cell. We'll see if we can see much from debris detection, and overall nothing too impressive right now, but nonetheless, there's a tornado warning here, and we need for you to get to your safe place. So let me do a storm path on the leading edge of what we're seeing right now. And so if we take this particular storm cell, and these storms, again, racing big time. So this one here around 69 to 70 miles per hour. So the Topsy community, within about 10 minutes, there's Hohenwald. You've got Athena, you've got Mount Pleasant, Columbia, Spring Hill, and then even Franklin, should this continue to hold together. So again, there are the communities from this storm cell out of the northern part of Wayne County in the process of racing northeast here. And we'll watch it to see if that path continues. Could this one have an impact on Nashville, Davidson County? As we move that out, you can see, yeah, it could move into that area. So we're watching that location there. Then the other one of great concern right now is back over in parts of Wilson County. So from Lebanon back up to Hartsville, you two remain under tornado warning. So you've got the tornado warnings here, and it's not just one, it's actually a couple of them, so that you can see a better idea there from Hartsville, Lebanon. Right now it looks like we're just east of Gallatin there in the all clear on the tornado warning, but still impacting the northern part of Davidson County, northern part of Sumner County, back into Macon County, back up around Hermitage Springs, and it looks like a little corner there of Clay County near Hermitage Springs. So those are our areas right now of greatest concerns, and then we also continue to keep an eye on Bowling Green and Hopkinsville, where they remain under flash flood warnings right now. So several things going on, but our key right now are these tornado warnings that we are going to continue to follow and make sure that we get you through everything with this so that we can keep you and your family safe.
And if you're just now joining us, it is just slightly after the 4 o'clock hour. You're watching News Channel 5, continuous coverage of tornado warnings, severe weather coverage that has been traipsing across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky throughout the overnight hours. Sadly, we have had loss of life areas off to West Tennessee, and we also had loss of life in parts of Kentucky that is just slightly out of our area. And the number as of right now is right at that 50
Yeah, they're
mark.
saying maybe about 50, and they're using, unfortunately, the term 50 plus. So 50 plus just in the community of Mayfield. So Mayfield would be closer to the Paducah area, but Mayfield would be back over into Western Kentucky. There was one report that we've seen so far unconfirmed, but it looks like that there may have been someone located out of Bowling Green and Warren County as well in Kentucky. So unfortunately, there does appear to be a loss of life with this. So we need for you to heed what we're saying and make sure that you're taking everything that we're saying to heart so that we can keep you safe until we get you through this entire event.
And we're going to be with you. And I know it's frightening to hear those numbers, but we do want you to understand the severity of this system. We're also getting reports that people over in Dixon have been trapped. Please let our heroes help them, and you stay and help yourself and keep your family safe. We are continuing to keep a very close eye on as everything continues to develop, and unfortunately, our forecasts verify. This is one of those that we hope and we pray that we don't have to have these conversations. But I'm glad that we were able to keep everyone in the loop, and we knew that this would be coming in. Trees, power lines down across a lot of locations around Old Rock Castle, and we're also seeing a lot of locations seeing winds gusting 70 to 80 miles per hour. And we've got obviously a lot of straight line winds, but we can't put our guard down with a straight line wind, obviously, because that's going to down trees. It's going to down power lines. But we also can always have that slight quick uptick in the way of rotation. We're getting a lot of people saying, okay, so things have settled down closer into my area. Maybe you're in Williamson County. Yes, it is getting quiet there. That's some good news. But I don't want you to put your guard down just yet. If you got little ones and they're needing to get back to bed, we get it. But I want you to know there may be a potential that we may need to get you back in that safe place. And that is because of this tornado warning that we have just off to our south and western locations. And we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on that as it does track its way very fast. And that's the thing with these systems. They're not lollygagging. They've got a very fast forward motion. And that's why you're noticing tornado warnings coming and expiring very rapidly across the area, because they are continuing to move their way through. But unfortunately, we are getting photos in, and we'll get some of those up for you in just a few minutes. A large tree on a house off of George Thomas Drive in Lavergne, seeing multiple and hearing multiple things very similar to this. If you do lose power, please remember you can stream online. We are reading the comments on Facebook. Please let us know what you are dealing with and how we can help you. And oh my goodness, one of you said you have 3 children and you're just a 3-month-old. I mean, that is frightening. But the good news is you know how to do and you know what to do, because we're going to continue to keep you safe. No power near the Harding Place in Antioch. Thank you for that. And my street is dealing with. We're going to verify that, but thank you for giving us that information. So everything that you're seeing on the thread, remember, everyone is putting that in themselves. If they have lost power, of course, they're letting people know exactly what they're seeing. But we'll make sure and have verification before we do let you know about any other fatalities. But this storm system has had some in some areas, and obviously the loss of life is never good, Leland.
No, never good. And even though we do our best to alert folks, when these things happen in the middle of the night, it's sometimes even still very hard to do much. And the other thing too, again, we pointed out, unfortunately, because of our just location and geography, Tennessee leads the nation when it comes to fatalities from tornadoes and storms in the middle of the night. And unfortunately, more of that happening for us in the early morning hours here in Tennessee and in Kentucky. But this is the wide view of our map right now. And let me take radar off, because I know sometimes when we have radar off, it's easier for you to kind of identify where the storm cells are at, where we've got the biggest concerns. And so right now there are 2 areas of concern. So we get west of Nashville, and Nashville has been cleared of the tornado warning. It looks like most of the Hendersonville area, Gallatin, you have been cleared of the tornado warning. But right now from Lebanon, Hartsville, back up to the Salome area, and then you get into Trousdale County. Oh wow, you were hit on Monday with the storm cell. Some of you have seen the video of the unfortunate bus driver who is alive to tell the story and to share the story, but he was in the bus that flipped over, and some of you have seen that video circulating over the internet, and it's actually made national news. CBS was showing it the other morning. So you are under the gun right now, and this extends now to the east as we make our way over into Smith County. So those of you who are in Smith County, then those of you in Jackson County. So Granville would be Jackson County. Hermitage Springs, Salina would be Clay County. The Livingston area is Overton County. So this is one big area of concern right now with a host of tornado warnings. Then beyond that, you still have some severe thunderstorm warnings from White House to Hendersonville, back out toward Mount Juliet this morning, down to Smyrna, and in a little corner of Williamson County. Beyond that, there is the other one. This one actually had a tornado warning over Hardin County. It died down and now it has re-energized. So there we go with the tornado warning here over the Wayne County area, back into parts of Hohenwald for us this morning. As we look to see if we're seeing much in the rotation, there's a little bit there, but nothing as impressive as what we were seeing earlier in the night, but something that we will continue to watch and keep an eye on. But we'll re-identify and put radar data here for those of you in the northeastern part of the area from Wilson County right now. You can see even if you're outside of the tornado warned storms, you're still getting some very heavy downpours right now. So let me just kind of go in a little closer and identify a few of the streets here. So we go into Carthage right now. You can see from Carthage to Bluff Creek down toward Middleton here at this time, where we've got some very strong rain. There's one right there from Elmwood back over to Donahoe Drive right now. So we've got a little bit of activity right in through there. So what we're going to do, there's a press conference, I think, happening in Kentucky. We're going to leave the maps up, but want to get a bit of audio so you can hear about the unfortunate situation that we're seeing right now out of the Bluegrass State.
Stop blowing as thunderstorms are going through. We have teams out there, local teams. So thank you for your efforts in all the impacted counties. The track for this tornado event is over 200 miles just in Kentucky, and it may eclipse the 1925 record tri-state track for the longest tornado. It appears that this is going to be a quad state event, all out of the same system, originating in Arkansas through Missouri, Tennessee, and into Kentucky. It is a significant, massive disaster event. So as the governor indicated, all state resources are being brought to bear. We opened the EOC at 8 p.m. Eastern time and began receiving reports very quickly. Some of the most serious hit are actually out of communications in some parts. We've had a lot of people step up to the plate. One in particular, Louisville Metro Emergency Management Services are currently on the highway en route to Mayfield, and they will be there by daybreak. They're going to assist us with an IMT, an incident management team, who will be our forward observation point. And as the governor indicated, he has requested from the president an emergency declaration, and that would include power assessment teams that will go out into the field in all the damaged counties, and also what is called an IMAC. That's an incident management control team. We'll use those in the state EOC for this protracted event. We'll be able to track issues, damages, and resource requests from all counties simultaneously. Again, we ask for your cooperation and your prayers for everyone that's impacted. We're doing damage assessments as they occur, reported through our EM directors. It'll be daybreak before we even realize the full magnitude of this event. Thank you, Governor.
All right, we're going to come back live right now so you can see the magnitude of this setup that's all over, not just Tennessee, but over Kentucky, over Tennessee. Right now, I'll note that the death toll that I'm seeing latest here from Tennessee Associated Press would be 3 fatalities in the state. Right now, they appear to be in West Tennessee. I think there are 2 in Lake County, and then one in Obion County. So Lake County is where Reelfoot Lake is located. Obion is where Union City is located. So that's where we've seen the fatalities there. Then just north of that area would be the 50 plus so far confirmed in Mayfield. And you heard that press person say that right now they're thinking the storm track, wow, 200 miles. So and we're still not done with this. And so we come back out because I want to take you to Granville right now. There is a tornado warning right around the Granville area, northeast of Carthage, moving into Jackson County. So there you can see Granville. There you can see the Carthage area that is showing up right now. So this is where we may have a possible tornado. Let's see if we're seeing much as far as circulation is concerned. And there you can see actually right there. So you see Granville. See, right here is where there may be a little bit of circulation that is taking place for us right now. So Weather Service is actually emphasizing likely tornado inside of Jackson County. So Granville is Jackson County, Gainesboro is Jackson County right now. So there could be a likely tornado through here. Let me bring you in a little closer. We'll identify some streets. You see State Highway 262, but those of you around Smith Bend Road, those of you back over around Henson Lane, Fort Blunt, Ferry Road is another area of concern. And as we go a little east of there, here are a couple of other places that you need to be on the lookout for in case this continues downstream. Whites Bend Road. You have Bullard Creek Lane back over around the Rough Point community. You've got the Matthews Lane, Trace Creek Road, and Trace Lane. So this is an area of great concern. Let me pull this out. And let me try to do a storm path on this particular storm cell right here. So right there where we're seeing a little bit of the rotation, this now continues to move here northeast and again, racing 60, 70 miles per hour. So on that particular path here, a couple of other communities downstream. Burristown, Hillham, back over around Livingston, Alpine, Byrdstown. Byrdstown would put you into the Pickett County area. Then you see Albany and Zula. Those are areas that are actually inside of Kentucky, as is Monticello. So this is where we're seeing right now some storm cells. Also, it looks like there's several circulations along the storm line stretching from Macon County into Jackson County, and right now, as we mentioned, moving into the Clay County area.
That's correct. And I'm monitoring comments on Facebook because obviously we have so many people without power. I do want to give you a friendly reminder. What you are seeing being streamed on the Facebook Live is slightly delayed. So when we give you a time, you need to remember that that is about 2 minutes behind. So please take that into consideration. So when we say get ready, go ahead and get there, and we'll continue to be with you. We'll let you know when you're in the all clear. Getting a lot of people saying that trees are down. The location in North Nashville, a tree came through one of our friends' homes. So we're seeing a lot of fallen debris. We're also dealing a lot in the way of tornadic activity as this continues. And I know a lot of you have been through tornadoes. And I actually just spoke with a friend. She just sent me a message and she said, you know, it's nerve-wracking. The anxiety is real, but we want you to know that we are with you every single step of the way. Get to that lowest level of your home. Have as many doors between you and the outside as possible. As you're getting to that centered location, I want you to close the doors around you. I also want you to put your blinds down. Make sure your garage door is down if you have a garage, and lock all of your external doors. This is just going to add a little bit in the way of protection from this wind and the potential for if a tornado does move into your area. So we'll take every precaution possible as this does continue to move its way through. Still dealing with some tornado warned areas across Middle Tennessee as well as southern Kentucky. And this is going to be a continued active overnight time frame. As far as locations are concerned over into Smyrna, I'm getting a lot of you saying it's really loud, and it sure is. You are not, though, under a severe thunderstorm warning, nor are you under a tornado warning right now. But it is loud because you've got some damaging winds that are moving through. Not neglecting the strength of these winds, but they're just not up to criteria. So yes, it is very loud and you need to take proper precautions. But as for you, you are not dealing with anything at this moment. Can that change? Absolutely so. So we're getting some more indications, seeing several circulations up and down the line of the storm going across Macon, Jackson counties. That's moving up into Clay County right now. And as far as trying to get back to bed or staying up or not, if you've got young ones and you're over into the Davidson County area, parts of Williamson County, Dixon, Camden, Clarksville, things are calming down. And this is when you can take that break. Let the little ones go back to sleep. We will alert you if things do change. Just remember, a lot of power outages have been associated. Power outages are continued to be an issue ahead of this line that is making its way over into the Murfreesboro area, as well as into Shelbyville. So as that line does move in your area, even though we do not currently have any tornado warnings in those particular areas, we do have potentially those power outages moving in. So just make sure you are taking the proper precautions and having multiple ways to get alerts. But of course, we are streaming on all of our platforms. Right now, though, still keeping a very close eye on this tornado warned storm that is currently in place for areas just off to our north and east. And we're also seeing some strong circulation beginning to spin up near Hermitage Springs over in Clay County. And that's the thing with these storms. They're going to continue to be very fluid as we go throughout the next bit. So let's take our way just over into the Clay County area. And we are dealing with some of that, continuing to see that spin up closer into the Hermitage Springs area. That system still is warned as far as your tornado warning, and it is radar indicated. As of right now, we do not have anything that is indicated on the ground. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It does have rotation, and it is a tornado warning. So I need you to get to the lowest level of your home. You know what to do. You've got this. It's okay to be anxious. We're human. That is normal. You've done the thinking ahead of time because you know where you're going to go, and you just need to have those shoes on and make sure that you have the helmet. Turn the TV up as loud as possible. If your power is out, keep your cell phone with you, and you want to limit all that time texting and such, because that will start to drain your battery faster. So we want you to keep streaming and keeping a close eye as this continues. So we do have a tornado warning, seeing some stronger rotation circulating, potential spinning up near the Hermitage Springs. This is over in Clay County. This is where we are picking up that tornado warning right now. We'll put it in motion for you. I mean, look how fast this is moving, Leland. This is one of those situations that you can't sit still too long, because before you know it, it's in your own backyard. So we do have some circulation right now taking place over the Hermitage Springs area.
And right now we've got reports coming in from the Nashville severe weather, where they're saying that they're hearing reports of multiple trees down on cars on Indian Springs Road and Pond Creek Road. That's back into the southern part of Cheatham County. That's where we were having the storm cell warning a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, the folks at the airport in Smyrna, which is where we now keep Sky 5 in the wake of the damage at Toon Airport, as we wait on our hangar there to be rebuilt. But they're saying wind peak gust at the Smyrna airport at 59, nearly 60 miles per hour. And we noted earlier that from Nashville International, they had a wind gust of 78 miles per hour, making it the third highest wind gust ever reported out at Nashville International. So as you look at the big view, you can see a couple of areas right now of concern. We've got the one area to the northeast of Nashville. Meanwhile, Davidson County, Sumner County, you are in the clear as far as any type of storm warning. The other one that we were watching down around the Wayne County area, for now, this is back down to a severe thunderstorm warning. But one of the things that we've noticed lately with some of these storm cells is that they pulse up, get a little stronger, then they pulse back down, get a little weaker, and then they pulse back up. So that one for the moment has pulsed back down to where we just have a severe thunderstorm warning out of Wayne County, Lewis County, where Hohenwald is at, and the southern part of Perry County, south of Linden. So that would be southwest of Columbia. So Murray County, you need to watch this to see if it holds together and moves into your part of the area. Meanwhile, let's go back through here where we continue to see a couple of spots with strong circulation. As a matter of fact, one just a moment ago, from strong circulation near Hermitage Springs back around Clay County. So again, we were watching Hermitage Springs a moment ago, and you can see it's starting to pulse back up right there. So you see where it's kind of bright right now. Back over around Hermitage Springs, Cherry Crossroads, State Highway 52. Some of the other areas here would be back around Bakerton Road. You've got Purcell Road, Fire Tower Road, and if that continues, then making it way back over toward the Grace Road as well. And then looks like another little area there you can see just around Clementsville for us this morning. So here's some around Sugar Grove, Beach Grove, Sugar Road, back around Red Hill, Beach Grove. So it looks like there may be a couple of areas here where we're seeing a little bit of circulation. And again, if you're downstream, keep in mind the speed of these storms between 60 and 70 miles per hour. But right now, the indications are that there may be a likely tornado in the western part of Clay County. So Clay County would be back over where we were talking about Hermitage Springs just a moment ago. And so that's where there may be a likely tornado for us here. There's Hermitage Springs right there. So you've got Hermitage Springs. Let's see if we're seeing much with our debris signature. You got a little bit there, not as impressive as what we were seeing earlier in the night, but still right in through here, you may see just a little bit of activity where there may be a little bit of debris that's being lofted up into these storms. So you've got the Hermitage Springs area, but as we put the relative rotation back on, you've got that one at Hermitage Springs, but there's another area there that we need to watch, and this one is actually on the state line with Kentucky near Clementsville, back around Old Mulkey Road, State Highway 100 out of Kentucky, Sugar Grove Road, and then continuing to the east of that, those of you around Harlan's Cross Road, Mill Creek Road, Beach Grove Road are a couple of areas of concern. Latest here from the Weather Service is they're saying that they can see if you are in the counties I'm about to read out: Putnam, Jackson, Overton, Clay, Pickett, and Fentress. So again, Putnam, Jackson, Overton, Clay, Pickett, and Fentress counties. Severe storms, damaging straight line winds are a possibility as this storm cell moves through. So we'll extend this back out and show you the entire warning area through here of those counties that I just mentioned right now. And so whether you are in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, take all of them very seriously, because even with the severe thunderstorm warnings, as we've emphasized a couple of times, sometimes straight line winds can do the damage of a weak tornado. So if you're through this area here, go ahead and take cover. Whether you're red, whether you're yellow, there is a dangerous situation for you right now, especially when you consider what has happened in the region overnight. So take cover right now. It does look like that we're seeing some very strong circulation near the Hermitage Springs area. It's almost certainly a tornado. It's hard to really pinpoint it until you have ground truth, and that's somebody on the ground saying, I see this. But from the radar perspective right now, there is most likely a tornado in the Clay County area back over around Hermitage Springs. So let's go back, put that on. So there's Hermitage Springs right there. Hermitage Springs would be to the northwest there of Salina. You can actually almost see a little bit of a notch that shows up here as well. So right here where we've got that notch, that may be where we're seeing a little bit of that rotation showing up for us this morning. There it is right there. So you can see some of the brightness there. You've got that one inside of Tennessee. Then you've also got the other area inside of Kentucky where there probably is some rotation and maybe the likelihood of something near the ground around Harlan's Cross Road, back over around the Bowles community for us. There are the streets there to help you out. You've got Paul Creek Road, William Reeser Road, Elizabeth Woods Road, Denton Murphy Lane. If I've just called your name out, just called your street name out, or that street is near you, go ahead and take cover until we give you the all clear on this particular storm cell here. And then we'll pull this back out so that everybody has kind of a general idea of the biggest part of the storm cells right now. And they're really taking place to our north and east. And there are the warnings right now. So we got the one warning down around Waynesboro and Hohenwald, but Nikki D, it's that corner to the west from Wilson County, Smith County, Putnam County, and especially where the tornado warnings are out in Jackson, Overton, Clay, and Macon counties that are the biggest concerns right now, with maybe another tornado that could be spinning up just east of Gainesboro back into the Jackson County area.
And I'm getting a lot of people asking, okay, so is it safe in my area? Can I put my guard down? Can I go to sleep? A lot of locations are indeed dealing with a lull in the way of the severe threat. But as you can tell, if you're in the north and eastern corner, you still have your tornado warned location. So we are going to see this move out, but you'll notice we still have a tornado watch in place. There's still a lot more to this system that has got to make its way across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky before it can exit. And you'll notice if I put on the satellite and radar, we can get a broader perspective. Look how long that line is. I mean, we still have a ways to go before we can clear it. By around 11 o'clock, we're going to wash our hands of it across all of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. Obvious locations to our north and west will clear first. So if you are needing to go back to bed, just have your alerts on. If you're in the Davidson County area, Dixon, Camden, we're going to continue to keep an eye on all of that. So we are tweaking a little bit and calming things down to our north and west just a hair, but I tell you what, we're not out of the woods just yet. So still dealing with tornado warnings and locations over for Cumberland, Monroe, Kentucky. That goes until 5 o'clock. And as Leland pointed out, we've got that tornado warned area for Clay, Jackson, and Overton that goes until 4:45. And we do not have a tornado indicated on the ground. This is radar indicated. Nevertheless, we do have rotation. This particular system is moving its way northeast, right around 55 miles per hour. So another tornado maybe trying to have some rotation and spin up east of Gainesboro, that is in the Jackson County area, as we continue to track this system that has caused, unfortunately, the loss of lives in some spots and a lot of damage as well. That's why we do not want you to take this lightly, but I also don't want you to live in fear and be just so anxious you can't think straight. You know what to do. I have total confidence in you, and we're going to keep through this together just step by step. But we do have some rotation that we do need to consider and talk about as this system continues to make its way parts of Jackson and Clay counties, where we're starting to see some of that trying to uptick just a bit.
Yeah, let me switch back over to this because we've got another debris signature. We were talking about this product a moment ago and saying didn't really see much that was impressive. That's a different ballgame now, unfortunately, because where we see this brightness, that's where there may be a possible tornado. So again, what this product does, it tries to pick up on debris. You may sometimes hear it called a debris ball, but basically what it means for you is that this, as it was making its way through Tennessee, likely hit something, picked up the debris, and so part of that debris has been lifted higher into the storm, and so radar can see that. So this is a look at what's happening for you right now, and you can see that right here on the part of this is still inside of Tennessee, but now in Kentucky. So this is an area of great concern right now as this storm cell continues to move on off toward the northeast here at around 70 miles per hour. So there's the latest storm scan on this. So that debris signature now right around State Highway 163. There's still a little bit of it inside of Clay County, Tennessee, but more of this back over around Kentucky. And I'll take this and identify some of the streets there. So if you are in this part of Kentucky, just north of Clay County,
and just
then
east
you
of
need to
Gamelia,
go,
in that location where we are seeing that debris ball. And this is one of those things that the radar is able to indicate. So the radar has all sorts of things it can do for us. And this is one that is helpful because we do know that debris, leaves, tree limbs, potential Christmas decorations, all of the above is being spun up in the air, and we are able to detect that. So when you've got a debris signature, a debris ball, this indicates projectiles that are going to try and get their way back to the ground. How do they do that? By being tossed around at a very high speed. And this is an area of major concern because of that.
Yeah, so take cover. And when it comes to tornado deaths, yeah, some people are picked up and put back down and unfortunately die that way. But the way that most people pass away in a tornado is from being hit by debris in a tornado. So right now, we are seeing an unfortunate situation where there is probably the likelihood of a tornado moving through this area here. We see it around the Bowles community. And really, right now, this is on the state line with Kentucky for us here at this particular point. So if you see the arrow there, that arrow actually represents the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. And so you see riding along the state line for us now. Let's go a little closer in. Here comes the newest scan. So it looks like, with maybe the exception of a little corner there, most of it has now cleared Tennessee, and it's right here in Kentucky. So Ned Jackson Road, those of you back around State Highway 216, you've got Bradley Spring School Road. So a lot of you who live in that area know that area well. It's just past Elizabeth Woods Road. So this is our biggest concern. There are a host of other warnings that we'll get back to in a moment, but right now, this is the one with the unfortunate, most impressive signature where we may likely have a tornado, or at least seeing debris from a tornado move through here. So if you are in this part of Kentucky, and let's pull this out so we can kind of get you oriented on where we are at as far as towns are concerned. So you see Salina, and we were talking a lot about Salina and Hermitage Springs, but there is Tompkinsville now, and then there's back over around Burkesville. So we're watching this. It's not too far away from Bowling Green, where earlier in the night there are confirmed reports of damage out of Bowling Green and Warren County. But so we see Salina, we see Tompkinsville, a little bit wider view so you can see the relation to this to Nashville. So we're talking east, northeast of Nashville, almost due north of the Cookeville area. This is our region of greatest concern right now. So there are those streets. There's the Heston community. Again, Ned Jackson Road. If you're Ned Jackson Road, Spear Ridge Road, if you're back over around Meredith Creek Road, the Otita community, and now it's closer to you. So that's why we try to go downstream a bit. Center Point Road, Center Point, Kentucky. Center Point Road here, just to the east here, this is likely moving in your direction. So if you're there, you can saw Elbow Road pop up a moment ago. There's the Meshack community. There is Stall Cup. So this is our area of great concern right now. Let's put some of these streets back on. So this is the Blythe community. There is Bailey Drive. There is Bennett Hurd Road. There is Old Pikeville Road. So that's where the concern is and where the circulation is at right now. But if you are on the other side of this downstream, go ahead and take cover. If I say the Judio community, Stall Cup, Dimple Sharp Road, Leslie Road, Old Galloway Road. You've got Warsaw Branch Road, and back over near Gaines Hill Cemetery Spur Road. So if you're downstream of that, you need to take cover. Also, we've got another one that we need to watch back over into Overton County. Looks like there's some circulation inside of Tennessee, back around Overton County, back around the Livingston area for us this morning. And so there is that particular area. There is Livingston. We'll put radar data on. And so Livingston circulation very close to you right now, just north of Livingston at this time.
It is. So please make sure you are getting to your safe location. I know we've thrown a lot at you all at once, and when we're talking about the debris ball and talking about deaths and stuff, I don't want that to be your focus, okay? I want your focus to be you getting to your safe place. That's the best thing you can do for you and your family. So we are indeed dealing with a tornado warning, and we're seeing that rotation very close over into Livingston right now. That is going to continue to track its way at a very fast speed. So the circulation of concern will be passing, I'm talking very close to Livingston, not near it, very, very close, maybe just a hair northwards of the Livingston area. So areas right now, you need to be getting in your location of your safe place as we speak. I realize you're not seeing too much in the way of rainfall right now in Livingston, but you see this rotation that is just off to our west. That is going to be our area of concern as that continues to track its way quite quickly moving into the area. So please get to your safe place as we speak. You need to be there. If you're watching on Facebook, I need to remind you that is about 2 minutes behind. So when we say it's getting close, I need you there in that moment of time. So just remember, we don't need a lollygag. I need you to get where you are. Don't be fearful. We've got this. You're going to get to your safe place. You're going to stay there until we tell you it is safe. So we do have a tornado warning for areas Clay, Fentress, Overton, and Pickett. That will be with us until 5:15. Excuse me, until 4:33 is when it was started, and it'll be with us until 5:15. We are seeing it located near Livingston, and it is moving at 55 miles per hour. So now we're starting to see more of that wind picking up in Livingston, and seeing some of that rain beginning to move into your area. These type storms are very difficult to see because a lot of times they will end up being rain wrapped. Sometimes you see it because of the lightning strike. You don't need to get the picture. We have got cameras everywhere these days. We'll figure this out with the National Weather Service later, okay? You get to your safe place, and I want you to stay there until we let you know it is okay. The storm system's moving pretty fast, so if you're in the Livingston area, just especially north of Livingston, around Kennedy Street, get to your safe place. Golf Lane, you need to be in your safe place. Airport Road, get there now. Garrett's Mill, I need you to be in your lowest level of your home. Have as many walls between you and the outside, and as you're getting to that center point of your house, close every door behind you. Make sure all your exterior doors are locked and that your garage is down. And just as you close everything, moving your way to the center, you're getting to that safe spot. I know a lot of people do not have basements. Don't fret or panic because of that. If you have a basement, get there, but if not, you can go to that hall closet. You can maybe get in the pantry, get in a room that is in the center that has 0 windows. With all of these homes being so open concept these days, you do have to get creative as far as your location. So think hard about it. Think about where those exterior walls are. Big Springs is now moving into your area. I need you to get to that safe place. And you'll notice that our tornado warn location has now been expanded out starting right now. So we're dealing with that area. A lot of power outages also are being dealt with. So a lot of that you're having to transition to other ways of communication. If you know anyone in this area, I want you to go ahead and give them a call. There's a good chance you may need to call them 3 times because it's got to get off that do not disturb mode. But once you call them 3 times in a row, make it all the way to their voicemail so that counts as a full phone call, then it will be able to wake them up. It takes a little bit of patience, but just go ahead and do that for these areas where we are dealing with a tornado warned location. And we do have quite a bit in the way of rotation with this as it continues to make its way. So around into Bardstown, you need to get in that safe place. Jamestown, I know it's pretty far from you right now, but since it is moving rapidly, around 55 miles an hour, it will be there shortly. So we're continuing to keep a very close eye on that circulation that is passing just very close to Livingston, just up to the north. If you are in Livingston or you're the south, you're still going to have some pretty damaging winds associated with it, but the area of concern obviously is that rotation closer into the Oakley area. Unity, I need you to get in your safe place. You head over into Frogtown Road, get to your safe location. Willow Grove Highway, you need to be in the lowest level of your home. And if that means you're waking up a baby and you're going to have a cranky child this afternoon, hey, we'll deal with that when we get there. Let's get safe first. Get the helmets out. Football helmet, baseball helmet, put those on your head. Have your tennis shoes on. This system has quite the reputation of causing a lot of damage to homes, to buildings, trees down, and sadly, the loss of life. The numbers continue to climb, and we do not want that to be yours. So stay calm, stay with us, and we're going to get through this. We do have a tornado warning right now. We're keeping a very close eye with everyone. So the radar beam is getting a little high, so it's a little difficult to tell about the circulation north of Livingston and the Overton County. But we do know, regardless of the rotation or not, these winds are going to be damaging. I'll actually put on the winds for you. I mean, look at this. It takes over everything. That just shows you how high these winds are. And I mean, that area of concern is truly getting some intense wind damage taking place. And of course, straight line winds, you think straight line, and that's correct. But we also sometimes see a little bit in the way of rotation with these winds, and that obviously can pop up really fast. And that's why it's just so important to be smart, be safe, and get in the lowest level of your home. Again, we do have a tornado warned location over into Cumberland, Monroe, Kentucky as well, going into 5 o'clock. And a confirmed tornado was located just 7 miles southeast of Burkesville that is moving northeast at 60. Again, a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado located 7 miles southwest of Burkesville. It is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We do have confirmation of this tornado as it continues to track its way across the area. So it's going to be with us for a little bit, and then it's going to quickly move out. But that is, again, a confirmed tornado. And please just make sure that you are staying safe and you're getting to that lowest level of your home. It's going to get real loud over the next little bit because of these intense winds. And you just need to stay put. If you're in your safe place and you're standing up, get down. The lower you can get, the better. Scrunch down, take up less space. That's really going to help you out. Make sure you have something over your head and that you've got the TV turned on incredibly loud. But we do have a confirmed tornado, Leland.
Yeah, so confirmed tornado there, and that is making its way through the Cumberland County area, Monroe County, and we're talking Cumberland County, Kentucky, because there's a Cumberland County, Tennessee. So we're talking Cumberland County, Kentucky, Monroe County, Kentucky, and so that warning lasts until 5 a.m. The confirmed tornado 7 miles southwest of Burkesville and moving northeast at 60. So again, these storm cells continue to race big time for us out there. This is the big picture view so that you can see what's up. This is where we have the warnings. Now, this is where the tornado warnings are in place, but even outside of that, there are a host of just heavy downpours, a lot of lightning. In some places, you may hear some heavy thunder right now, but at this moment, it's through here that we've got our biggest storm warning. So there you see it around Albany, Kentucky. We were talking Cumberland County, Kentucky a moment ago in Albany. So through here, there's Clay County, then there is Jackson, Overton, and the northern part of Fentress County. So through here, big area of concern that will continue to stay with you in the northern part of the plateau, the northern Cumberland there, until we get this thing through that area. We will stay mindful of what's happening to our south. As I pull this out just a bit, there are still a couple of tornado warnings here on the Mississippi line with Alabama. Now, they're outside of the viewing area, but you do see, like the other ones, they're moving northeast. So we'll watch it to see if there's any concern with any of that maybe hitting southern Middle Tennessee within the next hour. But biggest concern right now, we've got areas in yellow and red. So because of how dangerous this storm system has been, whether it's been from tornadoes or straight line winds, whether you see yellow or red, you need to stay in your safe place until we get you through this system. So again, don't let your guard down just because you're in an area of yellow and a severe thunderstorm. It's severe warning for a reason, because it still can have a punch, and straight line winds can have the impact of a small tornado. But outside of that, you've got these areas of red. These are actually a couple of different tornado warnings that are in effect through this region right now. So there's the replay here over the last couple of hours, and watch the rain moving in. They have been moving northward here at around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So with this one on wind speed, there's a little bit where we might see a little bit of rotation through here. Got a little bit more showing up over parts of Cumberland County right now. And so through here is what we're watching. Got a couple of areas. This is the debris detector here. And so where we see maybe some brightness right in through here, maybe some brightness through here, are a couple of spots that we will monitor very carefully until we hear more or until we get you the all clear on this. So from Livingston and Overton County back into parts of Albany, Kentucky there, until we give you the all clear, stay in your safe place. There's another little area right there that picks up with a little bit of debris, but there you see it around the Ellington area of Kentucky. Earlier when this warning was put into play, it was down here just a little south of Meshack, but now with the speed of it, you can see it back up around Ellington. So this is what we call the debris detector here. And again, where we've got this brightness, there may be some storm debris that has been picked up where there was damage on the ground. And then because these storms are so strong, taking it and lifting it up, that radar is picking it up. So you've got it through here. There are a couple of areas that we were watching earlier from Center Point Road back over to Dimple Sharp Road. But right now around the Ellington community, Cumberland Point Road, I believe that's White's Bottom Road right there. And then if it holds together from here in Ellington, and then we're in Kentucky right now, you've got Jackson Hollow Road, State Highway 61, Free Ferry Road, are a couple of areas downstream from this that until this storm system is through here, you need to make sure that you're staying in your safe place and just keeping an eye on what we're doing. Turn the TV up on loud, grab the cell phone, put on News Channel 5 Now, where we are streaming this on News Channel 5 Now, or if you're on Roku or Apple, you can get the stream there as well. So a couple of storms downstream. So we're near Burkesville. You've got Willis Creek, Cumberland City, back over near Monticello at the current speed that this storm cell is going through. So there's the warning there. Now, it does look like some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings have been, at least for now, lifted out of the western part of Clay County, Macon County. It looks like for now, Jackson County in the clear with at least no current storm warnings, but we still see them. Actually, I was about to point out Monroe County, Kentucky. So you've just been put in the clear for the moment in Monroe County, Kentucky, and it's through here, Cumberland County there and back up toward Columbia where we're watching. And then from northern Overton County, that's Clay County there. So you're just east of Salina. This is Pickett County back around Byrdstown, and then the northern area of Jamestown. That's the northern part of Fentress County. So those are the storm cells that we're watching. And again, we'll keep an eye on what's happening down to our south to see if any of that might hold together and have an impact on southern Middle Tennessee. Nikki D.
And speaking of that, everything down to our south, we're getting word, of course, right now you'll notice we do have that tornado watch extending down along the Alabama-Tennessee state line and encompassing a lot of areas up along I-65 and covering just off to our east. According to the National Weather Service, things are looking a little better for some areas. So that tornado watch was supposed to expire at 5 o'clock, and now is looking to expire at that 5 o'clock time frame. So that is some really great news for everyone that will allow it to expire. But I do want you to know that we're still in a time frame where you've still got to be weather aware. But our tornadic threat is decreasing, which is some really nice news for a handful of you. But there's still a lot of debris out there. Winds are going to be incredibly gusty. Just to get a little bit of an aspect for you of news-wise of what's going on, Mount Juliet, Tennessee, they have a Christmas parade. It is now canceled for today due to all of this. And then as far as some of our damage reports over into Hendersonville, near Walton Lane and Lock 3 Road, there is major debris covering the roadways. So with all of that being said, once we get to daylight, we're going to be able to see more of what has happened. So please be mindful. If you know that you have some damage around your area, it is best to stay put and let our heroes do their thing. And then we'll get out and we can assess and get things going, because it's going to be a little tricky over the next few hours. Sunrise isn't for quite some time, and we want you to stay safe as the severe weather moves out, cleanup begins to move in. But you know how tricky cleanup can be. We've experienced that one too many times across this area. But you know what? We know what to do, and we will help each other out. If you're listening right now and you've had some devastating loss, life property in your area, please know you're not alone, and you're going to have help to get through this, because it's been a very long night and we still have tornado warned areas in place, and the damage that we're getting in is pretty astronomical in some spots. And so we need to be sensitive to everyone as we go through the next bit. Remember, this is the Christmas season, and it's not the season of giving, just happens this time of year, but it can be extremely emotional on some. So you guys have done great. You're doing great. And we're going to wrap up some more tornado warnings soon. Power outage wise, though, Leland, I've been paying attention on Facebook, widespread in a lot of spots, and having trouble getting it on. That can be aggravating. But I know we've got our linemen working extra hard, and they've got to stay safe with all this lightning that's been involved too.
Yeah, definitely so, and we'll give them a heads up on this. But I'm looking at the Dixon County map, but if they can have the one for NES ready to go, we'll pop it up when it is ready. But I'm looking at the one out of Dixon County right now, and I'm seeing a host of customers without electricity. Mainly, now there's some in the northern part of the county, but it's really from Dixon southward and back over toward Kingston Springs, back over around the White Bluff community. Now here's the one for Nashville NES, and you can see the map there where we've got electricity out just about all over the county. At the moment, it's around 86,000, just over 86,000 customers without electricity throughout Davidson County. And again, you see it from Nolensville through parts of just north of downtown, south of downtown, out toward the Goodlettsville area for us this morning, and then back over into the northeastern part of Davidson County. So again, right now, Nashville Electric reporting about 87,000 customers without electricity for us right now. So let's go back to the maps and we'll point out what's taking place. Right now in the Nashville area, there is a tornado watch out for 10 minutes. It does look like that the tornado watch in Nashville and a couple of the counties around Nashville will be allowed to expire at 5 o'clock. We'll get an update on this map at 5 a.m. But once we see that, you'll see there's a difference. For those of you in Albany, those of you in Cookeville, those of you in Crossville, where you remain under a tornado watch for a little bit later this morning. And right now, it looks like those eastern counties there, as you get back over toward Crossville, will be under a tornado watch until around 11 o'clock this morning. So I want to go back and at least point out some of the storm reports before you're here. And we've got a devastating situation across many areas for us out there. So in Tennessee, we have a couple of places out of West Tennessee where there has been damage. The Samberg Fire Station took a direct hit. At one point, they had people that were trapped inside there. You can see in the Dresden area, that's Weakley County, a tornado with at least 6 buildings damaged, and one person from that community was hurt. Then we make our way up into the Casey area, where there was report to the cafe and a fire department. Back around Obion County, we've got a couple of reports of damage. And one of the things I'll report so far from what we're seeing from Tennessee AP, that they have gotten this information from TEMA, and TEMA is saying that right now they have at least 3 fatalities, unfortunately, within the volunteer state. They're all out of West Tennessee. 2 Lake County. Lake County would be where Reelfoot Lake is located in West Tennessee. The other one is Obion County. So to help you out there, Union City is located in Obion County. And then we heard the reports earlier, Nikki D, out of Kentucky, where we took that live report, and they were saying that there's major damage over around Mayfield, where there may be as many as 50 people who have unfortunately lost their lives, and they may have a storm path of damage that's stretching about 200 miles this morning out of Kentucky. So it's a big area. Even Arkansas, I don't have the exact numbers here, but I do know that there have been unfortunate loss of life over in Arkansas as well. So right now we continue to keep an eye on this area here northeast of Nashville. We take the radar off so that you can see the counties that remain under the warnings. So you've got a couple in Kentucky, you have a couple in Tennessee, Fentress County, Rickman would be back around the Overton County area. Pickett County are those locations right now that are under tornado warnings here at the current time.
And just to kind of recap some of the activity, the damage that has been taking place, we are getting information from a trained storm spotter over in the Hendersonville area. Due to high wind, multiple streets are blocked by trees and power lines. If you see a power line down, treat it as if it is electric and on live. So please do not touch it. Don't drive over it. You've got to stay safe. Let our amazing linemen do their job. Both of areas right over into Sands Ferry and Walton Ferry blocked below Hickory Heights. At this time, limit travel and use Lakeside Park Drive to exit if needed. Also getting reports right here in the Davidson County area. A sweet girl just let me know that there is damage to her aunt's house. A tree came in, and this is in Nashville, and someone is trapped. We're getting a lot of reports of people being trapped in their home, in their safe place, because of the high wind and the tornadic damage. It's not just the tornadoes that are causing this damage to take place. A lot of it has to do with these straight line winds. But we are beginning to calm down in some spots, but you can tell we still have a lot of activity still out there, still tornado warnings in place. It doesn't matter if your county has 5 people, we are there with you, and we're going to keep a very close eye on that.
And so as we look at our sky cams here, we can see some more rain that continues through Nashville for us this morning. And this is our camera from the Vandy area as we look back over the skyline of Nashville, and we continue to see the rain, and from time to time continue to see some of the lightning that is showing up. And we've got microphones on a couple of those cameras, and you can still, even on the backside of the strongest of the storms, we still hear the strong wind that is moving through the area for us right now.
And the wind, you know, we knew that was going to be our largest threat, Leland, and we knew these damaging winds were going to be something to reckon with, and they have been that way. And of course, then you add in our tornadic threat, and this has really made for a frightful evening for so many people across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. We're going to continue to walk you through as we take step by step as to what is happening next. Things are beginning to clear out in some spots. Right now it is 4:55. You're watching News Channel 5. The Power of 5 radars continuing to track tornadic activity just north and west, the Livingston area. Just to your north, you had a couplet that was indicated to have a tornado associated with it. Damage is definitely something we're keeping an eye on when those reports come in. Right now, our main concern is closer over to the Byrdstown area. Jamestown, things are quite calm for you right now, but we still are dealing with that threat of tornadic activity moving closer into your area. So a lot of issues across the mid-state as well as southern Kentucky. We're seeing a lot of trees down, roadways that are completely blocked. So if you are safe, let's not be nosy. Please, I mean that with love, but please don't get out unless you are a trained hero among us that can go help somebody. There's no sense of causing more trouble out there than that is needed, especially ahead of sunrise. So if you're safe, count your blessings. Stay put, because we still have some tornadoes out there that are currently taking place, and there's so much damage that is in the area as well. It is going to be very difficult to navigate with roads being closed. We don't want to clog up those roadways. We want our heroes to get there in an efficient manner, and for them to do that, they're going to need us to step aside and just wait. But it is very windy out there. We're getting indications there has been even a little damage done to the airport right here in the Nashville area. We're seeing a little bit of that for some spots that are on the airport. As far as closings or delays, don't have that for you up front, but they are saying caution. 40 eastbound is now closed on exit 142. This is due to multiple storm-related crashes. Please seek alternative routes over the next several hours. Again, Interstate 40 going eastbound is closed at exit 143. This is due to multiple storm-related crashes. Important to stay off the roadways even as things do start to clear out, because there is a lot of debris that has got to be cleaned up and taken care of. And the more people we have out, it's just chaos. So let's just one step at a time. I realize some people do have to get out, but we do not want you getting out when you're under a tornado-warned area, such as what we do have areas just to our north and western locations. So we do have that tornado warning right now for Casey, Clinton, Cumberland, and Russell, Kentucky. That will be with us until 6:15. Our current time is 4:58. And that, of course, we do have that severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northeast of Burkesville. It is moving quickly, 65 miles per hour. And Leland, I believe you have it up for us as far as that storm is concerned.
Yeah, so I've been watching also one that's over in the Fentress County area for us right now. And this one out of the Fentress County area showing the possibility of producing a tornado near Byrdstown out of Clay County and also in the northern part of Fentress County. It continues right now to move northeast yet around 55 miles per hour. So there you see Byrdstown. There you also see the Jamestown area. So that's Fentress County for us right now, where there may be a bit of circulation. We'll check to see if we're seeing much in the way of debris there. It's not as well defined right now as maybe a little bit earlier, until maybe you see this little section right there between Byrdstown and the Static community for us right now. So there is that area of showers and thunderstorms that continue through this region here. We've got the rain and even the lightning. We'll put just warnings right now so that you can get just a better idea of the warnings. Let's give you a wide view so we can point out everybody. Now, we'll continue to watch southern Middle Tennessee to see if anything comes to be with this cell over the Mississippi-Alabama state line, but it's really to the northeast of Nashville where we have our greatest concern for you right now with these storm warnings that continue out of Fentress County, Overton County, Pickett County. Here's one that shows up just outside of the News Channel 5 viewing area there from the Zula community back over near Pine Knot. And then you see another one here that shows up back over around Cumberland County, Kentucky for us right now, but it is Burkesville for Kentucky. So right now it is 5 a.m. on Saturday morning. You're watching WTVF News Channel 5 Nashville, and we continue with coverage here now on News Channel 5 this morning, the Saturday morning edition. And until we get the warnings out, we'll continue with nonstop coverage here inside of News Channel 5 this morning for you right now. But there you can see the rain and the storm warnings that continue. Burkesville, Bryan community areas, the Eli community are areas right now of concern. There you can see the warnings that continue for us. Let's just check one more time and see see if we're seeing much with circulation. There's a little bit of broad circulation that shows up here, but nothing has been as well defined as what we were seeing earlier. But that doesn't mean you need to let your guard down. It just means until we give you the all clear, things don't look as ominous at the moment on radar. But also let me highlight this. As you get further away from the radar site that you see streaming here is coming out of Nashville and Old Hickory. Once you get to the, further out from the radar beam, sometimes the radar is pointing a lot higher in the sky, and that's just the nature of the beast on how radar works and the curve of the earth. So to just say that sometimes that as the radar beam gets a lot higher up in the cloud, the further out we get from the radar site, it's sometimes harder to pinpoint maybe what may be happening closer to the ground. But for now, we continue with those storm warnings and tornado warnings in this area. Also, too, as we continue to watch what's happening in south of Nashville, we do have now a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been put into play for Murray County, Lawrence County, Giles County right now. With this particular storm cell, there may be hail as large as 3/4 of an inch. So this is for Giles County, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, and Murray right now until about 5:30. This particular storm cell right now has winds at about 60 miles per hour as it continues to move on off toward the east here. So let's put a storm path. We'll kind of do a broader base storm path on this particular cell and right in through here as it continues here northeast for us right now. So those of you in the Enterprise community, Bigbyville, Culleoka, Louisville, Will Hoyt Mills, Unionville, Shelbyville, and War Trace are some areas downstream that we are watching for this particular storm cell now in southern Middle Tennessee. Just south of that, let's see if the tornado warning has been canceled for now. So for now, the tornado warning that we were watching in Mississippi and Alabama has been downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, these storms have been pulsing down and then re-intensifying. So not out of the question it could re-intensify again into a tornado warning. But right now, Nikki D, the tornado warnings are confined to the northeastern counties there along the upper Cumberland.
And I'm still getting a lot of questions regarding what's happening elsewhere. A lot of people having concerns over into Murray County. You guys are dealing with some really high wind. Remember, we just discussed that was our severe thunderstorm warning that has just taken place. And it's going to give some damaging winds within it. Also looking at the potential for hail. Our hail threat is very low. And if anything does fall, it's not looking to be too large. As of right now, we just don't have that capability in the atmosphere. It's not fueling that right now, but it is fueling these winds. So if you are in the Columbia area, you do have some really gusty winds. You head over into Linville, it's getting rowdy where you are. I know those winds are picking up and they're howling and they can be frightening. Lawrenceburg, some of you have been without power for hours now. And we were so grateful that you're able to stream on air or online, and we're going to continue to stay with you. So right now, there are no tornado warned locations down to our south. So a lot of people have been asking on social. Then you head your way just to our north, and as Leland pointed out, this is where we're seeing the tornado warned locations. These particular cells are also the ones that have had quite the reputation. And Leland, I got to change my battery if you want to take over from there for a second.
All right, so we go back over and you can see the warnings there, and you can see what's happening with some of the brighter colors. So we got the wind speed that shows up with these storm cells as they continue now to race on off toward the northeast there. The storm warnings that remain in effect. So you've got Overton County, Fentress County, back into the Pickett County area, and then one just on the edge of Kentucky as far as our viewing area is concerned, up around Cumberland County, Kentucky. Then brand new to the list would be this area here from Murray County, Lewis County, Lawrence County, and back over toward Pulaski for us. And let me see if I can call up our camera out of Lawrenceburg right now and see what's happening from there. We continue to watch the warnings there from Columbia, Pulaski, and back over into Lawrenceburg. But let me see if I can get to the software here and call up that Lawrenceburg map for us right there. There we go. And right now, we continue to see just some strong winds, some strong rain move through there for us this morning. And I think we've got it now. That'll come up in just a second. Here we go, Lawrenceburg. And so there you can see the wet streets there, glistening streets with some of the rain. So far, your rainfall amounts have been light, just 2/100ths of an inch from there. Let's check the camera now from Columbia, because at least parts of Murray County, just south of Columbia, but parts of Murray County remain under this storm warning. You did see some of the lightning that just popped there a moment ago out of that camera from Lawrenceburg. Now Columbia, and there is the heavy rain. So far, you're just under there you see the lightning that is showing up, and just under a half an inch of rain through there. So again, while these may be severe thunderstorm warnings, there is a lot of rain. Do not let your guard down with this, because there have been some straight line winds in the early morning hours that have produced some damage out there, and straight line winds can have the impact in some cases of a small tornado. So there we can see the heavy rain that we're watching out of Columbia now stretching into Lawrence County for us this morning. So some very strong wind, very strong rain that is moving through this location for us right now. Let me give you just a quick update on the map and the watches that are out. I mentioned a few moments ago that Nashville would be clear to the tornado watch. So right now, from south of Nashville and to the east, these are the counties that remain under a tornado watch. We've got them from Bowling Green back over to Albany. We have them from Fentress County, Cookeville, Crossville, McMinnville, down toward the Shelbyville area and back over toward Fayetteville. So those locations right now remain under a tornado watch. At the moment, the watch is out through 11 o'clock, but we'll see as the speed of these storms continue to race across the area if any of that may be changed or may be updated. But right now, there is the rain. Let's just check temperatures. It's been a warm and soupy morning out there. So you see 63 Nashville, but look, McMinnville, Fayetteville, where you're going, what's happening out there? I don't see much, but some of this is now pushing your way where you are at 70 degrees. And we'll check the dew points. The dew points give us kind of an indication of how much moisture there's out there. And we can see they're still in the 60s out of Crossville and McMinnville. They've come down a little bit in Nashville, but you can see Dixon, Camden 61, Dyersburg 63. So until we can get the front through here, we'll watch it. But you see a pretty big difference there with the colder air that is on the way. 63 dew point out of Dyersburg, but then get into Missouri, get into Arkansas. It's in the 30s out there. So that's what's fueling all of this very strong cold front that is on the way. And as we've talked for the last couple of days, highs for today would be set this morning. By sunset, we're talking temps in the 40s.
And so for something like that, you know, you have to have something pretty strong. I'm getting a lot of you asking questions for specific locations because we haven't touched on them in a minute. And I want to make sure that you feel comfortable with what's going on, because you may not be under a warning, but you are dealing with a very fickle environment. And of course, it's loud. So Murfreesboro has been asked about a few times, and thank y'all for shouting it out. This is what we're here for. We're here to help. And if you're watching on air because you've got power, get online and you can type these questions. We're trying to respond one way or another for you. So Murfreesboro right now, you've got some really heavy rain that's moving in just to the heart of the town. And then you look just over into Gum, Crescent, as well as going just off for our friends over into Bradyville. It's pretty dry, but you're about to get some really heavy rain and wind. These winds right now are not being warned on, but they're pretty dadgum close to where we do have that severe threat. But remember, even though if it's not a severe thunderstorm warning, you still potentially can have some damage associated with it. So still, you know the common sense. Stay away from the doors and the windows. You know, you want to get away from all of that as it does make its way. It's going to be very loud as well. Eagleville, you've got a lot of heavy rain and that wind is howling where you are, accompanied with quite a bit in the way of lightning. If you look at the lightning, you can tell we've got a lot of lightning taking place. It's not as electric as it was. So that's good that we're kind of losing a little bit of that steam. But I tell you what, you can't put your guard down based on how much lightning you do have. Spring Hill, you're beginning to calm down just a little bit for now, but that severe thunderstorm warning is just down to your south. That is encompassing parts of Murray County, and that's going to continue to move its way rather quickly. I mean, look how things change just within an instant. And of course, whatever is in Lawrenceburg is now going to move closer to the Chapel Hill area. So everything kind of goes at that diagonal as it continues to move its way just off to the north and eastern locations. So continue to stay safe and aware. Just because you don't necessarily have a severe thunderstorm warning in your area doesn't mean that you're not going to deal with the damaging wind. And of course, those gusts are something we've been watching for quite some time, and we're keeping a close eye on that. Now, the tornado watch has been expired for parts of Davidson, Hickman counties, and that is some good news for us. But remember, just as the tornado watch does expire, you're still going to have some gusty winds, and there's a lot of debris out there that will have to be cleaned up. So kind of hold your horses as far as getting out. Let our amazing heroes help first so they can help those in need, because there are people that are trapped in their homes right now. And that does include areas in Davidson County, Dixon County as well. So the tornado watch for Davidson, Hickman, Lewis, Macon, Sumner, Trousdale, and Williamson and Wilson County all have expired. Continued tornado watch, though, for Bedford, Cannon, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, DeKalb, Fentress, Giles, Lawrence. You get it. You're highlighted, and you are still under that tornado watch. That's because your environment is not fully headed back down and getting stable. You're still quite unstable, and a lot of you have not even been tampered with so far this morning. So it's going to go into some uncharted territory. The good news is your instability is not as intense as what we had to our north and west, but this line is not letting go. So it is going to be quite rowdy over in Smithville. We can get in the next little bit. Putnam County, you haven't seen a whole lot over the past few minutes. Some of you were asking around into Cookeville. You're getting some of that lighter rain, but the wind is starting to pick up. And as this system continues to track its way, you'll notice when we put it in forward motion, there's still some of that activity that is currently in Murfreesboro. And as it moves north and east, you're going to have some of that moving into your area as well. So there's still the chance that some of your storms could potentially have a spin-up tornado. I don't want you to be frightened, but you need to know what we're working with. And I know the fear can easily sneak in, especially when you hear about how many tornadoes we have had, how many have been on the ground, the loss of life. Unfortunately, I mean, we do not want to add a number, okay? I want you to stay safe and be smart. And you know what to do. You have all the tools in your pocket. We've talked about it so many times. And fear is a liar. It's going to try and sneak in. That's why you're going to continue to block it out and stand firm that you know what you are doing. You're doing everything to the best of your ability to get to that safe spot. You're taking care of you, your family, and your pets as we continue to monitor these storms. Still dealing with some of that circulation closer over into Jamestown. That's continued to move out, and we cannot rule out some of these spin-up tornadoes continuing to try and sneak in over the next little bit. But we will be wrapping this up as we move closer into the sunnier hours. And this afternoon is going to be lovely and cold. You've got something very Christmassy to look forward to. But right now we are just having to get through all of these storms moving across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So right now we're not seeing a ton of areas of concern for tornadoes currently in some spots. That's good news. That's a step in the right direction, but still watching the line in Lawrence, Murray, Giles County. Again, damaging wind is our main concern as we do get closer to this severe thunderstorm warning that is taking up portions of Lawrence County, areas over into Giles, as well as Murray, as it continues to track its way just north and east. And it is going fast. I mean, we're talking that forward motion not stopping. So that's some good news. So it's there and it will move out. But we do have indications that there have been some wind gusts around 70 miles per hour. So that's why they're going to continue that severe thunderstorm warning with that particular cell as it does make its way. So as of right now, though, things are seeming to be slightly calmer, with the exception to our north and eastern locations where we still have a tornado warning that is with us, and numerous power outages, which does make it a little daunting, Leland, especially since we're still dark outside.
Yeah, definitely numerous power outages, and when they have that map ready, if our good friends in the control room will call up the NES map. Right now, Dixon County, we still have a lot of outages your way, especially from Dixon down to the south. The NES map right now, the latest shows 90,000 customers. So again, 90,000 customers without electricity in the Nashville area, especially as far as NES, Nashville Electric, is concerned. And as you look at that map there, you can see it's not in one place. You've got a bunch of them south of Nashville. Looks like some down with NES expanding also in the other areas of the mid-state from Williamson County down into Smyrna. So we see power outages around Laverne, just north of Smyrna. You see them in the Wilson County there. Also to the northeast as you head up toward the Rivergate area. So many places without electricity. So again, right now the exact number, 90,280 customers are without electricity as far as Nashville Electric is concerned. And that's just NES. As we come back to radar, there are a host of other power systems out there reporting outages. Dixon Electric, Penny Rao that covers parts of Kentucky, Cumberland Electric. I need to check their map out and see where they're at right now, but I know that there are outages with Cumberland Electric, which would cover parts of Sumner County, Robertson County, back into the Sumner County area and back over toward Montgomery County. But there is the line now. So this is what we're watching as you are, let's say, in the clear for the moment. As you get to Clarksville, there's still rain there. Camden, Paris, not much going on. The key thing for the bluegrass state right now is in our southern Kentucky counties, you've got flash flood warnings that are out. But there is that line stretching now from the northeastern part of the upper Cumberland through Putnam County, down to Murfreesboro, and then back over into Giles County, Lawrence County, and Wayne County. The one thing that we can highlight that's good at the moment, for the first time since, let's say, maybe before midnight, there isn't a tornado warning in the News Channel 5 area. So it's now 5:16 as we continue with News Channel 5 this morning. It's now 5:16 in the morning. I think this is the first time since maybe just before midnight where there wasn't a warning anywhere on the map. So that's good. But we still have storm warnings out there. So you've got Albany, Kentucky. You've got down around Columbia. Giles County, back over around the Pulaski area for us this morning. So those locations continue. And again, we continue to keep an eye right through here. This is northern Alabama. There have been some storm cells that have been pushing east-northeast, so we'll wait to see if any of that may have an impact there. But one more time before we go back over to Nikki D, there is a look at some of the radar there. And again, we still have the storm warnings right through here. But the great thing at the moment, a host of severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're watching and keep an eye on this, but at the moment, there are no tornado warnings in the area, Nikki D. And
we take that as a huge praise report. It has been quite the overnight hour for sure. And we have got our Amelia Young. She is out there. And Jennifer, you've been in talks with her as to what is going on.
Right. First of all, great job, Leland and Nikki D, keeping us safe and keeping on top of the storms as far as what is going on. We've got Amelia Young. She is out assessing the damage. This is breaking news, trying to show us just how hard our area was hit. We are getting reports from all across Middle Tennessee from damage and destruction from last night's storms. Amelia is out in Kingston Springs right now. Amelia, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Jennifer, well, I mean, just getting off of the interstate and onto the Kingston Springs exit, I mean, we were immediately met with just complete darkness. I mean, this whole entire area of Kingston Springs and even getting to the police department where we went first was just completely pitch black. There was debris on the road, some trees down. Right now behind me, we are on Craggy Hope Road. Crews have been working to clear several trees that are down on this road. They say that there's also a number of power lines down as well, and this is something that they've now going to start working on throughout this entire road, this Craggy Hope Road, which is also by Lovers Lane, I believe, is nearby. But right now, just a lot of debris. It's really hard to even see as we were driving homes, what those looked like. Just because it's so dark in this area. But we have found the crews here. They are working to clear, and they will continue clearing this morning the debris, the trees, and the power lines. They say, though, once they do clear those trees, it's still going to be you're not going to be able to drive on it just because those power lines are going to be down, and that's going to take some time to clean up as well. But we did pass also some linemen coming in. It looks like they're going to start helping to get the power back on in this area so far, but still really pitch black here. Really hard to tell exactly the extent of the damage, but right now just a lot of debris on the road, so just be careful and don't try to go out if you're going to be going out at all. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much, Amelia. She has been up and at it all morning long. We really appreciate you getting out there and giving us a heads up of what we can anticipate once the sun does indeed come up. Here's a live look at the Power 5 radars, still dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. But as Leland pointed out right before we went to Amelia, there are no tornado warnings currently across Middle Tennessee as well as southern Kentucky. In fact, some of our tornado watches have been expired for some areas. That does include Davidson County, Houston, Humphreys, Perry, Logan, Christian, Trigg, just to name a few. We still have tornado watches in place for a handful of spots that is highlighted for you in the red. And then, of course, we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings in play. The severe thunderstorm warnings, our main concern continues to be the damaging winds. And I know some of you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, such as over into Murfreesboro. And I've had several of you say, well, what's going on? You've got wind. And is it damaging wind? Yes, you're going to have some damaging wind gusts, but you haven't made the criteria to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, does that mean you want to go outside and play? No. You need to still stay away from doors and windows. You know that. So you're looking good. I would not put my guard down just yet, because you'll notice we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in areas over into Lawrence, going all the way over into Columbia. The rotation on this is very minimal, which is some great news. But of course, as this line continues to move out, we want to make sure that we're staying with it and making sure that things are still continuing to be in an organized direction. If you notice down, you head over into the Muscle Shoals area, Florence, Killen, Alabama, Muscle Shoals, as well as Tuscumbia, there are more severe thunderstorm warnings. Where is that headed? Into our area. So that's going to be some of a concern. Some of you are asking if tornadoes threat is completely zero. No, not yet. Not comfortable saying that, but we do feel better as to where we're sitting right now versus where we were just a few hours ago. It has been a very loud night and a very long night for so many of you. Fear is easy to settle in, but remember that fear is a liar, okay? You are smart. You know what to do, and I hope you have a little peace in your heart knowing that there are no tornado warnings right now. And I don't want you to get anxious by knowing that we're not 100% finished yet, but it does look better than what it was before. A lot of damage out there, though, when it comes to these roadways, multiple locations where the roads are completely blocked. And, I'm sure some of you have a servant's heart. You want to get out there and you want to help. Please let our heroes get out there first, and they're going to help us know exactly where the needs are, because there are people still trapped in their homes. This takes time, and we do not want to crowd the roadways. And also, we've had a lot of roads that are giving some big detours out there, such as you're heading into some spots, particularly along the interstate. We were seeing that around I-40, closer into the Dixon area not too long ago. Also noticing some other spots. So make sure that if you have to go out, there's a reason and a purpose that can't wait, because we want to make sure that anyone that is indeed of help gets it as soon as possible. But right now, no tornado warnings, but still dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings that extend down into Alabama. All of that will be moving its way up over the next bit. Obviously, wind, huge issue that's been with us, winds gusting in the 20s. And I mean, honestly, Leland, this has undercalculated our winds as far as the gusts. These are each little individual stations. But when we look at other spots, we've had the highest wind gust outside of the airport on record. That happened tonight.
So the airport had a wind gust earlier, right when we had that tornado warning there, a wind gust of up to 78 miles per hour. So that makes it the third highest wind gust on record from Nashville International. And that did leave some damage out there. So just report something I just retweeted a moment ago from Nashville International. They're saying due to storm-related debris on the departure level roadway, airport traffic is being routed to the arrivals level areas for pickup and drop off until further notice. And they're also saying that the I-40 entrance to Nashville International is partially closed due to downed trees, and the airport exit to I-40 West is currently closed. So they had that wind gust at 78 miles per hour, the third highest on record for the airport. in the wake, we're seeing some of the damage. So if you've got a morning flight, I think they're saying that it doesn't say anything about flights. So it looks like flights are on time right now. Check with your airline. But if you need to get out there, you now need to give yourself extra time to kind of work around where a roadway may be closed.
And we now have another severe thunderstorm warning that is with us. That is for Overton and Putnam counties. So around the Cookeville area, talking to you. That's that line we were just looking at a second ago. And now you're up to the criteria where we are seeing winds gusting around 60 miles per hour at this time. So again, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It was located near Baxter, or around 11 miles just west of Cookeville, and it is moving eastward right at 50 miles per hour. So here's a closer look for you at this severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to make its way. As far as the spin is concerned, very minimal, but it is one that we will watch because we know we're getting into an atmosphere that truly hasn't been tampered with too much. So please just be mindful. That's going to be with us. And of course, this does include Interstate 40 between mile marker 268 and 304. I know some of you are thinking, nobody knows mile markers. I tell you what, there are a bunch of people that do. And they can tell you where's the cleanest bathroom at those mile markers too. So that's why we're shouting out those mile markers for you, for those of you that is helpful for. Again, not tornadic, but Leland, I mean, we're still under a tornado watch.
Yeah, definitely. Still under a tornado watch right now. So because of that, we still cannot rule out an isolated quick spin up tornado. So we've not given you the clear on that just yet. We are telling you that at the moment, there are no tornado warnings. So that'll give us time to go over to Jennifer in a moment for a quick update on a couple of other things where there is damage that's taking place. But right now, there are no tornado warnings. There are a host of severe thunderstorm warnings. Murray County, down around Giles County, Marshall County. Look out, this is pushing your way and back over into the Lawrenceburg area. Then you've got the warning there for Cookeville back in the Overton County. So there's a warning that is taking place there. There's a look at some of the heavy rain that is in place for us right now. So we've got heavy rain that continues on a line from Lawrenceburg all the way up over to Cookeville for us this morning. And let me just show you the watches. So right now, there are no tornado warnings, but we remain under a tornado watch in southern Middle Tennessee and in our eastern counties for now. That watch is out until 11 o'clock. So until we get past that point where we don't even have a tornado watch in the area, we're not giving you the all clear on storms for the moment. We're just telling you at this second, there are no tornado warnings, but we still need for you to stay weather aware. And unfortunately, Jennifer, with everything that has gone on, we have seen a host of reports and unfortunately fatalities in a host of states, including the volunteer state and across the bluegrass state as well.
Just heartbreaking.
So Jennifer, I know you've got a couple of quick updates for us.
Indeed. Sadly, you're right. There are a number of deaths out there, and we are keeping track of that. But we want to let you know right now, the Tennessee Highway Patrol is working multiple storm-related crashes. Right now, they tell us the eastbound lanes of Interstate 40 are closed at exit 143. That's in Humphreys County, right near Hurricane Mills. Of course, an area that was devastated by flooding just in August. They tell us there are trees down on the interstate. The TDOT help trucks are all out there as we speak, working to clear the debris and deal with these wrecks. But again, I-40 in that area of Humphreys County is closed, so avoid that area if you can. It probably will be closed for a bit there. Also, in Kentucky, officials are asking you not to travel there if you don't have to. They've got downed trees and debris scattered across multiple counties. In our viewing area, Kentucky Route 345, they're in Christian County in the Pembroke area. That is blocked. Highway 81, 181, and 175 are all blocked in Muhlenberg County. Kentucky State Police say several homes have been blown into the roadway there. Remember, do not try to go over or move down power lines. We are also keeping tabs on what's happening right here in Music City. News Channel 5's Chris Davis is in Storm 5 tightening for us now, checking out some of the areas we've been hearing from you that have been damaged. Chris, where are you now? What sorts of things are you seeing?
Sure, Jennifer. So we are on I-65 heading north towards Hendersonville, where we're hearing several different reports of downed trees and power lines in the area. So we want to go check that out. But just a moment ago, we were actually on Clarksville Pike over in the Bordeaux area near Kroger. We saw, and something that I think you're going to see throughout our viewing area, is there's a lot of road construction there on Clarksville Pike, and you had a lot of the barrel cones just blown in all sorts of different directions. So you had to drive really slow to be able to tell where the road surface was and where construction is. So like Leland and Nikki D have been saying all morning, stay off the roads if you can. We're out in a storm chasing truck where we're in a lot safer position, but they're going to have to get to work to get things back into position this morning. Here on 65, so far we haven't seen any big problems, but you can certainly see where the straight line winds have caused some issues as we've been driving along, of just things blown into the road surface, or just different debris, different just like trash that have blown into road surfaces. So if you have to get out this morning, just take it slow. The rain continues to fall too, so you'd hate to be out and about and then run into another issue. But Jennifer, as we get closer to Hendersonville and some other problem areas that have been reported to us, we'll be sure to check back in with you.
All right, we'll look forward to those reports soon. Chris, be safe out there. Meanwhile, we continue to monitor the situation in southern Kentucky, where we understand at least 50 people are dead in the city of Mayfield after a series of monster storms tore through that area overnight. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear confirmed the deaths earlier this morning. Look at how much damage has been done in that city. This is in Graves County. Stephen Elder snapped these pictures for us just before midnight. Also in Mayfield, a candle factory was badly damaged, and crews spent the night working to rescue people who were inside when those storms came through. Governor Beshear says this is a night that will remain in the memories of those in that area for a lifetime.
Graves County, and specifically the city of Mayfield, have been hit really hard, and we are still awaiting more reports of the surrounding area. This is going to be some of the worst tornado damage that we've seen in a long time.
All right, and we want to send it back over to Leland, who is continuing to monitor the storms, because we're not out of the clear yet, Leland, right?
We are not out of the clear. Now, the good news is, at the moment, there are only severe thunderstorm warnings, but because the punch these storms have had in the overnight hours, do not take a severe thunderstorm warning lightly. There have been straight line winds that have produced damage in part of the area. So this is sky cam for us right now, and we continue to see some of the rain as it continues here in Nashville. Let's go to Columbia, where right now in the Columbia area, you are starting the morning right around 62, but before the rain came in, you were 74, and you've picked up about 0.8 of an inch of rainfall your way from there. Let's check out here in Nashville downtown for us this morning, and our camera from the Acme Feed and Seed camera downtown showing 63. But again, prior to that storm coming in, we were 74. That air mass had really gotten rather juicy over Nashville over the last couple of hours. From there, let's go to Lawrenceburg right now. From the Lawrenceburg area, you are 60 degrees and you've had about 2/3 of an inch of rainfall. And this is our camera right now from down toward Franklin, where at the hour you are 60 degrees and you've had just over an inch of rain so far this morning. So we continue to watch some strong rain move across the area. No tornado warnings, but something that we'll continue to keep an eye on until the tornado watch is allowed to expire. But there's the view out of Murfreesboro right now, where you're 61 and you have picked up about 0.6 of an inch of rainfall your way this morning. So there's a look at radar from the power of our 5 live streaming radars for us now. And anything that we're watching at the moment might be on the leading edge of this line. So while there has been a ton of rain, storm damage, Cookeville, Crossville, McMinnville, Shelbyville, Fayetteville, not a lot has happened your way as the line is slowly now pushing in. Earlier in the night, when we had these storm warnings, we had 2 areas of storms. We had one where storms were developing by themselves in this supercell environment, and so that created and triggered some of the storm damage from earlier. And then the main line started moving through, so that's what we're dealing with right now. This main line ahead of the cold front, and so we've got rain from Nashville. Where we need to keep an eye very carefully is especially on the leading edge of this line, where it's still not out of the question that you might get a quick spin up tornado. But the good news now, just storm warnings. And so you see them around Putnam County and Cookeville. And the one that we were watching earlier, Murray County, Hohenwald, Lewis County, Giles County, for the moment has been allowed to expire. But we'll continue to keep an eye on southern Middle Tennessee because there's activity over Alabama right now that may be moving east. But if it moves east-northeast, then some of that could then move into, let's say, Giles County, Lincoln County, Moore County, down toward the Franklin County area. So through here, the northeastern counties right now, you can see Pine Knot where you've got the storm warning. Oneida, this is Scott County. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but there looks like there may be a little bit of rotation there. Jamestown, for the moment, you are in the clear, but we head down to Cookeville where there is a storm warning. This is all being fueled by a front. This front has been advertised by the Storm 5 weather team and a host of others for the last couple of days, indicating that as we made our way into Friday night and Saturday morning, there could be rough weather in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. And right now, we've got fatalities. So this is Murray, Kentucky here. Mayfield is about right in through there. Lake County is there, and just next to Lake County is Obion County, or Union City. So that's where, so far, according to TEMA, the 3 fatalities have been in the volunteer state, 2 in Lake County and then 1 in the Obion County area. Then just north of that, the unfortunate 50 plus who have lost their lives there. We're getting reports out of Bowling Green where there's been a lot of damage. Even one report earlier of a fatality up that way. That's not been confirmed, but we showed you a picture earlier out of Bowling Green, and so there has been a lot of damage from the Bowling Green area. But it's being fueled by this sharp cold front. So right now our temps are still in the 60s, but there you see now from Poplar Bluff 53, Jonesboro 54, Walnut Ridge at about 49, and then 38 toward West Plains. So that colder air will begin to move in our region along with some of that drier air. There's a very sharp difference there with the dew points. So the lower the number, the drier the air. When you have those dew points in the 60s, which is what we had, that can be fuel for the fire, for those storms and for those tornadoes to develop. And for a lot of you, it really started to increase a bit more overnight. In Nashville yesterday by day, I think we were only in the upper 60s, but that warm front moved through after sunset, and it really started to have that warm and muggy feel in the overnight hours. When I got to the station at 1 a.m. This morning, there was a muggy feel to the air here in Nashville. So right now, those of you Cookeville, those of you Livingston, we continue to watch right here along I-40 with a heavy rain and the storm warning that continues. So that may be extended into Fentress County, where you had the storm warning a little bit earlier this morning. And so just a little bit, even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, there may be a little bit of broad rotation down around Putnam County, down around Cookeville. But for the moment, just a severe thunderstorm warning for us out there. So right now, no tornado warnings. Nikki D and I will continue to monitor this, but we are getting reports of damage from around the area. So where we can get updates on that, we will. Right now at 5:37 on this Saturday morning, we'll head back over to Jennifer with information concerning Wilson County.
That's right. And the latest damage. This is out of Mount Juliet. We want you to listen to an incident update that we got just minutes ago from the Mount Juliet Police Department.
Morning, everyone. It's Captain Chandler with your police department, and we just wanted to bring an update to our community in regards to the severe weather impacts that we have experienced this morning. Thankfully, we have no reports of any serious injury or any issue where someone had to be rescued from a home. We did have some type of significant wind event, unclear what that may be, that came through our town. But let me just go over the damage reports that we have so far. Again, no rescues were necessary. There's no reports of significant injuries. We have approximately 10 to 14 homes with significant structural damage. Many homes, likely 60 to 80, have significant cosmetic damage. Overall, through the whole city, widespread wind damage, trees and tree limbs across the whole community. Also, many things that were not attached that could easily blow away or just all spread out throughout our city. And right now we have one road closure, and that is South Green Hill Road near Willoughby Station. Putting up a map here, it's where our most significant damage reports are coming from. We have reports in the Chandler Point subdivision across Old Lebanon Dirt Road to West Division near Mount Juliet Elementary. That continues into Willoughby Station on Brisbane, Lance Courts, the end of Sydney Terrace, and then that damage reports the most significant kind of fade away as it goes over the Mount Vernon Estates neighborhood. These road closures have since cleared up since this information was completed, but right now only road closure we have is South Green Hill Road at Willoughby Station Boulevard. The other road closures that you see listed have since been cleared up. We had trees across those roads. Right now, the safety concerns that we have are down power lines across our community. There's multiple down power lines and multiple utility poles down across the area. There's also a lot of debris out and about, and we're worried about sharp debris, glass, anything that could hurt someone that's out across these impacted areas. Again, the most impacted areas from Chandler Point, across Old Lebanon Dirt Road, Division Street, Mount Juliet Elementary, up into Willoughby Station. We did check on the school, and the school seems to be fine, which we are grateful for. And also any home with structural damage, mainly in the Willoughby Station community, where about 10 to 12 homes have significant structural damage. They may not be safe to stay in. Again, we're grateful that our community had no major impacts. We can't say that for the same across Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, our neighbors across the area, where they've had a lot of reports of stronger wind events that occurred, likely tornadoes in those areas with a lot of death and a lot of injury. And our prayers go out to all those communities who were impacted by this severe weather event that moved across our area from Tennessee to Kentucky, all across the southeast of the United States.
That's Captain Tyler Chandler from the Mount Juliet Police Department giving us an update on the damage there in Mount Juliet and in that area of Wilson County. Just a note, they have canceled the Mount Juliet Christmas Parade for later today. As he said, that is damage there, but there is widespread damage throughout the area. We have crews now heading out around Middle Tennessee and up into Kentucky, and we'll continue to bring you updates and live reports from them. This is a live look from Skycam. You can see the rain is still coming down. We're going to send it over to Leland and Nikki D now, who are continuing to monitor the storms. Where do we stand now, guys?
All right, and you bring up a good point concerning the Mount Juliet Christmas Parade. There are a host of communities that had them scheduled for today. So before you head out, just check with your city leaders, check with City Hall, and maybe they've got something on social media to let you know if it's canceled, postponed, or anything like that. But again, we know the one from Mount Juliet for today has been canceled. Many others may be. So check your Facebook page and your community to see if it's been updated. And as we talk about this, Nikki D, we do have a new warning that is, I believe, just come out for Giles County.
We sure do. So we're dealing with another severe thunderstorm warning for areas south of the Lawrence area, Lawrence County, and then as well as Giles. This is that same one we just showed you a few minutes ago that was in portions of the Tennessee Valley. It is continuing to move its way. You got it, north and east as we go throughout the morning. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is currently with us. That's going to stick around over the next bit. When it comes to this particular system, main concerns, damaging winds. Wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. Can't rule out a little bit in the way of hail, but we're talking around penny-sized hail. And not looking at anything too significant with it, but it will be loud. And when you do hear that, I mean, let's face it, it's just a little unnerving. But right now, not looking at anything in the way of tornadic activity, but it's going to be the winds is why it has been warned on. And now we are beginning to see a little bit of rotation. So that shows you how fast things change closer to Iron City. So that's right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. If you're familiar over in Laredo, Tennessee, also seeing that closer into your area. Leoma, is right outside, just south of you. But that is going to be one to watch as we are noticing some of that rotation now trying to move its way in. So this is going to be another one that we keep a very close eye on as it does continue to develop and evolve. Main concern, though, right now, obviously, are those winds that we're having some really high damaging wind gusts. But you'll notice as I put it in motion that we are beginning to see some of that circulation trying to move in. As far as circulation elsewhere, things do look calm, which is some nice news. We're beginning to see the lack of couplets in a lot of spots, but this one right here is going to be one we're going to watch over the next few minutes as far as that system is concerned. A lot of this too can be a little jumbly because we are seeing, the radar stations trying to do a little hop, skip, and jump as things do continue to change. So right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, and there is a possible for tornadic activity with this because of that slight bit of rotation that is trying to make its way just along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, closer over into Iron City, the 5 Points area, and Pulaski, you are as well under the severe thunderstorm warning for you. So we're going to keep an eye on this. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning associated with it as well, as it has that pretty quick forward motion. Now you see your way just over into the 5 Points area. If we can get that to almost curve around and kind of like eat its own energy, that would be very beneficial. But as you see how it moves around the 5 points location, so if we could just get that to kind of turn its way, that would help a little bit, but it's got to do it in order to. There's sometimes we deal with a little bit in the way of a spinning motion. So keeping a close eye on this severe thunderstorm warning as it does continue to make its way, moving quite quickly just off to our north and eastern locations this morning. And that goes for Giles, Lawrence, Wayne counties as it moves through. So you haven't had a ton in the way of severe weather per se, as far as severe rain or tornadic activity, but you've had a lot of wind. In fact, Lawrence County lost power early this morning for a while. Thankfully, things are beginning to get back in shape and in order so we can get things on the move again. Just please be mindful, obviously, if you are in any of the locations that have had some devastation. We've had a lot of storm reports, and as the sun does come up, we're going to see more and more of those reports moving in. And that's not to be a Debbie Downer, it's just being realistic. And as Leland pointed out, a lot of parades, festivals have been canceled today. Even if your festivities were this evening, make sure that you do check to make sure they are on, because there's so much damage in some spots. This isn't going to be a quick fix. This is going to be some rebuilding for a lot of people, and we're going to be there together, one step at a time when it comes to rebuilding. We're going to be there together just like we always have. And I know the trauma of being up all night, emotions do run high, and that's okay. We're human, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Just give yourself some grace and give the people around you grace. Still seeing that severe thunderstorm warning areas just along the Alabama-Tennessee state line for Iron City, 5 points. And if you notice, you move your way over to Florence, Rogersville area, Town Creek, we still have some severe weather there, and it is going to continue to move its way north and east. So Mulberry, Boones Hill, y'all haven't seen too much. Tullahoma hadn't seen a lot either. All of that eventually will move into your area, and you are still under a tornado watch. The tornado watches are starting to, fade their way out, but we still have the tornado watch in place for locations over into Murray, Wayne, Giles, Lincoln, Franklin County, as well as heading over into White and Cumberland, Fentress. So not saying that to frighten you, but we're just not completely out of the clear just yet, but we're making progress, and we're going to get there slowly but surely. I promise you by this afternoon, it's going to feel like we teleported to way far north. It's going to be so cold, but it's going to have some sunshine with it. Here's a look right now at some light rotation just over upper level at that, over into the Cookeville area as well as Baxter. Not seeing anything right now as far as that turning into a severe thunderstorm. Not into a tornadic activity. So that is good, but we'll continue to monitor that as things do continue to come in. But I mean, Leland, I tell you, this line, it was making a lot of forward motion and rapidly, and now it seems as if it's slowed down a bit. We were going at 70 miles an hour. Now we're seeing things taking a few paces back, 50 to 55, which is still pretty fast.
Yes.
Nonetheless.
You're right. Still pretty fast for us out there, but slowing down just a little bit when some of those cells were on their own as supercells. And yeah, we were getting them racing at 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, but a little bit of a difference for us right now. So here in Nashville, we've got rain that continues to come down. Nashville has been cleared of the tornado watch. Areas west of Nashville have been cleared of the tornado watch for us out there. But right now here in the Music City, we've got a current temp at the hour showing up right at 63 degrees, and that dew point has come down. So the dew point, the higher the number, the more moisture that this thing has to fuel those storms, and that had spiked up into the lower 60s ahead of the stronger storms moving through Nashville, ahead of the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings that were out for the Nashville area. But right now, the official temp for the city is 63. That'll be updated here in a few minutes when we get new information out from Nashville International for us out there. But there is a look at radar right now in that line of rain that stretches from Kentucky all the way through Nashville. If there's an issue for now, it would be on the leading edge of some of this. So that's where you might still get a quick spin up tornado. Thankfully, at the moment, no tornado warnings out there. But until the line is through here, until we are cleared of this tornado watch, we need to remain weather aware for us. Now, here in Nashville, there's the rain, but you can see more of the lightning right now is east and south of Nashville. So we see it from Murfreesboro down into Bedford County, down into the Lincoln County area, back into Giles County. Also here up on the plateau, there's quite a few lightning strikes from Cookeville into Overton County, back into the Fentress County area for us this morning. But here's a closer view down and around Lawrence County. 5 points. You've got some heavy rain moving your way. That little arrow right there, that little box, that's the severe thunderstorm warning, the polygon for it from southern Lawrence County, Iron City, back over to 5 points, and then from Pulaski down to Ardmore. Then there's more activity just south of it. So we've been talking about Alabama. There are storm warnings in Alabama right now, so we'll watch to see if any of those might lift northward in to southern Middle Tennessee. In addition to that, there's the rain around Overton County, around Cookeville and Putnam County for us this morning. Rain, quite a bit of lightning that is still showing up with this from the Lightning Detection Network. Right now in this particular box, that's 149 lightning strikes. 149 is not a good number, but it's much better than the nearly 600 we were seeing a couple of hours ago with this. So we go back down, and even though there are no tornado warnings, there's still broad rotation. So again, we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on this and monitor this. So there's broad rotation that shows up around the 5 points area. Don't see as much over Alabama right now. And then we've got just a couple of spots where there may be a little broad rotation showing up around Putnam County and Cookeville. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. We'll continue to watch this for you right now. I will note that we still have a couple of tornado watches out, so Nashville's in the clear. But for now, through 11 a.m., I'm not sure that they'll last till 11 a.m., but for now, the time on these is until 11 a.m., Nikki D. And I know earlier we heard from Chris Davis, and he is out and about for us right now.
He is. And before we go to Chris Davis, I do want to pull back up my computer real quick just to give you a heads up. We're getting another indication that closer over to the Lawrence area, we are dealing with radar indication that we do have some really high winds surging closer into Laredo. If you are familiar with that area, it's a sweet town, and there could be potentially some damaging winds. Now, earlier on, we did have a tornado warning over in the Hendersonville area. That was around 1:32 this morning. And now our Chris Davis, he is there on location. Hey, Chris, what are you seeing? I mean, is it dark? Do we have power? Is there debris?
Yes, so there's no power in the area. We're on Cherokee Road near Berrywood Drive here, really close to the lake. If we can switch over to our front camera on Storm 5 Titan, this is the scene we're starting to see near Old Hickory Lake. You can see a power line is down across the road. We just spoke to the Sumner County Road Superintendent. He said there are several areas in Hendersonville where this is the case. They cannot get to that power line until they can guarantee that the electricity is off. The power is out, but there still may be a current going through that. So they may have to wait until some of the rain stops and they can talk to the electric provider to make sure they can then remove that line and then get to the debris that's blocking the road. It's going to be dark, so I'm going to describe it, but you won't be able to see it. Just beyond to the right of us here are some homes along Old Hickory Lake, and there are several trees that are down on top. You can kind of see it using kind of our night vision, but there are several large limbs down on top of homes. I just spoke to a neighbor that came up to Storm 5 Titan who said there's even more damage on the backside of these homes. And then on the lake itself, the superintendent of roads in Sumner County said there are several boat docks at the Cherokee Marina that have submerged just from all of the wind and possible tornadic activity. And then we have also heard that personal boat docks right here on this stretch of Old Hickory Lake, many have also flipped from all the high winds. So we are seeing definitely really dramatic examples. And also you can see quite clearly here on the camera on top of Storm 5 Titan, the rain just continues to fall incredibly hard, but just tree debris and power lines down all through this area, especially here on Cherokee Road, Nady and Leland.
All right, so again, be careful out there. Devastating, and again, until we get past daylight, don't try to get out and about. If you need to go somewhere, if you've got to be at work, maybe just give yourself extra time because it's dark out there without
look at that.
electricity. Yeah, you won't know it until you're right up on it. So let's go back to Storm 5 Titan for just a second there with that shot. And again, a couple of things that he was pointing out. There was no electricity in the area. So when you're on a road like that, you may not necessarily know it until you are actually right up on it. And then you can see, so you see the tree, but it looks like just on the left side of that tree, it may be a power line or something.
It's
so
treated like it's hot.
yeah, so
Live.
you've got to, until you get the clear from your local electric company on that, make sure that you give yourself extra time. And as we see with this, some people who may be needing to get out and get to work may have to all of a sudden take a detour.
Right.
So give yourself extra time and be careful. These rural areas here, you may not know it until you are right up on it, but that's out of Sumner County. And Chris was saying there that there is damage. And I think I saw from Chris earlier that he pointed out that, what was it, the boat dock Cherokee Marina was submerged up that way. And they've got a couple of communities that sit on the lake. Their nickname is the City by the Lake. So you've got a couple of communities there that are right on the lake. And so, again, you get outside of the main street, the main West Main Street, or off of Indian Lake and some of those smaller communities, smaller roads don't have regular power lights right now. And so you may not know it until you are right up on it. So give yourself extra time.
And give yourself some grace. I mean, we're seeing a lot of debris out there. Just to kind of recap what we do have going on when it comes to the Power of 5 radars, we are still dealing with heavy rain out there. But let me tell you, things have calmed down dramatically. Does it seem like it if you're just away getting over to McMinnville? No, you're thinking, okay, but now it's headed my way. And you're right, it is. You are still under a tornado watch, but there are no tornadoes in place right now. Is it going to get rowdy at your house? Yes. Are you going to have straight line winds? Yes. Same thing over in a bell buckle. I mean, you're getting into the thick of it right now, and it can be quite frightening and eerie, but this is going to move on. And I'm happy to say that as of our severe threats are concerned, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we do have is right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. I do want to point out, though, you look south, you head your way into North Alabama, the Muscle Shoals area, there are more severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are headed into our direction. So we are not completely done with the severe weather as of yet. Here's a closer look for you when it comes to this storm system closer to the 5 Points area right around into Laredo. We are picking up some broad rotation associated with it. And because of that, we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on how things do develop over the next little bit closer to that Pulaski area as well. Now, when it comes to that severe thunderstorm warning, you'll notice it has now been expanded out. And Leland, we're going to see this over the next little bit. So right now, when it comes to what we are dealing with, we currently have another severe thunderstorm warning that has been taken in play areas right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That system is moving its way northeast, and we're going to continue to keep you up to date, informed, and safe. Remember, don't be fearful. You have a plan in place.
We leave you with damage there from Storm 5 Titan out of Hendersonville.